with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today.
From Vero Beach down to Boca Raton and out to the muck, we've got you covered all over Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast on ESPN 106.3. We're coming to your city. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS, ranked number 1 in orthopedics 15 years in a row by U.S. News and World Report. Choose better, move better. And supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. We're coming to your city. The biggest games, the most compelling stories, the area's best high school sports coverage. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day is also presented by Kaiser University, Bud's Chicken and Seafood, Land Rover Palm Beach, Duffy's Sports Grill, and the Boca Raton Bowl.
It's that time of the year. We are back for a packed season of high school football ahead. It's Colin Russo with you off from the pregame. We get Christian Catt, who you'll hear on the call tonight. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS Florida. Welcome in, everybody, as we got basically the next 5 hours together right here on ESPN 106.3, where we got Atlantic and Palm Beach Central. We are live at Atlantic down in Delray Beach. Palm Beach Central is coming to town, and we got a packed, high-flying matchup that we're going to have kicking off at 6:30 p.m. We had Chaminade Madonna taking on West Boca yesterday, with Chaminade Madonna taking on the victory 18-10 final score. That was yesterday with Christian Catt in the call, and you'll hear Christian again tonight, 6:30, for some Palm Beach County action. Christian, welcome in. How are you today?
Dude, I am very, very excited with what we have here tonight. A lot of fresh faces, a couple of key familiar faces, such as the second-ranked quarterback in the ESPN Top 63 from Palm Beach Central, quarterback Chance Routson. Looking forward to see how he's going to begin his senior campaign. And he's got a really good offensive line in front of him, but he's got brand new weapons all around. His wide receiver 1, 2, 3, and his starting tight end, Matisse, is all graduated from last year.
Wow.
So he's got a bunch of fresh faces throwing the football to, a lot of familiar faces in front of him on the offensive line. And with Atlantic, it's almost like a reverse factor at the quarterback position. First year starting for their quarterback. He's a sophomore. Pedro Martinez will be getting the start for the Atlantic Eagles, and a load of top 63 talent on that roster as well, specifically on the defense.
We know neither of these teams are ever devoid of talent. Two of the top premier programs in Palm Beach County. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you would expect from the HSS, the world's number 1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations right here in West Palm Beach and Wellington, you can learn more by going to hss.edu/Florida. Move better. Choose better. Move better. HSS, the world's number 1 orthopedic provider, is a proud sponsor of ESPN's West Palm High School Game Day. Christian Catt, Colin Russo with you. You'll hear from the head coach of Palm Beach Central, that is Coach Kevin Thompson, on the flip side of the break. We talked to him last week at Top 63, talking about the season, talking about this game, the tough schedule that they have ahead. You will hear that on the flip side as we gear you up for kickoff, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Well, couldn't be possible without our friends at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, the Florida injury lawyers, proud to be a sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. If you've been in a car accident, call now for a free consultation. Don't get cute, don't get funny, because the sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, they can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You don't pay anything unless they make a recovery for you. You can call right now at 500-HELP. 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. They got offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. So we will take a timeout. On the flip side, you will hear from Coach Kevin Thompson of Palm Beach Central, who is taking on Atlantic today at Atlantic. Tough road game to open up their season with the kickoff classic. That is Christian Catt. Colin Russo, you have Christian Catt on the play-by-play. You'll hear Kevin Thompson on the flip side. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida.
Hi. I'm Scott Smith with Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
It's heating up fast in Palm Beach County. Hey, it's Colin, and if your AC isn't ready for the Florida heat, now is the time to call John C. Cassidy Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Since 1960, John C. Cassidy has kept homes cool and comfortable. Don't wait for a breakdown. Upgrade your system today with great financing available. Be sure to ask about the Cassidy Care Program for year-round peace of mind. Cassidy is proud to support our local community, including the YMCA and the Palm Beach Gardens Youth Athletic Association. Stay cool. Stay prepared with Cassidy Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Visit CassidyAC.com.
At Hurricane Grill and Wings, every day feels like the weekend. Fresh, never frozen chicken wings tossed in over 30 bold flavors, paired with ice-cold beer and handcrafted cocktails, all in a laid-back, beachy atmosphere. And with every game on the big screens, it's the ultimate escape and your home for sports too. Great food, cold drinks, and all the games. That's Hurricane Grill and Wings. Escape the ordinary and find your spot at hurricanewings.com.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing. I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
In South Florida, when it's time to get back in the game, there's a name you need to know. HSS Florida. HSS ranked #1 in orthopedics for 15 years in a row by U.S. News and World Report. HSS brings world-class care to Palm Beach and Wellington. Whether it's a joint replacement, sports injury, or orthopedic trauma, HSS Florida treats athletes of all ages. Visit hss.edu/Florida to schedule your consultation today. HSS Florida, where champions and everyday people alike get the care they need to stay at the top of their game.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
With you with ESPN West Palm, presented by HSS Florida. Also welcoming in Coach Kevin Thompson of the Palm Beach Central Broncos. Coach, welcome in. How are you doing today? What's the feel coming into this? And you got 4 players that are going to be on this year's list. We don't know where they're going to be, but that's got to feel pretty awesome to be here for your guys.
Man, I'm super proud, super excited for these guys. They definitely earned it. These guys have been with me for 4 years, so I'm just really excited that they're making it all the way on this list. It's a big deal for them.
And Coach, a week out from the kickoff classics from the season really kicking off here. I mean, this is almost prep week now. Now you get out of the preseason, and this is going to turn into now prepping for teams, getting everybody organized. What's sort of the feel of the guys going into the final week of preparation before we get off to the games?
We had a great inter-squad scrimmage last night. You know, we had the opportunity to travel to somewhere else to help get the idea of playing on a different campus. And the guys are really excited, man. The scrimmage went really well. We got to see some guys that we never thought or we thought were going to do well for us, and they did. And then some guys that we found that are looking good for us this year.
And, Coach, 3 of the 4 athletes that are going to be here tonight from Palm Beach Central are on your defensive side of the ball. Harmon, Dwyer, Sharp, just titans on that Central defense. We were eyeing them last year when we were covering your games at the HSS Game of the Week. How fun is it to watch that defense this summer leading up into the fall?
Man, it's amazing to see those 3 guys work, man, because it's just amazing to see or even imagine to have 3 linebackers of that caliber who are just awesome people. You know, it's not just that they're just great linebackers. They're really good people. You know, they're polite, they're dedicated, they're ready for what they were trying to do. And I mean, it's just amazing.
And, Coach, I mean, coming into this year, one thing we always talk about whenever we have you on with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day is making sure the guys are understanding that, all right, here's the season. All right, we're done with the offseason. Now it's time to lock in because there's not a lot of room for error. You want to make sure you could get the guys a little bit of adversity, but you want to win every game you play. That's the idea of being a head coach. Talk to me a little bit about getting these guys facing adversity a little bit coming into the year. What are you doing for them? Are you trying to manufacture it in a way? Are you going to learn a lot next week with the Kickoff Classic? Tell me about getting the guys facing adversity early part of the year.
I mean, with our schedule, you definitely have to get them ready for adversity right away. You have to make practice way harder than it is in the game. Our first 3 games are killers, you know, Atlantic, I think it's Pahokee and West Boca, and then 2 of those games are on the road. So, you know, just got to get these guys mentally ready for that type of that atmosphere, that caliber of game. So practice has been really intense, and we've been trying to push these guys and put them in situations to make sure they can handle it when we get there.
Yeah, and Coach, and we saw your quarterback who was on this list, Chance Routzen, walk through these doors. He will be honored tonight, and we'll see where he is on this list. How has he changed as a quarterback as you've watched him develop and soon to see his senior year?
Oh, man, he's really came in. Last year, it was his first year with us, and this year he's really, over the summer, taken complete charge of the program. You know, he's the guy that's kind of set up these extra runs and these extra throws, and he's working with his guys and working with the offense and trying to make sure that there's a high standard, keeping the standard at Palm Beach Central of, you know, being elite quarterbacks. The last 3 we've had have been really good, and, you know, he wants to be the best quarterback to ever come out of Palm Beach Central.
And that's a great goal to have. We saw him at the Kaiser University ESPN West Palm 7-on-7 tournament. And how much do you think that develops a quarterback? What does that simulate when it comes to, you know, the grand goal, which is winning tackle football games, developing a quarterback with 7-on-7?
Hey, this is the chemistry, man. You know, I'm a defensive guy, you know, and we run an odd defense. So our defense doesn't really do well in 7-on-7 with, you know, 8 guys dropping into coverage. But it really helps quarterbacks and receivers really kind of get some kind of timing and chemistry and figuring out, seeing the routes and things like that, especially with the changing of, you know, players from team to team nowadays. You really have to find ways to kind of cheat the system a little bit and kind of get guys some reps.
Coach Kevin Thompson of Palm Beach Central Football joining us now on ESPN West Palm's Top 63 edition live at Kaiser University. Coach, from last year to this year, last year's team, you guys had immense talent all throughout the place. You had your ebbs and flows throughout the year, and this is something that we talked about. And then coming into this year, you sort of want to avoid some of these ebbs and flows as much as you possibly can. Tell me a little bit about the difference from this year's team and how you plan on changing it versus how last season went.
Well, I mean, this year's team is a lot newer. Like, I think we're spending more time trying to build a chemistry with the guys that are here now. You know, I'm returning 3 starters on offense, 4 on defense, and everybody else is kind of new, either coming up from JV or transferred in. And we're just trying to figure out how to get these guys to play together as soon as possible, you know, as quick as possible. Last year, guys kind of played together for a long time, so they understood what was going on. They understood the caliber of play that are and standards that we have at Palm Beach Central. So this year's a little different. It's more chemistry and mental toughness.
Yeah, and Coach, one of the mottos we have here every single year with ESPN West Palm's Top 63 Awards is, if you think you should have been on the list, prove us wrong this year. Who are some names of the guys that we won't see here tonight that you think can use this opportunity in the fall of 2025 to prove that maybe they should have been one of these 63 guys?
One of the guys that we have right now is Andrew Ulysses. You know, he's a tough back, man. Like, he's a really good running back. But, you know, a lot of his year was cut short with just a lot of weird, strange injuries. You know, and I think this year with him being healthy, he had a great camp. He had a great summer. He's been, you know, hydrated and ready to go. And, you know, he's changed his regimen a little bit, put on some weight. So I think he's going to have a big year behind a really good offensive line.
Coach, are you dying to get out of this summer heat right now?
I'm not allowed to say that I'm the head coach, so I love the heat. I love the heat. I love how hot it is and how much we sweat, and the fact that we wear black jerseys at practice.
Yeah, wow, even better. Yeah, right. Let's go high noon, you know.
How locked into the black jerseys are you? Couldn't you go white?
We could. They chose red, so we went red and white. So we got our little red and white, And we had morning practice, and they were like, "Well, coach, can we keep morning practice?" I was like, "I got a job, you know." So.
Guys, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't want to come out here in 95 degrees either.
Yeah,
I mean,
none of us do.
That's how it goes. Coach Thompson, one thing about you, with the amount of talent that we've seen come through Palm Beach Central and stuff like that, tell me about this year's group of guys, the 4 guys that we're going to see on this year's top 63. You said it's great. Players, but great leaders, great people amongst the different guys. Talk to me about their development as leaders, guys in the locker room, guys who could bring, like you said, the younger players up from JV, up from the younger levels, up to speed with the varsity. How have they done in that regard?
Man, so you're talking about guys that we've had for a long time, like those 3, especially the linebackers, right? We've had them since they were freshmen, all right? You know, Sharp came to our kids camp, you know, and loved our kids camp so much he decided to stay with our program. So he's a guy that if you talk to his parents and his mom especially, like he's super quiet. Like he's just really reserved, you know, by the book guy, 3.8, 3.9 GPA guy going to class. And now he is the most livid guy I've ever seen walking across the sideline at practice. That is not the standard. Why are you sitting? Stop drinking the water. Get over here. Like
stop drinking the water.
You know what I'm saying? Get to the next drill. And you know, sometimes like you want to feel sorry for the freshmen and the sophomores and the guys that are new, but hey, man, you just kind of turn your back and say, that's what Sharp said, let's do it.
Wow.
So, you know, we just kind of do what he says and kind of gets the program running. Same thing for Cam and DJ. DJ's a lot quieter leader. DJ's going to pull you to the side and have the conversation like, hey, that's just not how we do it here. And, you know, Cam is completely the opposite. Listen, if you don't do it the way I tell you to do it, you're going to have a different conversation. So, you know, it's 3 different styles.
I love it. You get a good cop, bad cop routine. Yeah, that's good.
It's 3 different styles of, like, you're going to do it this way, you know, or else. And, you know, Cam and all those guys are developed leaders, and we're super proud of that we developed them internally and we taught them how to be leaders.
And, Coach, speaking of Antoine Sharp, speaking of the Sharp family, I saw you, I believe it was his father that you dapped up when he came in today. How instrumental are the families of the players that you coach instrumental into the success of the program and the success of the culture around Palm Beach Central as a whole?
I want to say hi to Miss Falona right there. So that lady right there, that's DJ's mom. When we talk about instrumental in our program, that lady has saved my butt 1,000,000 times. You know what I mean? So whenever we have any issues, you know, she helps out around the whole program, organizing physicals, paperwork, kind of getting that stuff out of the way for us, and just really kind of being a support. Hey, coach, it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. It's going to be all right. You know, while, you know, Sharp's dad is really intense, you know, he helps with the training, and his mom is actually, Sharp's mom is actually our booster president, you know, so she's like revolutionized our whole program, you know, create a website, you know, set up, you know, outages and fundraisers and all those type of things. So all these parents are super involved in what we do in our program. You could tell by just how invested these guys are in our program.
And what have you learned as a coach in terms of community involvement, not only from the families, but from the community itself, supporting the team, getting people out there? It's got to be just the biggest icing on the cake you could possibly imagine, not only to have the players with you, but the families and then the community on top of that. Talk about that with a little bit of
Oh, man, Miss Sharp has done a great job. She has this thing where we have the Bronco kickoff where, you know, that one practice just before we go into our pregame, she invites the whole family. You have like a barbecue or a pancake or whatever we're doing that time. And it kind of gets the parents to kind of get to meet me and I get to meet them because she says, don't say this, but I'm terrified of parents. You know, because
Coach, that's step 2. You got to coach football and you got to become a parent.
Listen, I am afraid of parents. You know, I know my stuff, you know, but when it comes to parents, can I talk to you for a second? No, man. Please.
That's when you delegate to the assistant. The assistant coach is right here.
Exactly. Get my position coach. He'll take care of all of that. But she really kind of helps me, you know, deal with the parents. You know, when they have questions, they kind of go to her first, and she tries to answer it and kind of keep that stuff off my plate.
So, Coach, I feel like there are 25 different unofficial starts of football season. Tonight's one of them.
Right.
Now, I want to know, when does practice turn from building this year to preparing for Atlantic and that gauntlet of teams that you're facing, weeks 1, 2, 3, 0, all of that? When does the focus turn to the Atlantic Eagles?
When did we?
3 months ago.
Yeah, when did spring football end? Right?
Okay.
When did spring football end? It's unofficially. Atlantic is kind of our unofficial rivals, I guess, right now. But I can't even call it a rival. They beat me 2 times in a row. That first time we got rained out. We would have got them. But these last 2 times they've kind of got our number, and we're just trying to get over the hump and trying to figure out how to get over that hump. And they're a really good program. I mean, they have an organized program. Their players are good, and they just have grit. A lot of times I think sometimes we'll be more talented, but they find a way to win games. And especially last year when they were playing in the playoff game versus St. Thomas Aquinas. As much as I don't like them. I was rooting for them because they're Palm Beach County. You got to root for Palm Beach County. They really brought St. Thomas to their knees, and just a great program.
That's one thing I love about Top 63, and not only that, because there is a community within a community of Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast area high school sports, especially on the football side of things. At the end of the day, you're right. You hate Atlantic, but we want Palm Beach County to succeed. That looks better for everybody
all the time.
Because you got players coming through here year by year who are going to be elite college players, professional players on top of that. Talk to me a little bit about that growth explosion. We've seen how many great players have come through Palm Beach County throughout the last 30, 45 years, easy. But talk to me a little bit about that expansion in terms of there's more teams now, there's more players than ever, there's more opportunities than ever to play at the next level. You get Kaiser University right here, where a ton of players in Palm Beach County play. Getting noticed and getting opportunities to play at the next level is harder, but it's also more accessible than ever. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the stereotype has always been, in the mantra that they kind of used down south to kind of get our kids to go down south was, hey, if you want to play real football, you got to go to Miami, you got to go to Broward, which I'm from Miami. I grew up in Miami. I'm from Broward. So, I was one of those guys, too. Like, hey, listen, they don't play football in Palm Beach County. And I've been in Palm Beach County, 22 years now coaching, and we have really good football here. And, a lot of our product is organized, and, these kids are well coached. I think Palm Beach County has some of the best coaching staffs out there, and we're a lot more diverse when it comes to, schools being good and bad and things like that. And Palm Beach Central in general just does a really good job of sending kids to school.
That's the goal. Coach, last thing here, I appreciate it. Expectation for the year. What's the thing you're most looking forward to seeing, let's say, in the next 10 days between now and Kickoff Classic from your guys?
Just excited to see the guys get out there, man. I don't think you, as a teacher, you don't want the summer to end. You want to keep the summer going. But as a coach, you want to see what the work you've put in, all the effort you put in. You want to see what it is. I think we were talking to one of the other coaches. They're like, well, what's Central look like? I don't know. We'll see when they blow the whistle.
I coach them every day. I still don't even know.
I don't know. It's
Coach,
a mystery.
We appreciate it. We look forward to seeing where the 4 guys end up on the top 63 list. Looking forward to talking throughout the year. Best of luck as we kick off the season.
Thanks. I appreciate it, guys.
Coach Kevin Thompson of Palm Beach Central Football, Colin Russo, Christian Cat, taking a time out here in ESPN's Top 63 edition of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida.
Elevate your drive with the new 2026 Range Rover Velar P250S, where sleek design meets powerful performance. Lease it today for just $749 a month for 36 months, with $6,995 due at signing. This is your chance to command the road in signature Range Rover style. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and make sophistication yours. Land Rover, above and beyond.
I'm Ellie Anajar of Anajar & Levine. Injured in a car crash? Never rush to settle with insurance companies, and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anajar & Levine. Our experienced legal team will fight to win you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call me, Ellie Anajar, for a free consultation and take back control of your life. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach. Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
It's heating up fast in Palm Beach County. Hey, it's Colin, and if your AC isn't ready for the Florida heat, now is the time to call John C. Cassidy Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Since 1960, John C. Cassidy has kept homes cool and comfortable. Don't wait for a breakdown. Upgrade your system today with great financing available. Be sure to ask about the Cassidy Care Program for year-round peace of mind. Cassidy is proud to support our local community, including the YMCA and the Palm Beach Gardens Youth Athletic Association. Stay cool. Stay prepared with Cassidy Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Visit CassidyAC.com.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
We're coming to your city.
Welcome on back to High School Game Day here in the HSS Game of the Week. It's Atlantic at home hosting Palm Beach Central. It's the Eagles, it's the Broncos, it's ESPN 106.3. I am your play-by-play for the night, Christian Cat, on the call alongside the coach, Jimmy Bell. Coach, what are you looking forward here tonight? Some familiar faces on either side, some very different faces on either side. What are you anticipating?
Well, I expect both teams to play at a high level because, again, as Coach Thompson mentioned, they see each other all the time. They play well against each other. They're going to put their best foot forward here in this week 0. But nevertheless, you're trying to get the momentum going into the regular season. You want to make a statement to a powerhouse that's, both of these teams consider themselves to be powerhouses. You got to make a statement early in the season and try to get your momentum.
Both these teams took playoff losses that very easily could have been wins. They probably have been counting down the seconds to getting back on the field, back in front of their fans here tonight. You got to imagine the butterflies are kind of at an all-time high because both these teams had reason to believe that they should have been playing at least a little bit longer than they did last year.
Yeah, I agree with you. And then, what happens is you look at the offseason, and it's so long. It takes a long time to get back into action. But now you're here. Put that behind you. That's in the rearview mirror of your life. Let's move forward. Let's try to get this thing going. Week 0, stay healthy, get into the season, and try to control our own destiny. Get a playoff game at home, and then take it from there.
Atlantic starting a brand new quarterback. Of course, Lincoln Graff did graduate, as did a plethora of weapons that Lincoln Graff did graduate with last year. With a sophomore quarterback, what's important to establish early in the season?
Well, you want to try to make sure your running game is established early just to take the pressure off of him. And hopefully during camp, he was able to identify that guy he can trust. If it's a wide receiver, if it's a tight end, a running back out of the backfield, you want to try to get that one guy that can get open, make a play for you. That's you want him to be your safety valve whenever you need an opportunity to throw the ball down the field.
We've got kickoff next here live on ESPN 106.3 on the radio dial, but you can watch this game every single snap live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Go there, subscribe, and enjoy tonight's Week 0 action, the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. We'll be back with kickoff next.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing. I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
It's Theo Dorsey, and I'm feeling hot, hot, hot. Temperatures are up, but your water shouldn't be full of mystery floaties. Culligan's got your back with water testing and reverse osmosis systems to keep things clean, cool, and crisp this summer. And get this, you can try it for just $10 a month. Stay cool, stay hydrated, and stop drinking who knows what. Visit Culligan.com today to schedule your free water test.
Hey, Culligan man!
It's the summer clearance event at Greenway Kia of West Palm Beach, and they need to sell 250 new Kias by month's end. Get up to $11,000 off MSRP. New Tellurides from $38,998, and lease the 2025 Kia K4 for just $199 a month with $34.99 due at signing. Plus, get 0% financing and up to $6,000 over KVB value for your trade. Open daily at 7:30 a.m. with no hidden fees and no surprises. Visit GreenwayKiaWestPalmBeach.com today.
We want to see ya in a Greenway Kia.
Right now is the best time to upgrade because once these deals are gone, they're gone for good. Don't wait around and let someone else drive away in the Kia you've been dreaming about. Your new ride is waiting for you at Greenway Kia of West Palm Beach.
With approval to KFA, stock number SG005991. MSRP $45,235. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax tag and $9.99 admin fee. Discount includes all Kia factory rebates to dealer. Negative equity refinanced. Offers don't combine. Expires 9/15/25.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
For more than 40 years, Actors Rep has been a creative home for bold storytelling, transformative arts education, and local talent in West Palm Beach. Now, this beloved nonprofit theater is in urgent need of your help. We're raising $40,000 to keep the stage alive, and every dollar counts. Donate today at GoFundMe.com/SaveActorsRep and help us keep the curtain rising for generations to come.
Okay, pause. Literally stop your morning and pay attention because breakfast at McDonald's is popping off with deals. Right now, get a sausage McMuffin with egg for only $3. Or, brace yourself, grab a full breakfast combo in the app for just $5.49. That's hash browns, a drink, the whole delicious situation. So slide through the drive-thru, fuel up for the day, and get with it. McDonald's breakfast. It's fast, it's tasty, it's happening. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Back to school got you tight on cash? McDonald's under $4 McValue menu comes through. Pick from your favorites like a rich caramel frappe or chocolatey mocha frappe. All small frappes are just $3.50. Or grab the iconic snack wrap for just $2.99. That's right, the snack wraps you love are back. Can we take a moment to celebrate the McDonald's under $4 McValue menu? There's something for every appetite, every vibe, and every kind of day. Mickey D's comes through. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Marlins fans, it's time to celebrate your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Head to Lone Depot Park on Sunday, August 24th for Spider-Man Day. Score a special ticket package and take home an exclusive Marlins Spider-Man hoodie. Plus enjoy hot deals, exciting giveaways, and Sunday Fun Day activities for the whole family as the Fish face off against the Blue Jays. Don't miss out. Swing into the fun and secure your Spidey gear today at marlins.com/marvel.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Seconds away from kickoff here live on ESPN 106.3 and live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. The visiting team, Palm Beach Central, will get the football first. So Chance Routzen, senior quarterback, the second-ranked quarterback in this year's ESPN Top 63 rankings, will get his chance first. He was the 24th player overall in our list that was unveiled less than a week ago today. Now, Chance Routen's the only offensive player a part of that Palm Beach Central returning senior class that was on that list, but that's just where you get started in terms of their roster involvement on ESPN Top 63. 3 defenders, 3 linebackers, 3 dominant seniors on that defensive unit for Palm Beach Central. You know these names by now because we've covered enough Palm Beach Central games, and these guys are impact players. The 39th player on the ESPN Top 63 list is linebacker David Harmon. Cam Dwyer, number 11 linebacker, going to West Virginia. And joining him at West Virginia is the number 7 player on the ESPN Top 63 list, Antoine Sharp. Atlantic getting ready to kick this one away. It will be Palm Beach Central getting the football first. And away we go. From the 40, a low line drive squib kick. It makes its way to the back level and returnable eventually at the 20-yard line. At the 25, a collision of bodies and brought down right then, right there. And we are underway. Broncos ball first here live on ESPN 106.3.
Well, I can tell you that top 63 list, if I'm anything other than number one, I'm trying to get to number one. I want to say you guys are wrong. You had me all wrong. 24th, 29th, 30th, you got to be kidding me. So every week I'm going to make plays because colleges and universities all over this country are trying to find the best players. Trust me, they're coming to South Florida to get them.
Andrew Elisi is one of the players that is not on the ESPN top 63 list. He's the starting running back for Palm Beach Central. We'll see if he enters this season with a chip on his shoulder, and he'll have a quick chance to prove it now. As the first carry goes to Elisi, it goes left side, and it is dropped for a 1-yard loss. So second down and 11.
This Atlantic defense, the front seven is what they say, listen, this is our best part of our defense. We know we got guys that can cover in the secondary, but we got to get after the ball carriers, after the quarterback once he decides to play action and get in there. We got to get a lot of pressure.
Routes in the shotgun, brings a left slot man in motion. Now there's trips right. Another handoff. Elisi takes it up the middle. Tries to truck a man, pops his helmet off, but the tackle is made. Nice play that time in the hole by Dijon Smith.
You asked the question last night, Kat, who starts faster, offense or defense? Now you can see, just as I said last night, defense is always seems a step ahead of offense because the timing on the offensive side is usually a little bit behind. But defense, they just got 11 crazed guys that are flying to the football trying to make plays.
Just a 1-yard game back to the original line of scrimmage at the 25-yard line, Palm Beach Central, 3rd and 10. 11 minutes to go in the first quarter. We're just underway here for the HSS game of the week. In the shotgun, Routson brings a man from the left slot and motions back over to the left. Now Routson fires right side at the sticks. It's caught for an HSS first down and ushered out of bounds. Nice catch and conversion that time from Tiago Mendez. Mentioned before, the top 4 targets for Routson last year have graduated, so a bunch of new names are going to have to step up and show out in 2025, and Mendez does just that. It's a conversion, move the football to the 38-yard line, a solid gain to set up 1st and 10.
It's true. Guys are going to have to step up, but when you've got a quarterback that's seen as much football as Chance Routson has seen, he's going to make some plays because he knows how to throw a guy open and get him the football.
Actually an option keeper for Routson. He gets stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Not fooled that time. It is no gain on 1st and 10 from their own 38 of the Palm Beach Central offense. 2nd down and 10. Palm Beach Central wearing the black helmets and all white unis from there. Atlantic with the funeral fit. White helmets and all black from there. 10:27 to play in this first quarter. No score, just underway. First drive of the game. Palm Beach Central with the football. 2nd and 10. Line to gain is the 48. As Routson gets a play call from the sideline. He's in the shotgun with trips left. Lone receiver right on the short side of the field. The ball's on the right hash. Tailback to the left of Routson. Claps his hands, takes the snap. It's another carry. This time up the middle. And this time Atlantic fills the hole and leaves nothing to be had there for the rushing attack of Palm Beach Central. No gain, 3rd and 10.
Well, Kat, the reason that you run the ball here and early on, even though you got a quarterback that can sling it all over the field, you're trying to get the confidence of those 5 guys up front, that offensive line. Can you run block against some really tough defensive guys? And if you can, we know we can throw the ball. We've got to be able to run it down the road, especially in the playoffs.
Trips left, lone receiver right, tailback to the right of Routson. He takes a snap and drops back to pass on 3rd and 10. A swing pass. It's caught wide open. First down, cross 50, 45, 40, and out of bounds. Missed assignment there out of the backfield. Elisi makes the catch and makes the big conversion into plus territory for Palm Beach Central. 1st and 10 Broncos.
Great play call because what he did on that Elisi, he faked like he was going to block to the right side, and then he just kind of went by that guy and went up the sideline wide open. Nobody's covering him. Usually it's a linebacker watching the running back out of the backfield. He just kind of slipped out.
Tight end receiver to the right. Ball still on the right hash. 2 receivers left. Quarterback keeper on the option. Routson's got some space. Sidestep across the 30. First down, a little bit more. 20, 15, 10. Sidestep stays in bounds and brought down just short of the 5-yard line. Chance Routson with a big quarterback keeper on the option, setting up a 1st and goal situation for the Broncos.
That's a dynamic that he brings. Kind of scares me every time he runs it, though, because he's a physical guy. He's not going to go down and slide. He's not that kind of quarterback. He's going to bring it to the defender. So if you come up on Chance Routson trying to make a tackle, he's going to punish you as well.
1st and goal from the 6. 8:45 to play in the first quarter. First drive of the game, Palm Beach on offense. It's a carry. Elissi up the middle, trucking defenders, and gets brought down inside the 5. Gets about halfway there. They'll spot him at the 3. Second down and goal from the 3-yard line. Palm Beach Central last season, very good effort from Kevin Thompson's crew. Division champs in 7A District 2, District champs. A 10-2 record in 2024. Rounson takes the snap. It's another quarterback keeper. Finds the right edge, stretches forward. He's in for 6. It's a racetrack touchdown. And how about the tread in the tires on the senior quarterback, Chance Rounson? He's in for 6 and celebrates with that veteran offensive line. 6-0. Broncos strike first.
You know, he knows exactly what to do on that play. He's going to put it in the belly of the running back, and at the last moment, he snatches the ball out as soon as the defender commits himself and comes toward the running back. He knows all he has to do is break the plane of the goal, that white line, and it's a touchdown. He did a lot last year for this offense.
And on to try to boot this one through. Try to make it a 7-0 game is the point after crew for the Broncos. The snap's good. The kick is up, and it is good. There's a late flag. It appeared to have been after the play. Both teams go to their respective sidelines. This one will likely stand with penalty yardage possibly assessed on the ensuing kickoff. After the Chance Rounson 3-yard quarterback keeper on the option makes it Palm Beach Central 7, Atlantic 0. But we will get our first look at the sophomore campaign of quarterback of the Eagles, Pedro Martinez, next, here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Ivy and Fronrath, proudly representing the residents of South Florida since 1985, and proud supporter of Inter Miami on ESPN West Palm. Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath has attorneys across South Florida ready to fight for your rights. They've recovered billions for their clients, and you won't pay anything unless you win your case. If you have been injured, call the attorneys at Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath, 561-867-4117, or online at foryourrights.com. Main office in West Palm Beach.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Back here live at the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. 7-0 Palm Beach Central has the lead over Atlantic with 8:09 to play in the first quarter. Palm Beach Central very methodical on their first drive of the game. A couple of big plays. Chance Rounson, two big completions, 2 big runs. The second of which was in for 6, 3 yards out. Personal foul moves the kickoff from their own 40 to the plus 45 for Palm Beach Central. Is there an opportunity for an onside kick here, Coach, with less risk or no?
No, you just kick it out of the back. I mean, even if you got an onside kick, you don't want to show it this early in the season. You know, you just want to play regular football, kick it out of the back of the end zone. Don't give them a chance to return it.
So we will get our first look at the Atlantic offense in 2025, and that ball will be kicked out the back of the end zone to set up Atlantic at their own 20-yard line. Again, the Atlantic Eagles, it's been well documented how many departures they have after a very successful season last year. When you look at it from a glance, of course, head coach Jamal Murray would say that the job wasn't finished because they did not finish the season with a win with so many of these elite programs expecting excellence. Lincoln Graff graduated. DeAndre Desenor, running back 1, graduated. Teddy Hoffman, wide receiver 1, graduated. Shamar Scruggs, Solomon Edwards, Samuel Bryant, Kelvin McCray. The list goes on. Here is a bunch of new faces in a familiar place. Handoff goes up the middle for Atlantic on their first offensive play of the season. It's a carry for about 2.5, 3 yards on 1st and 10. It'd be 2nd and 7.
And Kat, that could be a positive, too, that you haven't seen these guys on film. So they bring an element, maybe some speed, maybe a little faster than you really think on the defensive side. So that's a good thing for Atlanta. You just got to get the guys into a good rhythm.
Carry that time was Omari St. Fort, and now the screen pass goes to the right side, and it'll be a gain on 2nd and 7. Fighting forward makes a 3rd and much more manageable. Make it 3rd down and 4 for the Atlantic offense. Atlantic wearing the all-black uniforms, white helmets. Palm Beach Central, the Broncos have black helmets and all white uniforms. Here in Week 0 action, 7:15 to play in the first quarter. 7-0 Palm Beach Central on defense with the lead. Atlantic, their first crack on offense. Here's 3rd and 4, play-action pass. Rolling left, tucking, now firing. It is deflected up in the air and falls harmlessly incomplete. That ball was in the air for a long time on the play-action attempt. But Atlantic gets to cut their losses and won't convert, but won't turn over either. Here comes the punt team onto the field for the Eagles.
I'm a defensive coordinator. I'm saying to my defensive linemen and linebackers, if you can't get there, get your hands up. Get in the throwing lane of the quarterback. Maybe you tip it up. Day one, we're working on tip drill. They almost did it there at Palm Beach Central. But the one thing I noticed, they tried to throw a little quick screen out to the right side, completed it, tried to come back to the left and do the same. We saw a lot of that last night in the Chaminade West Boca game because that's an easy throw for your quarterback.
Timeout's going to be called, brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. We'll take a timeout with them here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Broncos lead the Eagles 7-0. Palm Beach Central on top over Atlantic with 7:05 remaining in the first quarter. Be right back.
ESPN 106.3 is your home for live sports presented by Hard Rock Bet, home of Inter Miami, Miami Heat, and the Miami Dolphins. Catch all the action and the biggest matchups throughout the week right here on ESPN 106.3. Hard Rock Bet, it's Florida's official sports book. Try Hard Rock Bet now and receive up to $100 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. It's offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida, must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida. Wager terms and conditions apply. Considered by gambling. Call 1-888-ADMITTED.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Back here at Atlantic High School in Delray Beach. Punt team on the field for Atlantic on 4th and 4. It's nearly blocked, but it gets away. A solid punt that time. And the hand is waved, and it'll go all the way behind the 25-yard line. No, they're not going to call it a fair catch. Instead, it's returnable across the 30, 35, and brought down short of the 40-yard line by the Palm Beach Central return team. Coach, it looked like I saw a right hand come up, and the ball bounce and roll past the return man.
Yeah, he did, and he shouldn't have been able to return it at that point because he called for a fair catch, so the defense is going to slow up. But the officials said, hey, listen, this is week 0 for them too, so they're trying to figure this thing out as well. That's what the coaches on the Atlantic side said, listen, he called for a fair catch. He can't move, but they allowed him to run it anyway.
It's tough, and like for player safety, oftentimes, if it's questionable, you blow it dead because you don't want one guy not trying and another guy trying. All of a sudden, you've got a helmet in your chest by a guy who thinks the play is alive and another who does not think the play is alive. Right. It's 1st and 10 for the Palm Beach Central offense. They'll be setting up shop on their own 40-yard line as Chance Routson jogs back on out with his Bronco crew. 6:51 to play in the first quarter. Palm Beach Central football leading 7-0 as they try to tack onto the league. And yes, head coach Jamel Murray is pleading the cause that we're talking about from here in the booth. If we saw it from up here, I got to imagine from field level, it feels even more egregious.
Yeah, it should be a delay of game once he does that because if he moves, then he shouldn't be able to run the football because you could fake it, move, don't get the ball, and then go get it. I don't like that. But maybe that's something, a rule that kind of escapes me because I thought they would have blown it dead.
And Murray lets bygones be bygones, picks his battles, and jogs back to the sideline. It's Palm Beach Central on 1st and 10. Play action pass routes into the slant route across the middle. It's deflected at the line and incomplete.
So
2nd and 10.
So I'm sorry about that, but you get a window of opportunity. First window, second window. Chance Routson knows that's going to open very quickly, but the defense also knows. So as soon as he comes up and draws the football, they're going to put their hands up, even though they can't get to him. That's the reason they would get a deflection on that play.
2nd and 10. Line to gain is midfield. Broncos ball. Broncos lead 7-0. Routson with trips right, lone receiver left, takes a snap, looking left, but this play is blown dead before it begins. Reminder, if you're listening on ESPN 106.3 on your FM dial, or maybe you downloaded, fortunately, the ESPN South Florida app, and you're listening to this game, you can actually watch it live on YouTube. We've got our camera crew on site giving you every single snap, every single touchdown, every single tackle, live and in color. The best high school football coverage around is right here on ESPN West Palm, on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Trips right, lone receiver left. Routson fumbles the snap, and he gets brought down behind the line of scrimmage. It's a sack mark the football at the 31-yard line. It's a big loss of 9 yards, setting up 3rd and a mile.
Some of those early season woes, again, the snap between center and quarterback. If you got a guy over the center, he's really concentrating on making that block. So sometimes he snaps it just to the right or just to the left. We saw last night a little too low, hit the quarterback in the knee for Wes Boca. He had a chance to get some points on that drive. So it happens. You just got to iron those kind of things out.
3rd down and 19. Ball's at the 31. Line to gain is midfield. Routon commanding his offense. He's got his tailback Ulysses to the left. Lone receiver left as well, and trips right. Routon drops back to pass. Pressure on both sides. Fires it down the far sideline. Incomplete. Overshoots his intended receiver to Jaden St. Fort. Incomplete pass will set up 4th and long. And after we saw Atlantic go 3 and out, Palm Beach Central goes 3 and out. And large to the blame of the fumbled snap on 2nd down. So punt team onto the field for the first time in 2025 for Palm Beach Central. 5:56 to play, just halfway through this first quarter. 7-0 Palm Beach Central as Atlantic will get the football back, trying to improve upon their opening season 3 and out. Coach, we talked about it beforehand when speaking about Atlantic last season. They really had St. Thomas Aquinas on the ropes, and that might be underselling. They had a multiple score lead in the second half in that game, and this ball's punted away. It will not be returned initially, but yes, it will. 40, 45, sidestep, still on his feet, and brought down at the 49-yard line. Good field position for the Atlantic Eagles as they try to get their first HSS first down of their season. I was getting at Atlantic losing to St. Thomas Aquinas in double overtime in the state quarterfinals, 49-42. And of course, St. Thomas Aquinas, they ended up blowing out their opponent in the state championship game. And, you know, nationwide, people recognize the prestige of St. Thomas Aquinas. That speaks to how successful and how great last year's Atlantic team was, and how good of a spot Atlantic's in going forward.
Yeah, and that's what you want. You want to build off of that. You got to close out those games. It kind of reminds me years ago when I was coaching at Suncoast and we played against Glade Central, who had won 47 games in a row. I called the coach of Rockledge High School who beat him the previous year in the playoffs, Chuck Wood, and I said, what do you do to beat a team like that? He said, listen, coach, I heard you guys are going to be pretty good this year, but let me tell you something. If you get a lead, you better act like you got a lead. Yeah. And don't take your foot off. He said, put both feet on the brakes and hold your head back and just go. And that's what we did. And that's what you have to do against a St. Thomas. Once you get them down, you got to just kill them like an ant with a sledgehammer. You got to beat them because they're coming back. They've got enough talent. They're going to play at that level, and they'll never say die football team.
And absolutely, and you as a program, as a coaching staff, when it doesn't go your way, when the traditional power does mount that comeback, you've got to fight off the urge to think that was our chance, because your chance is the next season, and your chance after that will be the season after that. So Atlantic tries to build to be a repeating competitor in Class 7A. In the shotgun, sophomore quarterback Pedro Martinez takes a snap, fakes the handoff, and now it's a throw to the left side. Caught, gets a 4-yard gain, and he still stays on his feet as a host of tacklers from the Palm Beach Broncos bring him down, and he fights forward for a 5-yard gain into plus territory to the 45-yard line, 2nd and 5.
So we're early in the season, and that's good play calling because you want to get a quick pass out. A lot of young guys don't know the offense. They're trying to learn. One read, get it to your guy in the slot, try to make a play and help your offense.
Of course, we talk about that stout linebacker core of Palm Beach Central. They can cover and they can tackle, and there is a timeout called on the field before we snap this 2nd and 5 coming up for the Atlantic offense. It's a timeout brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. 7-0 Palm Beach Central on top of Atlantic here with 5:26 to play in the first quarter. Atlantic with the football and plus territory with the 2nd and 5 next here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Safebound Moving and Storage is growing. We're looking for new movers and drivers who lead by example, show up ready, and take pride in their work. If you're dependable, willing to learn, and thrive in a fast-paced environment, you'll fit right in. This isn't just a job, it's a career. Do you have what it takes? If so, visit safeboundmoving.com to apply today. safeboundmoving.com.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing. I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
5:08 to play in the first quarter. The second and 5 is a catch made, stretching for the first down, but brought down just short. The tackle made by Cam Dwyer. 3rd and 1, line to gain. It's the 40 and plus territory. It's a quarterback sneak. And fighting through and going all the way for a touchdown. A Houdiniac. What a play by Pedro Martinez. He just got lost in the fold. I've never seen something like that in my life. Pedro Martinez, all 5'11", 175 pounds of him, just disappeared for 3 seconds, reappeared 10 yards into the defensive backfield, and rushes for 6 on a quarterback sneaker. 41 yards for 6, and Atlantic has their first touchdown of the season.
Well, that's why the coach tells defense, get ready, get down. They're not talking to you when the ball is snapped. You got to be ready to play football. On the Palm Beach Central side, they'll tell you. Kevin Thompson will say, listen, we weren't ready to play football on that play. They beat us to the punch, and that's why Martinez went up the right sideline, literally untouched.
6-7 now, as Atlantic is trying to tie the game up with this point after. Snap, hold, kick is a low line drive, but it is pure enough to make its way through and give us the tie game. A miraculous racetrack touchdown by Pedro Martinez. Everyone kind of was quiet for 3 seconds, and then all of a sudden you see 15 with, of course, no safety, no linebacker. Everybody was within 1 yard of the line of scrimmage, except for Pedro Martinez when he found his way through 4-6. Again, a 41-yard scamper from the sophomore quarterback of the Eagles. 4:55 to play in the first quarter. And a quick moment to tell you about Kaiser University, because the Kaiser Seahawks are all about championships on the field and in the classroom. 26 national championships, including the men's tennis team capturing their first ever NAI title, and a three-peat for the men's lacrosse. Both of those happened just last spring. Kaiser football, they kick off their season on August 30th. We're going to get to the NAIA championship game for the 3rd straight year. The Seahawks flag football team also comes off a trip to the NAIA national championship, and they won the whole dang thing 2 years ago. Get the latest in the championship Kaiser Seahawk athletic programs at kuseahawks.com. 4:55 remaining in this first quarter. 7-7, all tied up between Atlantic and Palm Beach Central. We'll see how the Palm Beach Central offense will answer that quick strike from Atlantic. It's kicked deep this time, no squib, and it's returnable from the 6-yard line. Across the 15, 20, 25, broken tackle, still on his feet, across the 35, and brought down just short of the 40-yard line. Nice return that time by Palm Beach Central, and some words exchanged by both special team units, but cooler heads prevail, and Palm Beach Central will take over on offense in a tie ball game.
Palm Beach Central will take over. It'll be 1st and 10 Broncos.
So 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. Reminder, you can watch this game on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Make sure you subscribe to that YouTube channel and get the most in-depth, educated, vast coverage of high school sports, specifically football this time of year, across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. You got to imagine this might not be the last time we see Palm Beach Central or Atlantic before 2025 comes to a close. 1st and 10 from their own 38. Here's Chance Routson for the Broncos at quarterback. Throws a swing pass out to the left side, and it is stuffed. Flag on the play, and it will be a 7-yard loss before we see what the results of the penalty flag is. That Atlantic defense gets home. We're not fooled whatsoever on that throw to the running back outside.
You know, both teams are trying some short passes to get the rhythm with the quarterbacks. Even though Chance Routson has seen a lot of football, you've got to get his guys used to the ball coming to them in space. They've done it in practice. it's not the same rhythm as you do in a live contest like this. They call a hold on that because, again, as a receiver, you got to allow that guy. He tried to go up the field. He grabbed him. The officials were right on it. You can kind of decline it if you will because you had a 7-yard loss on that play.
Trips right for the Broncos of Palm Beach Central. 2nd down and 17. Routson in the shotgun, hands it off Alicia. Left side, got a gaping wide hole. 45 across the sticks for an HSS first down. It gets brought down directly at midfield. A solid gain on 2nd and a mile to move the chains for Palm Beach Central. The HSS first down gives Palm Beach Central the ball at midfield. 2 receivers right, lone receiver left. Palm Beach Central loved to throw the football last year, but they are pounding the ground here early this year. 1st and 10. Routson takes a snap. He drops back to pass. Screen, it's incomplete. Looking for Andrew Alissi, who had a lot of space and a lot of room to run, and possibly, if that throw was on target, he is in the end zone dancing for 6, but that is not the case. It's an incomplete pass, and it's 2nd and 10.
Well, it's the same play they ran earlier where he went up the right sideline. This time they sent him up the left, just on a little wheel route. He's wide open, but Chance Rousing doesn't have the time because the pressure got there. The offensive lineman, they let him go a little too early, give him a chance to put the ball out, a little air up under it, and like you said, you got 6.
4:15 to play in the first quarter, all tied 7 apiece. Routson in the shotgun, hands the ball off. Alissi in the backfield, gets stuffed. A couple of Atlantic Eagles are home to deny the 2nd and 10 run to set him behind the sticks for 3rd and 14. First man there making the tackle was Cameron Owens. The DT senior stands at 5'11", 284, denies the 2nd down run. 3rd and long for Palm Beach Central.
You know, I'm a high school football player in any part of the country. I don't know how this thing is going to play out for me, but I've got to put my best film out right now because colleges are out looking for guys that can play on Saturday. You got to play some good football against quality teams.
Routson takes a snap on 3rd and 14. Across the middle, incomplete. Ooh, nearly intercepted. Terrell Wilson was there, deflecting the pass across the middle on 3rd and 14, and it will be a 4th and 14 with the punt team coming out of the field for Palm Beach Central as the Atlantic Eagles get a stop.
You know, Wilson goes back on film study, number 4. He's going to say to himself, I should have had a pick 6 because the ball was right there. He just, I guess he saw the guy, and then at the last second he saw the football, but he should have very easily had it going up the left sideline.
3:33 to play in the first quarter of the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball Baez and Prather on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. It's all tied up. The punt is a high pop-up to shortstop. It'll bounce at the 35-yard line and take a Palm Beach, an Atlantic hop, check up about 4 yards, and it'll be good field position for the Atlantic Eagles as they'll have the football on their own 38-yard line, and there is penalty flag on the field. We'll see if it'll hurt or help the Atlantic offense. Feels good to be back in the press box for high school football season, and all coverage will remain on these airwaves of ESPN 106.3 on the FM dial with the ESPN app, specifically the ESPN South Florida app, where you can listen live 24/7 to ESPN West Palm, and also follow along with all of our high school football coverage along the area on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. The on-field highlights will be posted, and the full game is being broadcasted live right here, right now. Had a fun clash of state champions last night, live streamed on that YouTube channel, where we saw Chaminade Madonna travel up north from Hollywood to take on reigning state champion West Boca in a fun one. And, of course, this game right here, right now is being broadcasted live on ESPN Top 63's YouTube channel.
You know, Kat, the officials are trying to sort it out. But let me tell you something I just witnessed by Jamal Murray as a head coach. His kid comes off the field, gets into a little fisticuff with the Palm Beach Central player. He could have very easily let him go off and sulk about it, but he grabbed him, made him go back to the official and apologize. I don't know that that will fix that in terms of the penalty. But what it does is it says, hey, we've got respect for what you're out there doing because you've got a tough job as an official. And that's something that as a young coach I didn't do, but I like to see that understand. You understand what he's trying to do as a coach, just keep everything calm, and he's under control.
Yeah, in control and keeping team accountable. I think that's a lot of respect from the fellows in stripes, seeing that from their coach, because you kind of see it all the time in every level of sport.
Yeah.
If a head coach is maybe laying into an official in excessive amounts, the team will follow suit.
Yes, sir.
And they will not view the opposite sideline as the enemy, but they'll treat the official like the enemy, and that's not anything you want in any level of sport, especially when you have guys that are at this level and referees is dwindling. That's why you have games on Thursday, is it not? Because not enough guys and gals are signing up to want to officiate these high school sporting events.
That's true, because, again, a lot of the expectations from parents, coaches, I was one of those guys. I was on the sideline fighting for my kids, but didn't understand the position these officials are in. They're just out here trying to, one, call a game that they love, and two, make a living, but they're not out here to be beat on. And so they're human too. They make mistakes. They don't always make the right call. It happens, but you just have to understand you yelling and screaming and cursing is not going to change anything. So you have to show them the utmost respect, and then eventually it'll reciprocate, back to you as a coach and a player.
1st and 10 for the Atlantic offense. Remember, their last drive ended with a 41-yard touchdown run that was a quarterback sneak to try to get a first down conversion on 3rd and 1. But Martinez back in the shotgun, takes a snap, pulls it out of the belly of his running back and rushes off the left tackle and gets brought down past the sticks, right past the original line of scrimmage, and only gains about a yard, maybe 2. But there is going to be a penalty on the flag, and all indications are telling us it's against the offensive line of Atlantic to back them up behind the sticks to set up 1st and 20.
Yeah, you're going to get a hold call there, but again, you get Martinez. He's riding that ball in the belly of the running back, and at the 11th hour, last moment, he's going to pull it out. The defender goes toward the running back. That's a read option. It takes a talented guy to do that, a patient guy, and definitely a guy with some wheels, and he's done a pretty good job of that so far.
3:26 remaining in this first quarter. 1st and 20. Now for the Atlantic Eagle offense. Ball's at the 29-yard line, lined against the 49. Two-back set. They motion one of the left backs into the right side. It's a carry to the right back off the left tackle across the 35 and brought down right around there to say his knee down and went down, and the football was at the 35-yard line. It's a modest gain to set up 2nd down and 14.
Looks like it'll be 2nd down and about
Under 3 to play here in the first quarter. Atlantic with the football in a tie ball game. Martinez in the shotgun, a bunch receiver right close to the line on the right side. They'll fake the toss that direction. Instead, it's a pass. Martinez fires it. 2nd level, deflected and incomplete. Nearly a catch was made by Javari Bradley. Went off his fingertips, but there is going to be a penalty called by the defensive backfield of Palm Beach Central. It probably was on the defense of Bradley, who was the intended target. Maybe when he was trying to make his break, someone grabbed a jersey.
He did, and again, anytime you impede the progress of a receiver, trying to catch the football, the official, if you change his direction, they're going to make that call. Sometimes you can be right there, but they're definitely going to make that call if you change his direction and he can't get to the football.
If a 1st down offensive holding call is a drive killer, a 2nd down defensive holding call can be a resuscitator to the offensive drive, as now it is 1st and 10 from the 50. Atlantic with the football. 2 receivers to the right, lone receiver left. Man put in motion from the offensive backfield. It's a handoff. Right side across the 50. Stutter step, still staying on his feet, and a big hit taken for a 4-yard gain. Atlantic keeps the ball on the ground on the 1st and 10 carry. It was Darion Darby on that carry. He's a junior. Can play a couple of different places. Listed an athlete in the roster for Atlantic. 2:15 to play in this first quarter. They've seen 2 touchdowns so far, both on the quarterback carries. 2 very different style of plays. It's a quarterback keeper this time. Martinez fights across the 45-yard line, and a flag comes in as the tackle's being made. It's a 2-yard gain, setting up 3rd down and 5 before this penalty is levied.
2 minutes left in the first quarter.
One thing, Kat, that always, when you're coaching, you kind of hold your breath every time your quarterback goes into a pile like that, because usually the second guy is not as good as the first guy. The only team in this county that I've seen run a platoon is West Boca, and they do a really good job at it. But usually you don't have a second guy that's as good as the first. So got to be very careful, especially in this early part of the season.
And, you know, Martinez isn't exactly Big Ben Roethlisberger or Cam Newton out there standing at 6'7", 225 pounds, where he's got a lot of meat on his bones. Smaller kid, a younger kid, possibly more vulnerable kid when it comes to injury to these big, bad linebackers the Broncos have. Nearly a fumbled snap. Martinez tries to make something out of nothing across the 40-yard line. And I forgot to mention, by the way, it was a defensive penalty that gave a first down to Atlantic. That was 1st and 10. Martinez rushes for 5 yards on the broken play to set up 2nd and 5 from the 35-yard line in plus territory. Line to gain is the 30. Atlantic with the football at the 35. Martinez still has a 2-back set, hard count, and a flag comes out. You know, I saw a flinch there from the defensive line. Didn't flinch too far forward, but just enough to get into that neutral zone.
Yeah, and they're going to call it every time because, again, if you start a play and you make the offensive guy move, they're going to call you for a false start, and that's what he did. He got in the neutral zone, essentially, his head over the ball, so that's why they called it.
Timeout called on the field. It's brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. We'll take a break here on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. 1:22 to play in the first quarter, all tied up at 7 apiece.
What if every use of your debit card turns spare change into something meaningful, like growing your savings and supporting local community causes? With Flagler Credit Union's Impact Checking with Everyday Change, your spare change can have big impact. Each transaction can be rounded up to grow your savings and support nonprofits that provide meals, shelter, and essential services locally. Make an impact in your life and in your community. Open your Impact Checking account today. Insured by NCUA, official credit union of Florida Atlantic University Athletics.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
1:22 remains in this first quarter of kickoff classic action. It's week 0, and it doesn't count for the record books, but it counts in terms of making your team better, and maybe even more importantly, bragging rights. Play action pass. Martinez, near sideline, incomplete.
Intended for number 6, incomplete.
Incomplete pass will set up 2nd down and 10. The ball's at the 30-yard line. Line to gain is the 20.
You know, I love it because so often the officials will make that call, interference, but both guys were fighting. They're jogging for position. The ball was thrown perfectly. Martinez put it right where it needed to be. The defender made a defensive play just as well, trying to get it out of there, and they didn't call a pass interference, just let them fight for the football.
In the shotgun, Martinez on 2nd and 10 rolls to his right on the play action, firing towards the sideline. Nobody's there. Just tries to cut the losses and set up 3rd and 10. And Martinez, just a sophomore, kind of showing really good football IQ for someone his age.
Yeah, I love it because think about it this way. A few years ago, you couldn't throw that ball out of bounds. Now the coaches go and they lobby to the FHSAA and say, listen, we need to be able to throw the ball away to protect the quarterback because we're getting guys hurt because they got to hold on to the football. He did a great job of getting rid of that ball and saving some yardage.
Ball's at the 30, in plus territory. Atlantic with the ball in a tie ball game, 7-7. Line to gain is the 20. Martinez in the shotgun. The ball's on the right hash mark. Lone receiver right. Trips left. The tailback in the backfield is Darian Darby. Martinez gets a signal from a sideline. Takes a snap, looking left. Fakes the bubble screen across the middle. It's going to be caught. HSS first down and inside the 10. The catch was made that time by Justin Barrera. It's 1st and goal, Atlantic.
Martinez is growing up right in front of our eyes because a lot of times when a guy has a guy wide open, he tries to throw the ball too hard, but he stepped right into it. Nice, easy pass, put it on his receiver, threw him open because there was a defender behind him, so he had to put it out in the front, protect him.
1st and goal from the 8, bouncing it outside, trying to get back to the line of scrimmage, and unable to do that. Amari St. Fort is the tailback on the carry. 2nd and goal. And they'll move the football all the way back to the 10-yard line. Atlantic's offense just getting better with every snap, it appears. It started off a little bit slow at the 3 and out, but have gotten better since then. Atlantic with the ball at the 10-yard line, 1st and goal. It's a fade route, near corner, jump ball, a lot of contact, and a flag is thrown. Looks to be defensive pass interference against Palm Beach Central, as it looked like you kind of had the receiver get wrapped up in a bear hug.
You did. This time the officials called it, but what made it happen for the offense is the receiver fought back for the football. So you go back through the defender, he then has to jump into you, and that's what the officials are looking at, and that's what they call.
11 seconds remain in this first quarter. Stay right here when this quarter comes to a close. We're going to throw it back to the booth in West Palm Beach, headquarters of ESPN West Palm, where we will have a score update from all across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Of course, the games don't count for the record of either team, but they matter to see who's good this year, who's taking a step back, who's taking a step forward.
11 seconds left in the
Two-back
first
set.
quarter of this kickoff classic for
A receiver to the left, tight end, receiver to the right, to quarterback Pedro Martinez. Second and goal from the 5. Rolling, firing, left side, caught at the 5-yard line and get upended just short of the goal line. They'll call him down. The ball got loose, but they're blowing this play dead, and that appears to be the right call. It looked like the knee, the hip, the shoulders were on the ground, and then the ball came out afterwards. Down at the 1-yard line, 3rd and goal from that spot.
Now this is where Atlantic should have taken that same formation that Martinez scored on before, run to the line of scrimmage. The quarter's over, but you take that same formation and go up and line up because they didn't adjust to it before the Palm Beach Central.
Let's head back to the City Place Studios, the headquarters of ESPN West Palm, to Colin Russo for in-game updates and score updates from across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. What do you got, Colin?
Appreciate it, Christian. So what I got are a couple scores outside of the Palm Beach Central Atlantic game of the week. Benjamin up over Dwyer, 14-0 last we heard in that one. Dr. Joaquin Garcia starting out hot. Those are my guys. 24-0 over Okeechobee, Palm Beach Gardens. Down to Spanish River, 7-0. So you get Spanish River up 7-0. Joaquin Garcia up 24-0. Benjamin up 14-0 over Dwyer. And then, of course, our HSS game of the week, which Christian's got you covered on. See you at halftime, Christian.
Thank you, Colin. Great journalistic integrity, picking a favorite school across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. I gotta love it, Colin. We have 12 minutes remaining in the first half of the HSS game of the week, supported by Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, all tied up, of course, as you just heard from Colin, between Palm Beach Central and Atlantic. So, Coach, whenever you encounter these teams, it's not the NFL. There are new faces every single year in every single program. Has anything caught you by surprise on either side of the football for either team so far?
Well, being that Martinez is so young, only a sophomore, his ability to throw the receivers open. And what I mean by that, a lot of times quarterbacks want to throw the football as hard as they can. He's throwing a nice catchable football, putting it out where his guys they can catch the football and giving them an opportunity to make yards after the catch.
3rd and goal from the 1-yard line. Quarterback sneak formation. Martinez takes a snap, fights forward. Did he get in? Yes, he did. Touchdown Atlantic. First play of the second quarter, and the Eagles take a 13-7 lead before the point after is attempted.
That's that formation I was talking about just before we ended the quarter. Just line up. They didn't adjust to it before. So all you're doing is what we used to call a tight two wedge, running right up the middle of the field. Everybody's pushing. You can't aid the quarterback in terms of pushing him, but you can get in there and start blocking people, and that's what they did on that play.
Tell you what, I feel like when you go up in class in the state of Florida, oftentimes you'll also see an up in size of guys who are in the trenches. And it's been well documented how good the linebacker core of Palm Beach Central is. And for a smaller school, Atlantic, to win battles in the trenches, that has got to be very optimistic to see if you are the Eagles sideline on those goal line formations and goal line situations, as the sophomore quarterback Martinez is able to fight his way in for 6 for the touchdown, brought to you by Racetrack. The point after was blocked and stuffed down, erased. It's no good, and Atlantic will hold on to their 13-7 lead here with 11:55 to play in the first half. Coach, now Palm Beach Central will get the football back. Chance Routson will get the football back. Had a fumbled snap doom their last drive. And are those the type of mistakes that you kind of pencil in if you're being real as a sideline when you get to a week 0 action?
Well, it's going to happen. The question is, how do they bounce back from it? So coaches talk about sudden change all the time. What happens when this happens? What do you do? Chance Routson is that guy. He's a senior quarterback, but he's got a lot of young guys around him. The question is, how can he now take his guys and put them in position to be successful? Martinez has done it on the Atlantic side. He has the experience, more game experience, big game experience, but the question is, can he do it with his guys? And we'll see on this next drive.
Palm Beach Central will get the football back. Atlantic kicking it away from their own 40. Again, that quarterback sneak for 6 was the first play of the second quarter to give Atlantic that 6-point lead. This one's kicked deep. It'll be returnable from the 4-yard line, and here come the Broncos return team across the 10, 15, going to the right sideline and brought down short of the 20-yard line. Good job done that time by the Atlantic Eagles special teams crew. And a flag is thrown at the very end of the play. Some extracurriculars involving a couple of special teamers. And I saw Palm Beach Central Broncos hands go up saying, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah.
And then you saw the flag come in after that. So I'm going to use some educated guess to say it's against Atlantic based on that body language. We'll see if my assumption is fair.
You know, a lot of times in games like this, you're going to get a lot of chippiness because guys want to prove it. I'm the man of the hour, right? And a lot of these games are won in social media, won and lost in social media. There's a lot of talking back and forth. You know, we can do this, you can do this. We'll see it on the field, but at the end of the day, don't allow your players, if you're Thompson or Murray, to get caught up in that, because those penalties right there, eventually you get 2 of those and you're going to be ejected for at least 1 to 3 games.
And it is going to be against the home team, against Atlantic. Palm Beach Central moves the football from their own about 17-yard line all the way up to the 32. So Chance Rounson with a bit of a head start on this offensive drive. In the shotgun, ball on the right hash, trips left. It's a fumbled handoff. Rounson just gets it back. That was maybe a run-pass option. It was an option of some kind because running back and quarterback were on the wrong page. Rounson kind of pushed it into the stomach of the running back and then decided, give me that football back. Running back Ulysses thought he was on a carry and the ball ends up on the ground. Fortunately for Palm Beach Central, it is not a turnover. They'll settle for a 4-yard loss, move the football to the 28, 2nd and 14.
That's all timing. Again, the running back has to know the quarterback will determine if you're going to get the ball or not. He tried to snatch it out, and Rounson tried to pull it back.
Rounson throwing a screen across the middle of the field. It's a little bit too low and incomplete. Pressure in the face by design of the offense for Palm Beach Central, trying to get that D-line to rush upfield and create space on the screen, but the throw from Rounson had to get over the D lineman and to his intended target. It just was a little bit too short.
Well, you're going to give him a 2 count, 1001, 1002, and then you let him go. They just let him go on a 1 count. So if you hold him 1 step longer, 1 count longer, he's wide open as the receiver because it is a screen. It's a design play to let him go up the field.
3rd and 14, Rounson in the shotgun. Probably going to be a pass. Trips left, he takes a snap, drops back to pass, looking right. Firing to the swing route. It's caught. HSS first down. 50 out of bounds past midfield. Beautifully designed play that time for the Palm Beach Broncos. On the catch that time, it was running back Andrew Ulysses. And a big conversion that time for the Broncos offense. That's a play they really kind of needed to get some wind in the sails and feel good about this side of the football.
Well, that's the 3rd time they run that. They missed it 1 time. They hit it up the right sideline, the first time out. But, again, that running backs continue to sneak out of the backfield.
Back to Ulysses. Carry up the middle, and he stopped at the line of scrimmage. They're going to spot him at the 50, and it will be 2nd and 10 for Palm Beach Central's offense.
And you're going to see it again because if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So what happens is that the linebackers get caught looking at the play action, looking in the backfield. So when the running back can come out of there and nobody's got him, what you do is just drop it right on him, put it right on him like a tight end, and he's going to catch the football and get up the field.
2nd and 10, Palm Beach with the football, Atlantic on defense. Atlantic has a 13-7 lead over Palm Beach, the road team. Rounson in shotgun, steps up, heavy pressure, fires to the right side flats. Ulysses makes the catch and gets a 4-yard gain, brought down before he goes out of bounds. 3rd down and 6 coming up for Palm Beach Central. They are now in plus territory, trying to tie or take the lead, or at least get some more points on the scoreboard here on their first possession of the second quarter. Some good pocket awareness that time from Chance Rounson. Had pressure from both edges, stepped up, didn't completely concede the thought of throwing the football, instead found his man underneath because he could probably say, get my football in the running back hands rather than mine. Better chance to gain more yardage. As Rounson rolling to his left, the right-handed quarterback fires to the sideline. It's caught 1 yard deep past line of scrimmage and going nowhere further than that. It's a 1 yard gain that time for the Broncos, setting up 4th down and 5.
That's what you see a lot in the early part of the season, missed tackles. And both of these teams have done a great job of tackling, coming up, getting off blocks, making sure that the guy doesn't get any yards after he catches the football.
Coach, if I were to tell you you can have one of these things but not both, and you want to win a state championship or compete for a state championship, would you rather have more returning seniors on defense or returning seniors on offense?
Always defense, because they're going to set the tone. Those are the guys that are going to make plays. We talked last night as we saw the West Boca game. I told you at some point Chaminade is going to come up and try to snatch the football out. 2 plays later they did, and that's where that experience comes in.
Palm Beach punts it away as the Central offense off the field. Atlantic offense joins us onto the field here at Atlantic High School. Punt goes out of bounds, and the official will walk this one on up. And we'll wait the official spot of where that ball crossed on over. It'll be inside the 20 at the 17-yard line. That is where the Atlantic Eagle offense will take over. They had a methodical touchdown drive their last time onto the field. Atlantic 13, Palm Beach Central 7, with 8:46 to play in the first quarter here on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube. Watching us live, ESPN Top 63. Thank you so much for joining us digitally or on that FM dial. 1st and 10 from the 17. Atlantic on their own half of the field. Slot man brought in motion from the Trips left side. Martinez, quick pass on the bubble screen left side. Wrapped up and brought down for a tackle for loss. Great play that time made by Javon Thatcher. Hatcher makes the tackle in the backfield of Atlantic, putting them behind the sticks. Loss of around 4. 2nd and long. Same formation with those bunched trip receivers on the left side and a lone receiver to the right for sophomore quarterback Pedro Martinez. Barking orders, Martinez takes a snap, play action pass, slant route, could be caught for a gain across the middle. It's not enough for a first down, but it makes this 3rd down a whole lot more manageable. They'll spot the football at the 23. Line to gain is the 28. 3rd down and 5.
You know, so often you see young quarterbacks hold the football. Martinez caught the ball. As soon as it touched his hand, he got it out of there, and that's a sign of a guy, like as I mentioned earlier, who's growing up right in front of our eyes, because a lot of times they want to hold it and throw it real hard and wait till the last minute, and then that gives a defensive guy a chance to make a play.
3rd and 5, Martinez rolling left, firing left, incomplete to a vacated area on almost a flood route scheme that time for Atlantic. It'll be 4th down and 4, as the official spot was the 24, and the line to gain is the 28. Punt team coming onto the field for Atlantic as they will turn that ball back to Palm Beach Central. 7:34 to play in the first quarter. Atlantic going to boot this one away. Atlantic 13, Palm Beach Central 7. Fun one here, just a couple of Palm Beach County teams trying to have some bragging rights in week 0. The snap's good, the catch is fine, and the punt is to the middle of the field and returnable at the 33-yard line. One broken tackle, but he'll just get to the 35 on the return. And Chance Routson and the Palm Beach Central Broncos will take over there with 7 minutes and 25 seconds to play here in the first half.
You know, let me give Chance his props as well, because on that last drive, he did some things just like Martinez, threw some nice balls, gave his offense a chance. And, you know, you see quarterbacks on every level. They find a way to get their rhythm in a game. They get hot. Then coaches have to know to keep going to that guy, because don't go to the well too many times, but go to that guy because he has a hot hand. And so this offense has to, it's going to be rallied around him. Where he goes this year, so will the Palm Beach Central offense.
1st and 10 from the 35. Palm Beach Central on the road at Atlantic has the football, and they're down by 6. Routson in the shotgun. Has 2 receivers left. Ball on the left hash. It's a play action. It's going to be a quarterback keeper on the action. 40, 45. HSS first down and a tackle made just past the sticks. Routson with the quarterback keeper on the option to move the chains.
You know, they got him listed at 6'3", 200 pounds. But he better get down. And I'm telling him as a coach, hey, listen, I'm coaching you up, baby. I want you to be here in week 10 and week 11. You can't continue to take those hits because this one little wrong move could get you hurt. So he's very valuable to his offense. He's got to be smarter than that.
And if you're watching on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, it wasn't a hard hit from a player that Routzen just took. It was a hard hit to the ground. It was an awkward tackle that had his feet swept out from under him, where his upper body hit the ground first. It's another option this time. It's a handoff to Elisi up to the 50, and it'll get stopped right there at midfield. A 4-yard gain on 1st and 10, set up 2nd and 6. Line to gain is the plus 44.
Yeah, and I say that not that the running back position isn't valuable or wide receiver, but you usually have 2, 3, 4 guys at those positions. Most of the times you got one good quarterback. You've got to keep that guy protected by calling the right plays that will protect him as well.
2 receivers left, 1 receiver right, and a pistol formation. Routzen takes a snap, hands it off. Elisi gets wrapped up just at the line of scrimmage, gains 1 yard from a 2nd and 6 to a 3rd and 5. Now past midfield for the Palm Beach Central offense. Halfway through this second quarter, 6 minutes to go until halftime. The halftime report brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage. That's where Colin Russo will take things over back at our City Place studios in West Palm Beach and brief you on what's going on around Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast as far as the Friday night lights go in Week 0 play. Trips left, lone receiver right. Routzen, quick pass, right side on the curl. It's caught. It's a 1st down. Is that a curl route or maybe a hitch route on the outside? Either way, it was a catch and conversion for Palm Beach Central. 1st and 10 from the 43-yard line.
Just a quick out route, timing. It's all about timing, right? So Chance Rouston's going to get to his top of his throw. He's going to get the football out before he ever comes out of the route. You have to because the defender will break on it. So you throw it to the outside shoulder. If he doesn't catch it, it goes outside.
It will be a hydration break. Place that knows a thing or two about hydration is Sports Certified by Vitacost. And they bring you every single time out this 2025 ESPN West Palm High School Game Day season. We'll take a 30-second break here as well, live on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube. Watch the game on ESPN Top 63.
This is the Inter Miami save of the game.
Right side of the box. This is lobbed in to the right area of the box, and a header is saved by Ustari, diving to his left and swiped it away from the far post and out of play across the end line. Oscar Ustari fully extended.
Brought to you by PNC Bank. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
5:47 remains in this first half of the kickoff classic action between Palm Beach Central and the Atlantic Eagles. Palm Beach Central has the football, trailing by 6. It's 13-7. Palm Beach Central with the football in the plus 43. 1st and 10 for the Bronco offense. A senior quarterback, Chance Routzen, in the shotguns. Got 2 receivers left. Lone receiver right. Takes a snap and fumbles the football. Ball still loose. Who's got it? Another fumbled running back, quarterback transaction, and the Atlantic Eagles take over.
It's all about timing. Again, you get in there and you hold that ball to the last moment if you change routes, but you got to know when to pull it. He's got to put both hands on the end of that football. That way the running back can't snatch it out of his hand because he's pulling on it too, trying to get it because he sees a defender coming at him.
1st and 10 for Atlantic. This game started storming out of the gates for Palm Beach Central. And after that first drive, things have flipped. It's been all Atlantic since Chance Routzen opened up scoring with a 3-yard quarterback rush for 6. Now it's Atlantic with the football on their own 43-yard line. The carry goes to the right side, and nothing going there. Just a short gain of about a yard. 2nd and 9 now coming up.
The question is here, almost in the 4-minute offense, how do you finish this half, your Martinez? He's played well as a young quarterback. I saw some really good things from him. The question is, how do you finish? Do you try to take your team down and get points on this drive, or do you make those young mistakes that most quarterbacks do?
Line to gain his pass, 50 to the 48. Swing pass, left side, caught behind the line of scrimmage. Cutting off field. How about the speed of the skill players of Atlantic? Brought down 1 yard short. Make it 2 yards short of the first down. Spot him at the 50. It'll be 3rd down and 2. Swift move that time. The catch was made by Omari St. Ford. He's got some giddy up there out of the backfield.
Well, that's never been a problem for the Eagles. They've always had speed on both sides. Palm Beach Central has got speed. I like the nice pass out of the backfield because I asked the question, is he going to make a mistake? Well, that also depends on play calling as well.
St. Ford gets his number called again, this time out of the backfield on the handoff, the carry, and the HSS first down. Ball moved to the 45-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Atlantic Eagle offense.
You know, the reason I say that, Kat, is because you can put your quarterback in a position to make an easy throw, especially when he's a young guy. So as a coach, offensive coordinator, you got to make sure that you put him in a position where it's probably one read. If it's not there, try to get rid of it.
Hard count that time for sophomore quarterback Martinez. 2-back set, 2 receivers left, lone receiver right. Martinez, play action pass. There's a go route near sideline, jump ball, a lot of contact. And there is no flag on the play. Yeah, I turned down the crowd mic, but you could still hear the dissatisfaction from the Atlantic sideline, and the fans were not happy. If you're watching on the ESPN Top 63 YouTube channel, you can see the collision from defensive back and wide receiver that ended up in a no call. When I say it was a bang-bang play, I'm talking about the bodies of the defender and the offender, because that looked like a lot of interference there. Rolling to the right, Martinez on 2nd and 10, firing near sideline. Is it picked off? Is it incomplete? It is caught. Still waiting the call. We're seeing someone touch the ground. They're saying it's an incomplete pass. Unfortunately for us, it's in our blind spot since it was so close to the near sideline on that 2nd down throw. Kind of blocked out. And it is an incomplete pass, so it'll be 3rd down and 10 for the Atlantic offense. With 3:53 to play in the first quarter, it's Atlantic 13, Palm Beach Central 7. And we'll go to a timeout, brought to you by Sports, certified by Vitacost.
Hey, it's Theo, and let's be real. Moving sucks. Boxes, packing, all that stress, who's got time for it? That's why there's Safebound Moving and Storage. We handle everything. Whether you're moving local or long distance, we offer a headache-free experience, just the way moving should be. Get your free quote today at safeboundmoving.com, because every move should feel safe with Safebound.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
3:53 to play in the first half of this one. Atlantic has the football, and they've got a 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10 coming up. They have the football in plus territory at the 45. In the shotgun, Martinez with 2 backs. Takes a snap, play action pass. Steps back, fires it left sideline. Got a man past the sticks. HSS first down. He works his way out of bounds at the 30-yard line. Move the chains for the home team, Atlantic Eagles.
Kat, you remember I told you about that one read? That on that play, that's all it was. You go down, you drive past the sticks, and you throw it to your guy outside. If he doesn't catch it, it's going out of bounds. And that's what you want from the quarterback position. Nice little pass, play action in there, put the ball in to draw the linebackers up, but most importantly, get the ball out of your hands quickly before the defense gets there.
You know, you speak to the sideline of Atlantic, you speak to the program. They knew what they had with quarterback Pedro Martinez. You ask the omniscient observer, they don't know about moving on from Graff. Here's a fired pass. It's going to be intercepted and caught. Picked off. Palm Beach Central gets the football back in a massive turnover to try to switch the momentum. Broncos turn over Atlantic and now have the football at the 14-yard line. An ill-advised pass that time that came up a little bit short from sophomore quarterback Martinez.
Yeah, just throwing it out in space, hoping, his guy can get to it. But you've got to look beyond that to see the defender sitting there, and Martinez didn't look. He didn't look the safety off. He kind of guided it right into his guy, watching him the whole time, and that's why he threw the pick.
First big mistake we've seen from quarterback Pedro Martinez here this evening in Week 0 action. We'll see if that lights a fire under the Palm Beach Central sideline. Chance Routson getting the football back. 1st and 10 from the 14 on their own half of the field, trying to go 86 yards to find the end zone and tie or take the lead. 13-7, Atlantic leads Palm Beach Central. Routson in the shotgun, takes a snap, looking to pass, looking across the middle. It's going to be caught at the 20. Across the first down yardage, move the chains, and brought down at the 30-yard line. HSS first down for Palm Beach Central.
So what do you do when your quarterback is not in rhythm? You try to get guys right in front of him quickly to get the ball out of his hand. He can see it very quickly. The window's going to open up. You throw the football, throw your guy open, and protect him away from the defender.
3:07 to play here in the first half. Palm Beach Central can take their time, run their normal offense. From the 30, it's a snap and a handoff. Let's see up the middle, second level. HSS first down to the 45-yard line. Palm Beach Central now with a little bit of swagger, confidence, things working, things clicking on offense. It has not been smooth sailing through the first half, especially offensively for the Broncos. A couple of fumbles that have really held them back. Some running back, quarterback transactions gone wrong. Brownson in the empty set rolls to his right. Design quarterback run, trying to bounce it outside. Stiff arm breaks one tackle, stays on his feet, stretching forward. Only loses 1 yard on the design quarterback run. And kind of a nasty left arm, stiff arm, but he eventually gets tackled either way. 3rd down, 2nd down, and 11.
And just want to keep this offense moving forward because those short passes, you get it out very quickly. He has the mindset to get that done because he releases the ball so quickly, but you've got to make sure that guys run to the open space. If it's a zone, sit down in that zone, show your numbers, and he'll throw you the football.
2nd and 11. Pistol, handoff. Ulissi gets wrapped up in the backfield, nowhere to go. First man there was Dijon Smith.
So many guys rally from around the football from Atlantic because their mantra is, listen, when we tackle, we want to get 4 or 5 guys around the ball every time.
Timeout called on the field by the Atlantic defense. They want some more time on the clock for their quarterback, Pedro Martinez. Just over a minute and a half to go in the first half. We'll take a timeout brought to you by Sports Certified by Vitacost. It's 13-7 here on ESPN 106.3 and live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
It's Colin, and if your AC isn't ready for the Florida heat, now is the time to call John C. Cassidy Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Since 1960, John C. Cassidy has kept homes cool and comfortable. Don't wait for a breakdown. Upgrade your system today with great financing available. Be sure to ask about the Cassidy Care Program for year-round peace of mind. Cassidy is proud to support our local community, including the YMCA and the Palm Beach Gardens Youth Athletic Association. Stay cool. Stay prepared with Cassidy Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Visit CassidyAC.com.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
3rd and 10 for the Palm Beach Central offense, trying to salvage this drive with 1:37 to go in the first half. Throw across the middle is incomplete. Routson trying to connect across the middle, but could not. Threw it a little bit behind him, and that will stop the clock with 1:34 to play in the first half. Atlantic to save one of their timeouts due to that incomplete pass, and the Atlantic Eagles will try to convert some points heading into the halftime break.
The officials missed a big one on that off the right side. The defensive end came in. He was going to hit the quarterback and probably cause a fumble, but the lineman grabbed him at the 11th hour and pulled him back. He missed it, but it was a good play by him because if not, it would have been a fumble on the offensive side.
Not all penalties are bad penalties, especially when you save disaster from happening. The punt's away, and it goes out of bounds short of the 20-yard line. So Atlantic will get the football back with 1:28 to play in the first half. Pedro Martinez, last time out, threw an interception into the red zone on an ill-advised pass floating into the second level. We'll see how he adjusts and keep some confidence because he's played a very good game. That's the only blemish so far we've seen from that sophomore QB.
Well, he'll make some mistakes, and you expect him to do things that young quarterbacks do. That's trying to get too much. That's why I said, where is he going to be on this last drive? Was he going to make a mistake? Didn't try to jinx him, but he did. Now you got to learn from it. Throw that out the window, have a short memory. Let's try to get your offense down the field and score points before the half.
At the 21-yard line on their own half of the field, Atlantic starts with the football leading by 6. Martinez pumps right now, rolls to his left, looking to throw, and fires it incomplete into the left side flats. 2nd down and 10 for the Atlantic offense.
Probably the hardest throw in all of football for a right-handed quarterback going to his left. Most quarterbacks don't get their shoulders square to the line of scrimmage, so therefore the ball is going to flutter on them. That's what Martinez did on that play. He was trying to get it to a receiver. The coach is next door from Palm Beach Central saying intentional ground, and there was no one there, and I agree with him.
Trips right, quarterback designed to run. Martinez makes one-man miss. Now covered across the middle of the field, 25-yard line, and brought down short of the sticks. It's a gain of around 8 yards on 2nd down and 10, setting up 3rd and 2. The clock will tick, and before this ball is snapped, we'll probably reach the 1-minute mark, and they will appear to try to spike this football. No, it's a quarterback run, a sneak. And he bouncing outside. Martinez off to the races again. 35, 40, and he tries to get to the sideline and will not. The clock will stop as they get the HSS 1st down. Again, Martinez on a quarterback sneak gets lost from the Palm Beach Central defense, and he bounces it outside. He had a 41-yard touchdown on the same play. That time a big conversion. Now Martinez looking to throw. Fires far sideline. It is incomplete or intercepted, or to the reception. Incomplete, they're calling from the far sideline. That ball could have been one of 3 things. Initially, it should have been intercepted. That was an underthrown ball on the far side of the field, a long throw where Palm Beach Central had eons of time to get under it to pick it off. But then the receiver of Atlantic was fighting for his life. I think it was Horace Glenn III fighting for that football, and eventually the ball just hit the ground between both defender and receiver. Wow. It looked like it was going to be 6 the other way, Coach.
Yes, sir.
44 seconds to go in the first half. 2nd and 10. Near sideline, caught 4 yards down the field, cutting them upfield, and getting out of bounds for an HSS 1st down is target Omari St. Fort.
So they've been doing it to us all night, swinging the back out of the backfield, so Atlantic does the same thing. And most of the times, linebackers don't see that because they're seeing guys cross their face as receivers, so they're not paying attention to the running backs.
38 seconds to go in the first half. Empty setup, the running backs put in motion. He throws it to Omari Sanford at the backfield. 40, HSS 1st down. And out of bounds, past the sticks. Move them to the 35-yard line. 1st and 10, Atlantic. St. Fort getting heavy play here on this drive to close the first half. Timeout's going to be called, brought to you by Sports, certified by Vitacost, as head coach Kevin Thompson of the Palm Beach Central Broncos trying to get his defense a little bit of a breather here. Not very often do you see the defense use their timeouts when the offense is racing against the clock, but that's the case here because of Atlantic moving with pace, and moving the chains time and time again. We'll stay right here during this timeout, brought to you by Sports, certified by Vitacost, and use this opportunity to thank one of our wonderful partners of high school sports in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. It wouldn't be possible without Culligan. The temperatures are still rising despite football beginning. Your water should not be full of those mystery floaties, the stuff you can't really diagnose why your water doesn't taste good. Culligan has water testing and reverse osmosis systems to keep things clean, cool, and crisp this summer. Try Culligan today for just $10 a month. Stay cool, stay hydrated, and stop drinking who knows what. Listen, we're in the state of Florida. Your tap water ain't that good. You got to get help from Culligan. Visit CulliganWater.com to schedule your free water test. Yeah, free. F-R-E-E, my favorite word. That's Culligan.com. Culligan.com. 1st and 10 for Atlantic. 32 seconds to play in this first half. Dropping back, fire across the middle is Martinez, incomplete. So it'll be 2nd and 10 in the plus 35-yard line for the Atlantic offense. But hold the phone, folks. There was a flag thrown on that play, if I'm not mistaken. No, there was not. Never mind. I thought I saw a hand signal from the official, but that's not the case. It's 2nd and 10 now as Martinez rolls to his right from the 35. Fires it near side, flats. It's caught, staying in bounds, and now eventually going out of bounds at the 20-yard line. A solid gain of 15 yards that time for Atlantic. It's an HSS first down. Justin Barrera on the catch and conversion.
So again, it's all about putting your quarterback in position to be successful. You sprint him to the right. He's a right-handed quarterback. That's to his strengths. So what you're going to do now is give him a one-man route. Throw it outside to the receiver. He gets a couple of yards, gets out of bounds, and preserves some time. But that's good play calling, putting him in position to be successful.
1st and 10 for Atlantic. They have the ball in the red zone at the 19-yard line. Big hit to the quarterback. He fires it to the end zone. Incomplete. What a lick taken by quarterback Martinez. Unblocked. Clobbering the sophomore QB. Hung in there and popped back up to his feet. 16 seconds remain in this first half after that incomplete pass to make it 2nd and 10 from the 19-yard line.
I'll tell you what, you can't play quarterback unless you can take one of those. So, again, he had time to throw the ball in the beginning, but had he anticipated that blitzer coming, he could have thrown it out, up and over. His guy was wide open. The defender didn't know where the football was, but the pressure got to him. He didn't get it there in time.
And I got to say, I told you it was a massive hit, a massive clean hit, and that's a beauty to see. It's kind of difficult to see a respected slobber-knocking hit that is completely 100% legal these days because of how much we're trying to protect our players. But that was arms to pretty much the chest of quarterback Martinez that drove him into the ground. All 100% legal. Another timeout called, brought to you by Sports Certified by Vitakos. Be back in 30 seconds sharp on ESPN 106.3, 13-7. Atlantic leads, trying to get more points on the board with 16 seconds to go in the first half.
Want to accelerate your career as a manager or executive in the exciting industry of sports? Florida Atlantic University's MBA in Sport Management program is ranked #1 in Florida and 10th in the world. Students learn practical and applied skills from top faculty and experts who work in the industry. With a 94% placement rate for all grads, the full-time MBA program sets students up for success in the world of sports. Check out Florida Atlantic University's MBA in Sport Management program today by going to business.fau.edu.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
15 seconds to go in this first half. Atlantic with the football, 2nd and 10 from the +19. They're in the red zone. Martinez drops back to pass, fires it across the middle. It's caught inside the 10. It's an HSS first down to move the chains. 1st and goal for Atlantic. 8 seconds remain in the first half, and another timeout's going to be called by Atlantic. Yes, the clock stops for the time being as they spot that football, but you didn't have enough time to spare to just rush up to the line. Use those timeouts that you have, and head coach Jamel Murray does just that. So again, probably room for 1, max 2 plays if you want to risk getting 0 points. A lot's going to be decided here in the final 8 seconds of the first half here on the HSS Game of the Week. Again, Atlantic 13, Palm Beach Central 7. Atlantic on offense with the football at the 8-yard line. 1st and goal, Atlantic.
Whatever they do, it's got to be quick. So a lot of times you're going to look for that one-on-one matchup down here, whether it's the running back out of the backfield, a quick slant, or some type of fade pattern to the back of the end zone. But if you throw it, you better throw it in the end zone and not catch it in the field of play.
1st and goal, but the downs really don't matter here with 8 seconds to go in the first half. 6-point lead for Atlantic. Palm Beach Central on defense. We talked about that vaunted linebacker core. Antoine Sharp, David Harmon, Cam Dwyer commanding that second level, trying to fill those run gaps. Trips right, lone receiver left for Atlantic. Martinez in the shotgun. Tailback to his right. Ball on the right hash with 8 seconds to go. Takes a snap. Fires across the middle. Deflected. It's intercepted at the goal line. 5, 10. Brought down at the 14. What a massive play made there by the Palm Beach Central Broncos. And that will end your first half. 13-7. Palm Beach Central keeps it at a 6-point deficit. Atlantic leading by 6.
Whatever you do down there, you got to get points if you're the Atlantic Eagles. You know, we talked all first half about throwing guys open. That time, he left the ball behind the receiver, which then allowed him to tip it in the air, and the defender was able to intercept it. And that's what you don't want to do. If you don't do anything else, throw it out in front of your guy. If he's not going to catch it, nobody's going to get it.
So that is your halftime break, your halftime score. Atlantic 13, Palm Beach Central 7. Before we head to break, a quick reminder that Duffy's Sports Grill is a proud sponsor and partner of high school athletics on ESPN West Palm. So whether you are an athlete, a coach, a cheerleader, or a fan, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's to cheer on your favorite team. Duffy's is voted the best year over year with their award-winning certified Angus beef burgers and jumbo wings. Plus, with over 80 TVs at each location, you'll never miss a minute of the action. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. And remember, at Duffy's, our game is always on. You simply cannot beat going to Duffy's after watching your high school football team, especially when we get into the thick of college football season. There's always those ACC games on, those Pac-12, formerly Pac-12 games, those weird games that are kicking off on Friday nights. That's the perfect way to wrap up your work week, your school week, is go from your Friday Night Lights game, go to Duffy's, get your eat on, and enjoy some college ball on one of their 80 or more televisions. We will head to the Safebound Moving and Storage Halftime Report, where Colin Russo, back at the City Place Studios in West Palm Beach, will keep you updated on scores around Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast in Week 0 action. We'll head to break here live on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Attractive, eye-catching signs help you stand out from the crowd and create a strong brand identity. Our team at Signorama West Palm are experts in helping your business get noticed and get effective signage in front of your potential customers. Our team can turn your blank windows or plain vehicles into money-making branding machines by drawing customers' attention to your business. So if you're looking to leave that lasting impression, call us 561-687-7993 or visit SignoramawPB.com.
Hi. This is Scott Smith of Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. I have said it many times before, and I will continue to say it for many years to come. There is never a good time for a car accident to occur, and most certainly never ever a good time to suffer injuries in any type of an accident. The accident and its overall aftermath will usually cause pain, difficulty, and stress. Florida law allows accident victims to recover compensation for such losses, injuries, and damages. But such recovery is often not obtained easily and can require a lengthy fight with an insurance company. If you've been injured in an accident, call us now. Don't delay. The initial consultation is completely free of charge. The sooner you call us, the sooner we can put our experienced legal team to work for you. Don't hesitate or pause for another minute. Our experience, knowledge, and resources could be working for you just minutes after the call. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Saturday, August 23rd at 6 p.m. is Baseball, Brews, and Boom at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium, presented by Southern Eagle Distributing. For $35 in advance and $40 at the gate, fans 21 and older can enjoy the craft beer tasting event from 5 to 7 p.m. with burger and chips included, plus post-game fireworks. To find out more information about the event and to purchase tickets, stop by the ticket office or visit RogerDeanChevroletStadium.com.
What if every use of your debit card turns spare change into something meaningful, like growing your savings and supporting local community causes? With Flagler Credit Union's Impact Checking with Everyday Change, your spare change can have big impact. Each transaction can be rounded up to grow your savings and support nonprofits that provide meals, shelter, and essential services locally. Make an impact in your life and in your community. Open your Impact Checking account today. Insured by NCUA, official credit union of Florida Atlantic University Athletics.
Anna Jar and Levine.
Call 1-800-7473. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a good karma brands radio station.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part? It's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. From Vero Beach down to Boca Raton and out to the muck, we've got you covered all over Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast on ESPN 1063. HSS Florida presents ESPN West Palm's High School Game Day. We're coming to your city. The biggest games, the most compelling stories, the area's best high school sports coverage. Supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day is also presented by Kaiser University,
South Florida Ford,
Sports Certified by Vitacost,
Moss Plus by Messi,
Duffy's Sports Grill,
Culligan,
Racetrack,
Safebound Moving and Storage,
and the Boca Raton Bowl.
And we're coming to your city.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Colin Russo still with you. We're at the City Place Studios now in downtown West Palm Beach, taking you away from your game of the week for a couple moments here as we kick off our Safebound Moving and Storage halftime report. Safebound Moving and Storage. Families are safe with Safebound, South Florida's most trusted moving company. Safebound is a strong supporter of the high school community here in West Palm Beach and the Treasure Coast. They got you covered. It's family-owned. It's a team trained of experts. It's based right here in West Palm Beach, but it serves all of Florida. Whether you're moving out of Florida or moving into Florida from another state, Safebound Moving and Storage has the experience, expertise, and the 5-star customer service that you can rely on. That's Safebound Moving and Storage. All right, so around Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast a little bit, we got a little bit of high school football action to update you on. Once again, our HSS game of the week, Atlantic 13, Palm Beach Central 7. That is halftime score. Atlantic 13, Palm Beach Central 7. A couple turnovers in that one. Our update from Benjamin taking on Dwyer. They're up 27-0. 27-0. Benjamin is up. Brand new coach, brand new team. Interesting stuff there. Dr. Joaquin Garcia took the league by storm, took high school football by storm last year. 38, Okeechobee 0. Halftime score over there. Dr. Joaquin Garcia 38, Okeechobee 0. Palm Beach Gardens is down to Spanish River. Late second quarter last we saw, it was 14-6 last we saw. 14-6 Spanish River up over Palm Beach Gardens. Cardinal Newman is up big over Boynton Beach at halftime. That is 41. Boynton Beach sitting at 0. 41-0 Cardinal Newman up over Boynton Beach. Vero Beach against Miami Norland. That's a long way away. Vero Beach 20. Miami Norland is 7. 20-7 Vero Beach is up. And then Wellington, kind of surprised right here, dominating in the early part of this first half. 27 Suncoast 0. 27 Wellington, Suncoast 0. There's your update there. And St. Andrews got an update there over against Boca. St. Andrews is up 42-0 in the third quarter. Early parts of the third, St. Andrews at 42, Boca at 0. A lot of lopsided affairs here in the early part of technically week 0 of high school football as we got ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented in part by our pals over at Land Rover Palm Beach. If you notice a high school athlete, a performance from one of these athletes, whether they were in the Palm Beach County in the Treasure Coast area, make sure to nominate them for the Land Rover Player of the Week by DMing ESPN West Palm. You can lease the new 2026 Range Rover Valor P250S today at Land Rover Palm Beach for only $749 per month with a 36-month lease, or you can come see the new 2025 Defender 110 P300S for just $889 a month. Head over to Land Rover Palm Beach today. It's located on Okeechobee Boulevard, just past the Turnpike, or visit LandRoverPalmBeach.com to test drive any of their luxury cars. Land Rover Palm Beach, above and beyond. Starting next week, we'll have our Land Rover Player of the Week, which Cade Chumsden does a terrific job on our socials at ESPN West Palm. You can catch that throughout the season there. Speaking of Cade Chumsden, he's been bouncing around the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast area. Cade Chumsden, welcome into the program. How are we doing? Where are you and what's going on?
I am on the road. I'm headed back to our high school game day game of the week, Atlantic and Palm Beach Central. But I was just at Cardinal Newman and Boynton Beach, and holy smokes, Colin, does Cardinal Newman have a team? They're up 41-0 at halftime.
Wow, so that, all right, and Cade's heading back to the HSS game of the week, but Cardinal Newman up 41, Boynton Beach 0. Cade, your quick thoughts. Dr. Joaquin Garcia, 38, Okeechobee 0. Give me your quick reaction there before we let you go.
I mean, nothing surprised about that one. Getting off to a hot start. They've got a little bit harder of a schedule this year. Atlantic will be going to Dr. Joaquin Garcia, so I'm very curious how that game goes, but no problems for the Bulldogs in week 0.
Cade, we appreciate it. We're looking forward to talking again after the show. That was Cade Chumsden, of course, of ESPN West Palm. Colin Russo here with your halftime update presented by Safebound Moving and Storage, presented by HSS Florida. In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when the injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you'd expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington, learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better. HSS, the world's #1 orthopedic provider, is the proud sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Welcoming in, good friend of program, is Mr. Brian Rowitz, who's also been bouncing around Palm Beach County. Brian Rowitz, what have you seen tonight? What's your reactions? Give us an update.
I guess it's blowout central tonight. I've got Boca Raton covered. Started the night at Spanish River. We've heard Coach Bell talk about how the defense starts first. Well, Spanish River didn't get that memo. Their offense, the first 2 plays, 100 yards, 2 touchdowns. They led 14-7 when I left. So now I'm over at Boca Raton, walked in here. They're facing St. Andrews. Hey, scoreboard's not working, so I ask around for the score. The reports are a lot to a little in favor of St. Andrews. They have since added on to a lot. They lead Boca 49-0 here in the third quarter.
Appreciate that, Brian, for the update. Brian, what's going on there? That's crazy. No scoreboard update. Maybe that's good news, depending on word of mouth. But we appreciate it, Brian. Shifting over to Theo Dorsey of Theoretically Speaking, joining us now, has also been bouncing around the high school sports scene and the high school area. Theo, hello. What's going on? What have you seen?
Well, they might just cut the scoreboard off in general out here at Suncoast because the Chargers are at home, but the Wellington Wolverines feel like they are nice and comfortable at home themselves on that field. 34-0 as we enter the half in favor of Wellington. The lone highlight of the night so far for Suncoast was a kid breaking up a pass by spearing the wide receiver with his helmet, inevitably getting called for targeting, but because they had very few highlights, he celebrated all the way back to the sideline, yelling out, "Call the ambulance." So not necessarily a good start for the Chargers, but at the very least, I guess you can call it somewhat of a big play. I don't know.
Wow, Theo, so there's the update there. Might as well turn off the scoreboard there as Wellington up big. Appreciate it, Theo. We'll talk after the show and on the digital program tonight, which you can catch at ESPN West Palm on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter/X. That was Theo Dorsey, of course, of Theoretically Speaking, Brian Rowitz, and Cade Chumsden. Some halftime scores to circle back once again. We have the HSS Game of the Week, Atlantic up over Palm Beach Central, 13-7. Benjamin up over Dwyer, 27-0 at halftime there. Dr. Joaquin Garcia up big over Okeechobee, 38-0. Spanish River, 14-6 over Palm Beach Gardens. Last we checked there, that was late second quarter. We'll try to get an update there. Cardinal Newman dominating against Boynton Beach. That is at halftime, 41-0 there. Wellington, 34. Suncoast, 0. As Theo Dorsey said, not a lot of highlights there. St. Andrews, per word of mouth, apparently, with no scoreboard update. But 49-0 up over Boca. 49-0. Brian Rowitz said the scoreboard does not work, but per what everybody says, a lot too a little. 49-0, the score we got there. Vero Beach, Miami Norland, 20-7. Vero Beach is up over Miami Norland there. That will close out and send us back into break, as on the flip side, you will hear again from Christian Cat, ESPN West Palm High School's Game Days halftime, presented by Safebound Moving and Storage. We're also presented by our pals over at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. They're the Florida Injury Lawyers, proud to be a sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. If you've been in a car accident, call now for that free consultation, because the sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, they can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. The sooner you call, the sooner they can help. You don't pay anything unless they make a recovery for you. Call right now at 500-HELP. That's 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. They got offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. That's Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. On the flip side, you will hear from the second half, you will hear from Christian Cat, who is live on site at Atlantic for Atlantic Palm Beach Central, which is 13-7 at half. Second half just around the corner. Been a back-and-forth affair. A lot of turnovers in that one. Looking forward to seeing what happens there. Christian Cat will take you away through the second half, and we'll be back after the game. Up until 11 p.m., you'll hear from a couple coaches, including Mickey Grudy of John Carroll, who had a big win yesterday. And then also you will hear from Dan Burak, who won in their Week 0 affair on Thursday over Park Vista for Kings Academy. So stay tuned for that. That should be a lot of fun. It's been Colin Russo saying so long. I'll see you after the game, or maybe see you at the end of the third quarter, live from the City Play Studios with Damian Perez. It's ESPN West Palm High School's Game Days halftime report, presented by Safebound Moving and Storage.
With the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing. I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
Want to bet on sports but no clue where to start? Millions of players are already making moves on Hard Rock Bet. Your friends might be winning. Why not you? Bet with confidence. Bets by real players help guide your picks. Go with the crowd and cash in on the wins. Any pick that catches your eye. Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us. New players bet $5 and get $150 instantly in bonus bets. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Hi, this is Scott Smith with Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. We are a Florida civil trial law firm that specializes in the areas of personal injury and wrongful death. Our offices are located in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. Our lawyers have litigated thousands of matters at the Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River County courthouses. Our lawyers, paralegals, and other numerous members of our legal team live in Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast cities and towns such as West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie, Lake Worth, Palm Beach Gardens, Palm City, Jupiter, and others just like you and your families. We are a statewide recognized law firm, but it is your community and your families that we live and associate with on a daily basis. Our most satisfying achievement is when we know that our legal power has helped a fellow member of our Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast community secure a fair and just huge result. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
The pink smoke is taking over South Florida. Listen to Lionel Messi, Luis Suarez, Sergio Busquets, and Jordi Alba and Inter Miami in their pursuit of an MLS Cup all season long right here on ESPN 106.3.
Messi, left foot, in on Guzan, tipped it up and over, it's a goal! Lionel Messi is on the board!
Listen to it all on the ESPN South Florida app, brought to you by PNC Bank, Audi, and Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath.
What's the Anajar Levine difference? When you're injured in a car crash, we focus on your case so you can focus on the one thing that matters most, getting better. I'm Glenn Levine with Anajar Levine. We'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call our legal team right now for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. We'll help you take back control of your life. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach. ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Back here on site, the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime report. I'm Christian Catt in the booth alongside the coach Jimmy Bell for Week 0 action here in Palm Beach County. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. We are at the home of the Eagles, and those Atlantic Eagles lead Palm Beach Central 13-7. As we are mere seconds away from kicking off second half action here on ESPN 106.3. It seemed like we saw a little bit of a momentum shift at the tail end of that second quarter in favor of the road team, Palm Beach Central. Would you agree with that, Coach?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Again, what happens is that you start to get the momentum, things go your way, and then you try to do a little too much. So, here in the second half, I'm looking for both teams to pretty much keep it vanilla. They don't want to show too much going into week one. You want to try to win with your base offense, and if you can, protect your players. You don't want to get any injuries, but don't do too much you can put on film where the opponent for week one and week two can see.
And before we get into second half action here, officially on the field, live on ESPN 106.3, and of course live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, I got to tell you about a racetrack. That is the go-to gas station and convenience for everyone that supports their high school football teams and cares about sports in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. But they're more than just a one-stop shop for football tailgate. They are your team's biggest fan. With their whatever gets you going style of convenience, Racetrack is your go-to for all game day essentials. From ice-cold drinks, salty snacks, sweet treats, and freshly made in-house pizza, Racetrack proudly operates under the mission of making people's lives simpler, more enjoyable, serving as a one-stop shop for quality and convenience on the go. At a Racetrack, you're not just a customer, you're not just a number, you're part of the team. 7.5 million customers strong every single week, making the smart choice to stop at a Racetrack. From Friday night lights to unforgettable touchdowns that light up the scoreboard, Racetrack is proud to support and fuel the passion and spirit of our young athletes. Join us this fall and cheer on your favorite local high school football team at Racetrack. We're proud to fuel dreams by supporting our local high school football teams. Together, we are making a difference. And you heard it from me first. Make sure you try that Buffalo Chicken Tornado on the rollers at Racetrack. That has got to be a spot to stop on your way home tonight. 12 minutes on the clock as we get into third quarter action. Palm Beach Central began the game with the football on offense, so they'll be kicking this one away to Atlantic. Atlantic 13, Palm Beach Central 7. In Week 0 action, it's kicked deep, and we are underway in second half action. It goes out the back of the end zone, a touchback, and the Atlantic Eagles will start at their own 20-yard line. So we saw a really impressive first about, say, 20 minutes of play out of sophomore quarterback Pedro Martinez, almost mistake-free. And then those two interceptions in plus territory to close that second quarter kind of hurt that Atlantic offensive chances. What do you want to see from that sophomore QB this half?
Yeah, it did, but the thing about it is he's aggressive, and I love it because what you do as a young guy, a lot of times you're going to hold back. He's a gunslinger, and so you take chances with him because he can throw the football.
Handoff left side to Omari St. Fort. He'll get stuffed at the line of scrimmage, try to plant his feet, but slipped down and didn't gain much. It'll be second and long. Spot that football for no gain.
This is what I do know, Cat. If he makes a mistake, he'll look at it in film and he'll correct it. If you don't allow him to get those chances, he'll never know if he can make those throws. So quarterbacks, you talk about making all the throws. The most important thing is they forget things after it happens.
Quick curl route on the right side. It's caught, and it is a good gain on 2nd and 10. HSS first down, brought down short of the 35-yard line, more than enough to move the chains. 1st and 10 at Atlantic. 11:14 to play in the third quarter. 13-7 Atlantic with the football, leading by 6. Another handoff, left side. Amari St. Fort gets brought down close to the line to gain, and he will get a 10-yard gain, but St. Fort is still on the ground after that HSS first down. 1st and 10 at Atlantic, but that will give us an injury timeout. Brought to you by Sports Certified by Vitacost. When we return, 1st and 10 at Atlantic. They have the football on their own 45-yard line on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on ESPN Top 63.
The St. Lucie Mets are in the home stretch, and you don't want to miss it. August brings 15 home games to Clover Park, packed with fireworks and fan favorites like $2 beer, hot dogs, soda, and popcorn on select nights. It's affordable, family-friendly fun on the Treasure Coast. And in September, playoff baseball comes to Port St. Lucie. Catch the future stars of the big leagues now. Every game is a new memory waiting to happen. Get tickets and more info at stluciemets.com.
The annual Boca Raton Bowl ABC Supply Company Great Chefs Tailgate Showcase heats up on Wednesday, September 10th from 6 to 8:30 p.m. Join me, Theo Dorsey, at Boca Raton Innovation Campus in Boca Raton as dozens of local chefs, breweries, and cocktail masters serve up their favorite tailgate classics. Tickets are on sale now. It includes all food samplings, beer, wine, cocktails, and soft drinks. Visit spiritofgivingnetwork.org/events to purchase your tickets today.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
The injured Amari St. Fort got to the sideline off his own power. Good news for Atlantic. Good news for Palm Beach Central. The 1st and 10 run goes up the middle, and it's stuffed. Only a 1-yard gain, setting up 2nd and 9 from the 46-yard line, short of midfield. Another handoff, this time left side, and what a hit in the backfield! Palm Beach Central lowers the boom, putting Atlantic behind the sticks. A slow transaction between quarterback Martinez and running back Darion Darby allowed the linebacking core of Palm Beach Central to get momentum and lay the boom in the backfield for a loss on 2nd and 9. It'll be 3rd and 14 after that massive hit.
You know, Kat, what I'm noticing is Atlantic has gone to more of a tempo. So what you get a young quarterback and you go quickly because you don't want him to think in between the plays too much. If he makes a mistake, he's thinking about it. No, go to the next play. Forget about that. Let's go. But that tempo has worked against him right here because Palm Beach Central is getting in the backfield, penetrating, making a lot of plays on the other side of the football. So you may have to adjust that as you go along if you're the Eagles of Atlantic.
So while there's a break in the action for an injured Atlantic Eagle, we'll remind you of one of the great partners of ESPN West Palm's high school football coverage. It's Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers, proud to be the presenting sponsor of High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3. If you've been in a car accident, call now for a free consultation. The sooner you call, don't wait. The sooner the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You do not pay anything unless they make a recovery for you. So call now. Get what you deserve. Call now at 500-HELP. 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. Thank you to Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather for presenting ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Here's 3rd and 14 for the offense of Atlantic. They lead by 6 as Martinez drops back, fires it, left side slot, caught at the 50-yard line, 5 yards short of the line to gain. Charging forward, and he will be stopped short of a first down. It'll be 4th and 2 in plus territory. We'll see how risky head coach Jamel Murray of the Atlantic Eagles wants to get here for their first offensive drive of the third quarter. Bunch set, quarterback sneak, going for it on 4th down, and Martinez gets more than enough. All that in a bag of chips. It's a gain of around 7 on 4th and 2. Move the chains for an HSS first down for Atlantic.
That's a formation that Palm Beach Central hasn't adjusted to all night. You're going to bunch guys in. It's what we used to call a tight two wedge. Everybody just block a guy in front of you. You're not really blocking a guy. You're blocking an area, and you just go forward.
1st and 10 for Atlantic in plus territory. The fumbled ball on the ground, and Palm Beach Central scoops it up. A massive gaff that gives the Broncos the football towards midfield. Pedro Martinez took the football, and it just slipped out of his hands on the transaction, going from his hip to up high to throw the football. It's hot. His hands have got to be sweaty. But Butterfingers hurt Atlantic in that moment, and Palm Beach Central will take over with the football on their own 48-yard line. That is now 3 turnovers, the last 3 possessions for Atlantic, keeping Palm Beach Central in the game because Atlantic has really moved the football almost at will for a lot of the game. 9 minutes to go in the third quarter. It's 13-7. Atlantic leads Palm Beach Central with good field position, trailing by 6. And there's some confusion with the offense of Palm Beach Central jogging towards the sideline.
Are they saying it was an incomplete pass?
I hold the phone there. Yeah. For a radio audience, it was a bang-bang play. If you watch it back on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, you'll see what we're referring to, why I was mistaken. Incomplete pass is the official call, and instead of a turnover, it'll be 2nd down and 10. A massive reversal of fortunes for Atlantic, and a timeout is called, brought to you by Sports Certified by Vitacost. Again, reverse what you heard the last 60 seconds. It's an incomplete pass. And 2nd and 10 for Atlantic. 9 minutes to go in the third quarter, 13-7. Atlantic on top on ESPN 106.3, streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing. I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
2nd and 10 for Atlantic. The Atlantic offense stays on the field for what initially looked like a fumble from their quarterback Martinez was ruled an incomplete pass. So it's 2nd and 10. Atlantic has the football at the 40-yard line in Palm Beach territory. It's a mesh play, handoff, right side. Amari St. Fort is back healthy, back in the game, and he gains 2 yards on 2nd and 10. It's 3rd and 8 now. And the whistles blow as we have an injury timeout. But we'll stay right here live on ESPN 106.3 and live streaming on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Coach, we kind of watched back the tape, and we have the fortune of having, unofficial instant replay because we stream these games live on YouTube, and it looks like Atlanta got a big break there on an incomplete pass call that could have been called a fumble.
Yeah, it looked like that to me as well. But, this is week 0 for the officials as well. I'm not saying that's an excuse, but his hand, when he let the football go, it dropped right behind him. He didn't even throw the ball, no motion forward. The ball wasn't in his hand. He just dropped it. So it should have been going the other way for Palm Beach Central. I thought that's why Kevin Thompson called a timeout to talk to the officials. Wouldn't have done any good anyway, but he didn't. He just rallied his team because I think his defense was still trying to figure out, can they get back on the field in time? Did he have the right guys on the field, if you will? So they just got to regroup from that, try to make a play on defense, and get the football back.
A couple of housekeeping things to take care of. We have coverage back in the studio with Colin Russo, the host of Russo and Rizzo, weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. on ESPN 106.3. And he moonlights as our studio anchor for high school sports. He'll take over things for the postgame show, and we'll have guests calling in from Week 0 games across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. So many teams in action, giving us the first look at their teams and what they look like compared to how they did look to end the 2024 season. That's the radio side of things on the postgame show here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. But the party only continues when he signs off at 11 p.m. because then we have the video recap show that Theo Dorsey, host of Theoretically Speaking, from 2 to 4 p.m. on ESPN 106.3 weekdays. Theo will break down everything that went on across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast with video highlights, debate, discussion on high school football in our local coverage area. That's on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Make sure you subscribe there. Here's 3rd and 8. Across the middle of the field, a go route, incomplete. 4 bodies there, 2 Eagles, 2 Broncos, and it overthrows everybody as Martinez airs one out on 3rd and 8 from the 38-yard line in plus territory. It'll set up 4th down and long. Martinez staying on the field currently. We'll see if Atlantic goes for it here. It'd be a mammoth field goal at this level. And yes, the offense stays on the field for Atlantic. 8:36 to play in the 3rd quarter. Atlantic leads 13-7. 2 receivers right, 2 backs set on either side of Martinez. Lone receiver left. Takes the snap. It's a little bit of a low one. Fires it out route, left side. Deflected and incomplete. The Broncos get a stop and will turn over Atlantic on downs. Palm Beach takes over at their own 38-yard line. 8:31 to play in the 3rd quarter. Broncos trail by 6.
The question is here in the second half, can the Broncos find a way to get a rhythm on the offensive side of the ball? They've had opportunities. They haven't taken advantage of it. Senior quarterback, young receivers, they get that rhythm in between those guys and try to move this offense down the field.
1st and 10, Palm Beach Central. Chance Rounson began this game with a 3-yard touchdown run, a mechanical drive by the Palm Beach Central offense. Little to show for it since. Handoff, off left tackle on the give, and it will be a tackle for loss. Several different Atlantic Eagles heads make their way to the ball. Javon Hatcher, one of those names in the backfield, getting penetration, as well as Dejon Smith, one of the outside linebackers or strong safeties in the backfield, active. It's a loss of 4, 2nd down and 14. 8:05 to play in the 3rd quarter. 13-7 the score. Palm Beach Central trailing by 6.
Kat, what I've noticed is both of these defenses, they run to the ball very quickly. It's very easy to go north and south, but it's hard to go sideline to sideline because they're so fast, so much speed on both sides.
Ball in the left hash. It's another mesh, and it'll be a give going nowhere. Stop the line of scrimmage. Another loss. This time it's of 1 yard, setting up 3rd and 15. Football moved to the 34-yard line. Line to gain is about the 48, give or take, short of midfield. So now Palm Beach Central in a throwing down here. Show us what you got. Senior QB1 Chance Rounson on 3rd and long. 7:18 to play in the 3rd quarter. Rounson steps in the pocket, and he gets brought down for a sack. Getting home is Jameer Johnson, the junior D-end. Makes the tackle in the backfield, and that will get the punt team on the field for Palm Beach Central. Both defenses showing out.
So what you do a lot of times, when you got a guy coming off the backside of the quarterback that fast as Johnson's coming off there, you throw the ball back where he came from, because the left tackle for Palm Beach Central is getting beat like a drum. I'm just being honest with you. He can't touch him. He can't even put his hands on him. So you try to throw the ball through a draw back to his backside where he's coming from, because he's coming with so much speed and force.
Good snap on the punt, and the kick is a good one across the middle of the field. Fair signal waved. The catch is made at the 35-yard line. So Atlantic will take over at their own 35. And that's where we'll have the Eagles offense set up shop. 6:28 to play in the 3rd quarter. Atlantic still holds the lead that they established at halftime. 13-7 here on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Reminder, if you're listening on the radio dial, as you have for the better part of 2 decades high school football coverage here in West Palm Beach County, the Treasure Coast. We have now leveled up our game to the video department. You can watch every snap, every hit, every tackle, every touchdown live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 as a timeout is called, brought to you by Sports Certified by Vitacost. Atlantic has the ball on their own 35, back in 30 seconds here on ESPN 106.3.
At St. Lucie Battery and Tire, batteries came before tires. We've been selling and servicing all types of batteries for over 50 years. So when you need a battery for nearly anything, we have it, as well as the fast professional installation you need. We carry premium batteries for all your needs: automotive, commercial, marine, RV, and specialty. We also offer delivery and on-site installation, serving our customers quality products for over 50 years in the home of honest, reliable service. Go to slbt.com and book your next appointment.
Back here on ESPN 106.3, Palm Beach Central on defense on the road at Atlantic. Atlantic on offense at home, leading 13-7 with 6.5 minutes to play in this third quarter. Spoke with Kevin Thompson last week, and he considers Atlantic their unofficial rivals. Here's a pass across the middle, bubble screen, and snubbed out and erased. Good defensive pursuit of the football by the linebacker core of Palm Beach Central. Nothing going there on the bubble screen on 1st and 10 for Atlantic on offense. No gain, 2nd and 10 from their own 35-yard line.
Now what makes that play work is if you get a threat up the field. So you throw it down the field, make defenders back up first. If you try to run the bubble inside, they're not moving, so you're going to run right into the defenders.
Throwing it left side, slant route, caught close to the line to gain, and it is a first down. Move the chains. It's an HSS first down, about 2 yards short of midfield. Martinez hits his man in stride for an HSS first down. 1st and 10 for Atlantic. 5:46 to play in the third quarter. 13-7. The score. Atlantic on top of the ball. Handoff, right side, face smacked, flag thrown, and a tackle is made after about a 4-yard gain. And that's kind of one that you could see if you were in Palm Beach Central watching the game from their stance.
Yes, sir. Again, a lot of times the defender tries to get there and grab cloth, but he goes up around the head, especially these running backs are not that tall. So you grab that face mask, turn them all around, the officials are on it. That's a great call. Safety for the players, that's the most important thing.
5:36 to play here in the third quarter. Atlantic on top by 6. All that scoring really took place in the first quarter.
Yeah.
A lot of offensive success early, not a lot of offensive success late, especially when you talk about inside the red zone on the Atlantic side.
Well, both of these defenses started to make adjustments. So the coaches in the box, they look and see the formations. They can almost predict what you're going to do out of those formations. So that's a good positive thing for these defenses. They're making the adjustments as they go along.
So there will be offsetting penalties on the previous play. We saw the face mask. We did not see the offensive penalty in the process of that play, so they'll reset them up. First down from the 49-yard line, just short of midfield. Atlantic with the football leading by 6. 5:30 to play here in the third quarter. It's a handoff up the middle. Dragging tacklers with them is the back for the Eagles, and it's a gain of 4 on first down. 2nd and 6 coming up.
Yeah, that's all you can hope for. You get 4 yards and a cloud of dust. We used to say 3. But 3 plus 3 plus 3 is 9, so I don't know who did that math. But if you get 4, hey, you're moving the chains on 3 plays.
It's a quarterback keeper on the mesh. Martinez with a burst of speed. Spin move, broken tackle, flag on the play. If it stands, it's an HSS first down and a big gain on the quarterback run. But the whistles are blowing, and we will settle what the laundry on the field is for. And as the body language indicates, if you're watching on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, they're going to back this one up on an offensive penalty, a hold called against Atlantic. 5 minutes to go in the third quarter, 6-point lead for Palm Beach Central.
And the fans are starting to say, look, Mr. Official, we know you're out there. Don't make yourself a part of the game. We just want to watch football. But the officials have to protect players, keep it safe, because guys are grabbing and tugging. You got to make sure you make those calls.
2nd down and 12. Here for the Atlantic offense. It backs them up short of midfield. As Martinez drops back to pass, looking right, firing deep across the middle, incomplete. Just about 2 yards too many on that throw from sophomore quarterback Martinez, trying to link up with his target across the middle of the field. Intended man was Javari Bradley, but it falls incomplete. It'll be 3rd down and 12.
And Bradley's got to see that because he went to reach for the football. That slows you down. So just run right through it. Drop your head, son, and run right through it. Great throw. You know, there's no safety in the middle of the field. It's wide open. That's going to be there all night because Palm Beach Central is bringing pressure, so there's nobody in the middle of the field.
4:41 to play in the 3rd quarter. Atlantic with the ball. Rolling to his right. Martinez fires sideline in and out of the hands of his intended target. Incomplete pass. It's 3rd and 12. And the target that time was to Javari Bradley, wide receiver, the junior. 4:36 to play in this 3rd quarter. And now the punt team back onto the field for Atlantic.
That will bring the punt team back on the field.
Broncos just trying to cash in on these defensive stops. They've had several in the second half, but have not been able to convert those into point-scoring drives. Snap, catch, and punt are all fine. It's returnable from the 25-yard line. Trying to break it out the far sideline, but the speed of the punt team is just too quick. A couple of different Eagles are on the tackle. Terrell Wilson, one of them, as well as Damian Jones, I think. So now Palm Beach Central gets the football back. Been a rock fight in the second half. Still trying to see who will put points on the scoreboard after the halftime adjustments. As you alluded to, Coach, and mentioned earlier, the defenses have adjusted very well in those halftime breaks. What type of adjustments are made? Because you have a week of preparation. It's hard to undo things that were drilled into your young players' heads.
Well, it is, but you know this for sure. You put guys in position to be successful. That's why I say defense is so much easier than offense, because all they have to do is read their keys and stay in their area where they're supposed to be. So that's what they're doing. They're reading their keys, watching guys, by the formation, and they're dictating to the offense what they can do.
Nearly an interception from Terrell Wilson. Wilson had the ball hit his arms on a miscommunication by Chance Routson and his intended target. One that Wilson would love to have had back, would have set up Atlantic in good field position. Instead, it's 2nd and 10 for Palm Beach Central's offense. Receiver to the right, receiver to the left. It's a handoff up the middle. No, it's Routson, the quarterback keeper, across the 40, 45, and out of bounds. We've seen that a couple of times today. Routson meshing with his running back. Sometimes it's led to disaster with a fumbled handoff, and sometimes it's led to a big chunk play like we saw on the first drive of the game from Palm Beach Central. That time, another chunk play. Move the football all the way to the 45. HSS 1st down, Palm Beach Central approaching midfield. 1st and 10 for the Broncos. 2 receivers left, lone receiver right, tailback to the left of quarterback Chance Routson. He takes a snap, another mesh, another quarterback keeper, stiff arm, broken tackle across the line of scrimmage and brought down at the 50. And there is going to be an offensive penalty called on that play to erase the 5-yard gain and instead set Palm Beach Central behind the sticks for a 1st and 20. That's one of the criticisms of this Palm Beach Central program, at least from the time that I've covered high school football in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Very talented, so much talent, a lot of disciplinary penalty issues that we've seen whenever we cover their games on ESPN 106.3. And to be fair to the Broncos as a whole, we covered them because they schedule very tough teams.
Right, that's
and
true.
Sometimes you will be tending to hold when you're going up against somebody who is a little bit more athletic than a team that wins 2 games a year.
I agree, and guys get there, very quickly. So, a team that may not be as quick and fast as Atlantic, you can get away with that, but here you're going to have to make sure you're on point.
Slant route from the right side, attempt from Routson is incomplete. It gets swatted down to the line of scrimmage, turning a 1st and 20 into a 2nd and 20. The football is spotted at the 37-yard line.
And if I'm a recruiter, I'm looking at Chance Routson as a quarterback. I'm saying to myself, okay, let me see what you're made of. You had a lot of talent last year, not as much experience this year. Let me see how you adjust and help these guys to grow to be better. If you can do that, you're our guy. I believe he has the ability to do it. We just have to see him throughout the season continue to grow and help these young receivers.
Trips right, Roundson fires it. Right side, nearly intercepted. In and out of the hands of Terrell Wilson. That's to this drive where the eyes go to the ground when that ball hits the ground because he's unhappy with the result of that play. Instead of a pick, it is an incomplete pass and a pass breakup. How about that? It's a 3rd and 20. At least you can fill up one of the columns on Max Preps on that defensive effort, despite it not being as satisfying as you wanted. 4 minutes, 8 seconds to play in the third quarter. Palm Beach Central has the football on their own half of the field. They've got a country mile to go to try to convert on 3rd and 20. In the shotgun, Roundson has trips right, lone receiver left, claps his hands, takes a snap, looking to pass, steps up in the pocket, pressure, flag on the play, fires it. It's going to be caught about 6 yards short of the line to gain, but this one might be coming back. And Roundson has his hands out and confused at the call, or maybe dissatisfied with his team drawing the flag. It's another holding call called against Palm Beach Central. It'll back them up even further to replay that 3rd down.
And as you mentioned earlier, a lot of criticism about the lack of discipline, but it happens because guys don't stay within the framework of the team and what you're trying to do. They're always trying to do a little bit extra, and so they make that mistake. Whereas they don't have to, but they do it anyway. So if you're Kevin Thompson, you got to say to your team, listen, we're good enough. We don't have to hurt ourselves, but especially when you get against good football teams, it's going to rear its ugly head. It's going to tell on you.
Trips right, lone receiver left. It is 3rd down and 30. Roundson with trips right, takes a snap, drops back to pass, looking right, stepping up in the pocket, some pressure, tucks the football, and he will get sacked. Johnson gets home for the 2nd time tonight, and the Atlantic Eagles defense just keeps on pushing Palm Beach Central's offense backwards. It's a field possession game, and now all of a sudden you set your offense up with a better chance to extend their 6-point lead. The more penalties that are drawn and the more tackles for losses or sacks they are able to force with your front 7.
And you know, Kat, let me tell you something. The reason that happens in terms of still talking about the discipline, right, or the lack thereof, it's because so often when you see a talented player, he doesn't stay within the framework of what you're doing. He tries to go on his own and do his own thing, like we used to call a prima donna. You got to stay within the framework, believe in the plan of the coaches and the team, and you can have a lot of success. Those are the teams that end up in the state championship that can do that.
Justin Barrera back deep to return this punt. It's going to go end-over-end kick to the near sideline, and it will go out of bounds. I believe it hit the chalk and will be spotted past the 50-yard line. So Atlantic will start on their own half of the field. The official spot yet to be decided. 2:33 to play in the third quarter. It's a 6-point lead for Atlantic. They will get the football back, trying to just grind down that clock, control the football, but especially in week 0 play, they want to score some touchdowns. They want to get some points on the scoreboard. They've had plenty of opportunities, but have only cashed in for 2. Set for quarterback Martinez, 2 receivers left, lone receiver right. St. Fort put in motion. It's a handoff up the middle to the running back from the right side, fighting forward, not saying die. It's a gain of 6 on 1st and 10, setting up 2nd and 4. Nice carry that time by Darian Darby, but there is the penalty flag on the field, and you guessed it, this one's going to be moving backwards. Another offensive holding call going to go against the team that possesses the football.
And then this is the part of the game that you, as a coach, you don't like. You say to yourself, listen, we're making a lot of mistakes, self-inflicted injuries, hurting ourselves. We're moving the ball, but we keep making mistakes. These are the things you have to clean up. This is why you play a kickoff classic or week 0, because you want to clean up those things before you get into week 1.
2 receivers right, 1 receiver left on 1st and 20. Firing at right sideline, got a man, and it broken up. Nearly a big chunk play and an HSS first down, but no, says the secondary of Palm Beach Central. Barrera had his man beat, but the throw is a little bit too short, and some good recovery that time by the second level of Palm Beach Central to break that one on up. 2:13 to play in this third quarter. 13-7 the score, and Atlantic with the ball, leading by 6. As Martinez hands the ball off, and St. Fortis met in the backfield. Heavy thuds by the Bronco defense to stall him in the backfield. Third down and long.
So I'm going to go back because I played quarterback. So I'm going to talk to Martinez as my quarterback coach on the sideline. That previous play, you got to throw it. The receiver's going up the right side of the field. You got to throw it to his right arm. That's away from the defender. He threw it to the left arm. That's why the defender was able to get there and make a play.
Atlantic on offense with a third down and 20-plus. Line to gain is past midfield to the 43. They're right around the 35. Firing at left side on a wide receiver screen and brought down at the 40-yard line for a gain of around 5. Not going to be enough to do any damage, but no disaster there for Atlantic. And it'll be a fourth down and long. Atlantic going to punt this one away and give Palm Beach Central the football back. Tell you what, both offenses, we said it once and we'll say it again, started off this game red hot.
Yeah.
And it's been anything but. And we say halftime adjustments, but even at the tail end of the first half, before any of those adjustments could have been made, the defenses were adjusting and stalling the either side's offense. Here's the punt on fourth and long. Good snap, nearly blocked, but it gets away. A great punt and is fair caught at around the 28-yard line. 1:01 to play in the third quarter. It is a 13-7 lead for Atlantic. Palm Beach Central trying to mount a drive here and find the end zone. Because, if you're Atlantic, you're letting Palm Beach Central stick around. All of a sudden, you are one broken tackle or home run play away from saying goodbye to that lead you were accustomed to for most of this game.
Yeah, yes, sir. And I'm saying to myself, if I'm Rod Godfrey, who's the offensive coordinator for Palm Beach Central, used to coach with me at Suncoast, listen, what does Chance Rousen, what does he do well? I've got to go back into my bag of tricks and put him in a comfortable position so he can get used to these receivers.
Hand off, left side. Short gain of 2 yards, going from the 28 to 30. And it'll be second down and 8. It's funny, you think about our memories of last year's Palm Beach Central team. And Kamari Williams, Nedra Bold, and Preston Parker, any of those guys could turn a traditional slant route, curl route, 10-yard play into an 80-yard grand slam. Who's going to take that spot, fill those shoes in 2025 for Palm Beach Central? Because now would be the time that you kind of missed that from your graduated seniors. Routon hands the ball off up the middle. Ulissi with trying a big play. Breaks one free for a HSS first down. It's a gain of 10 yards. Gets him to the 40-yard line. First and 10, Palm Beach Central.
I'm smiling because I don't think you have that kind of guy on the field yet. He hasn't proven that he's out there yet. Maybe it is, but he hasn't proven that yet. But you think about Williams last year. We were up at Benjamin, and I'm saying throw him a go route. He's too big, 6'3", 200 pounds. They do just that, get him up the sideline, and boy, that was pretty. Won the game on that play, but that's what they're looking for with this offense.
Routon rolls to his right out of the pocket, fires it, caught for an 8-yard gain, and that will bring us to the end of the third quarter. Let's take a moment at the end of the third quarter, heading to the final 12 minutes of play. It's 13-7, the home team, Atlantic, on top of Palm Beach Central after that 9-yard gain to set up a 2nd and 1. Has a little bit of wind beneath their sails. Let's go back to the studio in West Palm Beach where Colin Russo is standing by with a scoreboard update from the City Play Studios in West Palm Beach. Colin, are you there?
Hi, Christian. Appreciate you jumping me in here. We got a couple scoreboard updates, of course, included in especially our game of the week. Cardinal Newman final score 41, Boynton Beach 6. So that was an easy one there. Dr. Joaquin Garcia won easy, a final score of 52-6. St. Andrews also won easy. These are the running clock games. 49-6 final score there. On top of that, some additional scores. We got Benjamin up over Dwyer 27-7. Spanish River up over Palm Beach Gardens. Last we checked, 21-6 over there. Miami Norland getting back into the game against Vero Beach, 20-13. Wellington up big still over Suncoast. Don't have an update, but I had 34-0 last I checked. And Royal Palm 13, South Fork 2. Last we saw there. That's your scoreboard update, Christian.
Thank you, Colin. And if you want more updates from around Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, go to Twitter. At ESPN Top 63 on Twitter are posting these score updates as we get them at our headquarters at the City Play Studios in West Palm. And Colin Russo will take you to 11 o'clock on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN Top 63 with more updates from around the area. It's a screen pass for a gain of about a yard, maybe two, close to the first down. I don't see the chains moved yet on that 2nd and 1. And yes, they will move the chains. HSS first down for Palm Beach Central on that short gain from the screen pass. Entering the fourth quarter, 13-7, Atlantic leading. Palm Beach Central has something to say about that. 1st and 10 from the 50. Routson in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, and they swap tight ends from the right side to the left side and vice versa. Lone receiver to the right. Handoff up the middle. Ulysses gets dropped for a 5-yard gain. It's 2nd and 5. Line to gain is the 40. In plus territory goes Palm Beach Central. Going from left to right on your radio dial, we'll go the Palm Beach Central offense for the remainder of this week 0 exhibition. Atlantic's offense will be going from right to the left. Left to right for Palm Beach Central offense, right to the left for Atlantic's offense. Trips right, lone receiver left, 2nd and 5 for Palm Beach Central. In the shotgun, Routson directing traffic and communicating the play to his skill players. Drops back to pass, rolling to his right. Pressure on that right side, fires it, caught in the soft spot of his own. Rolling, sideline at the 20, 15, and ushered out of bounds short of the 10-yard line. Big play that time from the Bronco offense into the red zone with an HSS first down for Palm Beach Central. Things are getting interesting in the HSS game of the week here live on ESPN 106.3.
So I'm saying to myself, what is he good at? What is Chance Routson good at? He's very good at extending plays, using his legs because he can run. So the defense has to respect him as a runner, but he's able to throw the football when he gets a crease.
Timeout called on the field, brought to you by Sports Certified by Vitacost. Timeout called by Atlantic to reevaluate things and try to get a red zone stop. We'll take a 30-second break as well. 10:35 to play in the fourth quarter. 13-7. Atlantic with the lead. Palm Beach Central with the football inside the 15-yard line. Be right back.
To help those who want to be helped but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Palm Beach Central with the football at the 13-yard line in plus territory in the red zone. Palm Beach Central trails by 6. 10:35 to play in the fourth quarter. Routson in the shotgun. Takes a snap. Hands the ball off. Ulysses in the backfield. Gets swallowed up on 1st and 10. And will gain nothing, if not lose a yard or two. 2nd down and long. Line to gain is the 3-yard line, as Palm Beach Central tries to tie the game with a touchdown. Can take the lead if they can convert on the point after. But first things first, you got to get that football across the goal line, something they have not been able to do outside of the first drive of the game. Routson directing traffic, barking orders to his offensive line. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. Motions his slot receiver from the right side to the left side. Now Routson rolling to his left. Looking end zone. It's caught short of the end zone. No, it's trickling incomplete. Out of bounds goes the ball after it is dropped. 9:46 to play in the fourth quarter. 3rd and 11. Ball at the 14. Line to gain is the 3. you got to imagine you have two plays here to get the end zone because Palm Beach Central has struggled to move the football. Is this 4-down territory, Coach, even though it's pretty early in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, I mean, you could go for 3, but I don't think they will. I think they'll try to get it in here on 2 plays because this gives you an opportunity to look at plays in this situation in this part of the season. That's a good start for the Broncos.
Ball in the middle of the field at the 14. Routson with trips left, takes a snap, rolling to his left, crackback block, fires it, end zone, caught! Touchdown! Routson finds his man 4-6. It's all tied up at Atlantic High School. 13-13.
That's a good play call. Go to the wide side of the field. Even though the quarterback's right-handed, he's sprinting left. But you take a guy and you put him in motion, he's going to crack back on the defensive end. He doesn't see it coming. Great block on that play. Chance Routson gets his shoulders square, keeps the ball outside where the only receiver can catch it, away from the defender, and he's able to put it in the end zone for a touchdown.
Routson has been rolling outside that pocket all night. A little bit of miscommunication here, there. Receiver and quarterback not on the same page every time. Here's the PAT for the lead. It's up, and it is good. 14-13, Palm Beach Central takes the lead. Their first lead since 7-0 early in the first quarter. A touchdown brought to you by Racetrack is our first score of the second half, and it gives Palm Beach Central that 14-13 lead with 9:40 to play in the fourth quarter. Coach, what was clicking on that offensive drive for Palm Beach Central that we weren't seeing pretty much the rest of the game?
Well, like I said earlier, you got to go back to what he's good at. You know, getting him on the edge of the defense, sprinting out. Probably 60% of those passes on that drive was a sprint out because he has the ability to run down the field as a fast quarterback. He can also throw on the run, so that's his strength. Get him on the edge, let him make good decisions. He's seen a lot of football, and that gives him a chance to see the receiver, limit the routes that he's going to run out there, but just get him the ball and throw it in space and throw his guys open.
Again, reestablishing the scene here for your HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 and simulcasted on the FM radio dial 106.3 WESP. 9:40 to play in the fourth quarter. Palm Beach Central 14. Atlantic getting the football back now 13. We'll see how the Eagles do respond facing the heaviest point of adversity they have all game. Palm Beach Central will be kicking off from their own 40-yard line. We'll see what the Atlantic Eagles can do from here. It kind of seemed like earlier in the game, sophomore quarterback Martinez was playing semi-pressure free. It's an exhibition. It's week 0. Atlantic had a lead very early on in the game. But now the pressure's on. You're trailing to a 7A foe, a rival. And now you need to drive down the field and get points to try to retain the lead. The kick is deep at the goal line and is fair caught. So Atlantic will start at their own 20-yard line. And before that offensive drive gets going, we will pause 10 seconds for station identification on ESPN 106.3.
Anajar and Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 106.3.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Here come the Atlantic Eagles on offense. The first time we've seen any of these teams all year long in their Week 0 exhibition matchups here on ESPN 106.3 on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Martinez, sophomore signal caller, directs traffic. Moves the tight end from the right side to the left side. 2 receivers left. He hands the football off. It's St. Fort on the carry, and he gets chopped down for a short gain on first down. It'll be second down and 7.
And you know what puts more pressure on him? He knows. He's heard the talk. We've beaten Palm Beach Central 2 times in a row, as Kevin Thompson said in the pregame. We'll try to keep that tradition going, but he just has to take his time as a young quarterback, make the right throws, and protect the football.
Coach, what do you learn about your team the first time you put on the pads and square off against a different team, not just your scout team or your A's versus B's? That pass is thrown incomplete. It'll be third down and 7.
Well, your first thing you're looking at is, can they mentally handle this game? Because The physical conditioning will come. They're not in shape right now, but they'll get in football shape as the season goes on. But can you mentally process when you're fatigued to make plays, to do the right things? Are you in position? 9/10 of this game is being in the right position, possessing the football.
Martinez fires far sideline, incomplete. Throws to the far sideline. The throw is beyond the sticks, towing, but it went swatted down. Good play by the Palm Beach Central secondary to deflect that pass out of the chest of the intended target for Atlantic. 9 minutes to play here in the fourth quarter. It's still a 1-point lead for Palm Beach Central after that touchdown thrown from Chance Routson on the Broncos' last offensive possession. And the Broncos offense will be coming back onto the field following this punt. As the punt team's on the field on 4th and 7 for Atlantic. Snap is a fine one. The catch is made. Not too much pressure. An end-over-end kick that checks up at the 45-yard line just past midfield. It'll be the 44. That's where the ball will be spotted. And that is where Palm Beach Central will get the ball back with 8:52 to play in the fourth quarter. Now the pressure goes back to the defense of Atlantic, because Palm Beach Central kind of has two objectives here. They want to shorten the game by using that clock. If they don't put any points on the board, they would at least like to minimize the amount of possessions, the amount of chances that Atlantic has to go back down the field and take the lead on their own right. 14-13, Atlantic trails. Palm Beach Central leads by 1 and has the football on their own 44. 1st and 10 for Chance Routson and company. 2 receivers left, lone receiver right. Couple of tight ends on the line. Running back gets the football. Ulissi gets stuffed at the line. No gain on 1st and 10. It'll be 2nd and 10 from the 44.
Where they may have used a little tempo earlier, they want to slow it down now. Just milk the clock, as you mentioned. Try to take their time, get a couple of first downs. Even if they don't score, they want to get a score on the other end. If nothing else, a field goal. But try to just milk the clock down. Don't give Atlantic, as you mentioned, as many opportunities to get back on the football field.
8:20 to play in the fourth quarter. 2 receivers to the right, 2 receivers to the left. The ball's in the right hash. Tailbacks to the left to quarterback Routson. Routson drops back to pass. Fires it. Far sideline. A little bit of contact there. I don't see a flag quite yet. And there is no flag thrown. It wouldn't have been defensive pass interference. The only question is whether or not there was a hold on the route. And the answer to that question is no. Incomplete pass. 3rd and 10 now for Palm Beach Central.
I think both of these quarterbacks go back to film study tomorrow when they look at it and listen. If a guy's going up the left sideline, you got to throw it to his left hand. That's out away from the defender. The defender is right behind him. If he's in that position, you want to make certain that you throw it away from him to complete that pass.
3rd and 10. Routson in the shotgun. Trips left, lone receiver right, ball on the right hash. He drops back to pass. Needs 10 yards. Fires at the sticks. Incomplete. Pass too wide outside for his intended target. 3 and out. How about that stout defensive unit of Atlantic answering the bell with not allowing a single yard?
So it was there, right? You go down and you run a quick little dig route, try to get the ball out, timing, but Chance Routson threw it outside, the receiver went inside. That's just something that they've got to work on throughout the week to figure out where you're going to be in this situation. The offensive guy can't allow the defender to push him off his route. If he gets off, he's got to get back on that stem and try to get back to the middle of the field where the quarterback expects him to be.
4th and 10, pressure on the punt, but it's a great one. A booming kick that will go out of bounds. It's a matter of where that ball crossed over and went OB. 8 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Atlantic gets the football back, and they will trail by 1 point. Now is when you kind of start to ask the question, how is the special teams unit of Atlantic? What is field goal range? Is there field goal range? We saw a couple of options kicking the ball for Atlantic last year, one of which was their, the typical kicker, right? Your defensive end, defensive tackle, and your kicker, Jermaine Jean-Louis, big number 50 for the Atlantic Eagles. He kicked a couple of point afters through last year, so we'll see if they get him on the field or where they would feel comfortable doing that. First things first, Atlantic's got to move the football. They will start with the football on their own 20. Swing pass, right side. Stiff arm, still cross the line of scrimmage, and it will be a 1-yard gain. 2nd and 9 coming up for Atlantic. Clock ticks under 7:45 to play in the fourth quarter. Atlantic trailing by 1 with the ball.
Just as Palm Beach Central did on their last drive before, and find out what's comfortable for your quarterback and give him a chance to make those easy throws quickly out of his hand. Doesn't have to think too much and try to get his receivers protected.
2-back set. They motion the left back into the left side to now have 3 receivers on the left side. And now Martinez looks in that direction, faces heavy pressure, looks right sideline, scrambles, past line of scrimmage, spin move, and he gets brought down just right around the line to gain. How about the nifty sophomore quarterback, Nick Martinez, used his arm a little bit in the first half, used his legs a lot of it, goes back to the legs there when the play broke down. They will spot him at the line to gain to move the chains for an HSS first down. 1st and 10, Atlantic. 7 minutes to play here in the game. Martinez motions towards his sideline, gets the play call in. Ball on the right hash. Martinez with 2 receivers to his right. Play action pass, rolling to his right, looking deep, throws it towards the sticks. It's caught. Nice play that time by Darian Darby. Almost kind of looked like a safety valve. For a second, I thought he was throwing out of bounds, but Darby was there to snatch that one out of the sky for a 9-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 1 coming up.
Yeah, and this is where you can go to any play in your playbook because you got only 1 yard. You know you're going to go for it.
It's a handoff up the middle, and it'll be about a 4-yard gain on 2nd and 1.
Handoff up the middle for about 4 yards on that game.
1st and 10, HSS first down for the Atlantic Eagles offense. Pressure is on. For some people, pressure can collapse a unit. For other teams, pressure makes diamonds. 1 receiver on the left, 2 receivers to the right. The same formation Atlantic's been using in this semi-hurry-up, no-huddle offense. 2-back set. Now 2 receivers left side, lone receiver on the right side. Play action pass, rolling to his right. Martinez fires into the flats, incomplete. Was trying to link up with Kamari Walcott, senior receiver who is a captain on this Atlantic squad per Max Preps. With 6:18 to play in the fourth quarter, it's 14-3. Atlantic trails by 1 with the football. 2nd and 10 coming up. Ball is on their own 43-yard line. 2nd and 10. Line to gain is past midfield to the 47. In the shotgun, it's a handoff up the gut, and laying the boom is the linebacker core of Palm Beach Central. No gain on 2nd and 10. It'll be 3rd and 10 now for Atlantic.
Both of these linebacking cores read it so quickly. If you're a running back, if you don't hit the hole right now, they're going to be in the backfield. They get great penetration, and they also make the tackle once they get there.
Timeout called on the field, brought to you by Sports Certified by VitaCost. We have got a doozy to bring you the final 6 minutes of regulation in the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball Bias and Prather on High School Game Day. 14-13, Atlantic trails by 1 with the football. 3rd and 10 coming up on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Back in 30 seconds.
They were right. It could have waited. I can't believe it happened to me. Reaching to check my phone. Now my family has to hear that I'm never coming home again.
Officer?
I'm so sorry. I have some very sad news to share with you.
Every day, 9 people on Florida roadways don't make it home. I was one of the people that didn't make it home.
Ride with Do Not Disturb. Every trip, every time. Let's get everyone home safely. A message from Florida Department of Transportation, Target Zero. For more information, visit targetzerofl.com.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Halfway through the fourth quarter, 5:59 reads the clock. 14-13 reads the scoreboard. Atlantic trailing by 1. Martinez on 3rd and 10. Fires to the near sideline. It's caught, and a good tackle job made just 3 yards past the line of scrimmage. It'll be a short gain, not nearly enough. Needed 10, got 3. It'll be 4th and 7 coming up for the Atlantic offense. Now, you don't need to go for it here. You can punt it away and try to get a stop on defense, but it looks like Jamel Murray is keeping the foot on the gas and rolling the dice. Martinez going for it on 4th and 7, firing right. He's got a man. It's caught across the 40, 35, 30 on his way, and stays on his feet. 25, 15, 10, 5, and brought down inside the 5-yard line. What a catch, and what a run by James Jones. Hadn't called his name all night, but the entire offseason we knew he was going to be target number 1 for quarterback Martinez, and he shows up and shows out in a critical moment. Massive gain, massive HSS first down, and now 3 yards away from a lead. It's a QB sneak. They've been running it all night. This time, however, Palm Beach Central gets a stop. Gets a 1-yard gain. It'll be 2nd down and goal from the 1.5 yard line. James Jones makes the catch past the sticks, but he was not done yet. Breaking tackles using breakaway speed. Go watch back the highlight on ESPN Top 63 on YouTube or on Twitter. You do not want to miss that. That might be your play of the night. Still a lot to be decided here tonight. An official timeout brought to you by Sports Certified by Vitacost is called. And when we return, 4:35 to play in the 4th quarter. Atlantic still trails 14-13. Atlantic has the football with a 2nd and goal from the 2-yard line. There is flags in the play. We'll break it down. Be back in 30 seconds and not a moment later on ESPN 106.3.
Racetrack is proud to support our local high school football teams. Whether it's Friday night lights or tailgate parties, Racetrack has whatever gets you going to fuel all the gridiron excitement this fall. Grab your favorite snacks, crispy chips, delicious Nathan's hot dogs, sweet treats, or our house-made pizza slices. Don't forget to quench your thirst with a variety of ice-cold drinks. Racetrack, your one-stop shop to fuel your football Fridays.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
So no penalty levied quite yet. At least it has been communicated to the audience or either sideline on whether or not there was a penalty on that 1st and goal from the 3 play. There's an injury timeout called right now for an injured Palm Beach Central Bronco. Thank you to all of our partners that make high school coverage on ESPN 106.3 possible. Without the commercials that you hear between the action, none of these broadcasts will be possible, either on the radio or on video. Our local businesses have kept high school sports coverage alive in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. And without those partners, we would not be bearing witness to an absolute doozy of a Week 0 kickoff classic. 4:35 to play in the 4th quarter. It's 14-13 the score. Atlantic has a 1-point deficit they're trying to overcome. For most of the game, the score read 13-7. Atlantic with the lead. But then Chance Routzen drove down the field through about a 15-yard touchdown pass on 3rd down and made magic happen last offensive drive. And now Atlantic has answered with a big drive of their own. James Jones with a massive catch, conversion, and home run play. He was dragging tacklers all the way inside the 5-yard line, and they did give a penalty. Was that, Coach?
Personal foul.
So a personal foul on the defense of Palm Beach Central. And is that an automatic first down, or will that be half the distance to the goal?
Yeah, it'll be a first down.
So it'll be both half the distance to the goal, and now it'll be 1st and goal. And Atlantic so effective with the quarterback sneak all night long. They've had touchdowns from 1 yard, and they've had a 41-yard touchdown toting the football, sophomore quarterback Pedro Martinez. So you got to imagine, you go back to the well here, right? Why would you show any misdirection to your future opponents, and why would you deviate from what's working? I think everybody in the stadium knows Atlantic is going to QB sneak this football. Maybe not once, maybe not twice, maybe not 3 times, but 4 times if it takes that many. As under center is Martinez. First and goal from the 1. Fighting forward. He's in for 6, and Atlantic takes the lead. A racetrack first down QB sneak from Nick Martinez. From Pedro Martinez.
Yeah, Palm Beach Central hasn't proven that they can stop it, so you keep going back to it until they prove they can do that.
So now here comes what will likely be a 2-point try. Try to turn a 5-point lead before the point after is attempted into a touchdown, an extra point lead. Empty set. Bunch receivers on the left side and on the right side as Martinez rolls to his right. Fires, end zone, got him for 2. An 8-point possession for the Atlantic Eagles turns a 1-point deficit into a 7-point lead. 4:35 remains in the fourth quarter. Your move, head coach Kevin Thompson, starting quarterback Chance Routson, and the Palm Beach Broncos will get their chance next. Back in 30 seconds right here on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live with video on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Driving you nuts? Is money tight? Or have you just poured your heart and soul into your business and now it's time to retire and just relax? At Trans World Business Advisors, they have buyers from all over the world ready to buy your business now. Call for a confidential conversation about your business's current value. 561-203-5121. That's 561-203-5121 or visit tworld.com today.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
4.5 minutes to go in this game. Atlantic at home leading 21-14. This ball is kicked, a line drive, trying to get out of the back of the end zone, and it will be a touchback. Palm Beach Central will take over on their own 20-yard line. Last time they touched the field, they found the end zone for the second time tonight.
Yeah, Cat, going back to that touchdown, well, actually Jones on the catch. So, again, you throw the ball, if you're Martinez, into a spot where he has a chance to run after the catch. He made a couple of guys miss, but that's the thing this offense employs. When you get a guy at the quarterback position on both sides that can run, his legs, they're live. They can keep things going. That's why both of these offenses are so potent, and they'll be around come playoff time.
1st and 10, Routson's pass deflected in the air, incomplete. That pass was trying to go to the right side in the flats. It got deflected at the line and went towards the dead middle of the field, but fortunately for Routson and Palm Beach Central fans, that ball did not find an Atlantic Eagle defender, and instead, the Broncos live for a 2nd and 10.
Well, this is where that inexperience comes in. Now you don't have that receiver you can go to like Preston Parker and all those guys that you had on the outside last year, Maury Williams. Now you got to find a way, if you're Chance Routson, to be careful with the football, be patient, but just take whatever defense gives you.
2nd and 10, hard count. Routson fires it left side flat. It's going to be caught the line of scrimmage and ushered out of bounds right there at the spot. He caught the ball at the 20-yard line. 3rd down and 10 coming up for the Bronco offense. 21-14 is the score. Atlantic at home leads over visiting Palm Beach Central in this Week 0 affair. Clock ticking and will be snapped with under 4 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Trips right, lone receiver left for Palm Beach Central. Buckle up, folks. You want to watch this one on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. 3rd and 10. Routson claps his hands. Trips right, rolls to that direction. Still looking in that direction. Now reverses field. Makes a man miss. Fires across the middle of the field. Got a man caught. HSS first down. A little bit more. 40 and brought down to the 45-yard line. Big catch. Big gain. Big HSS first down to move the chains. And the Palm Beach Broncos convert and are cooking.
Just what I talked about a moment ago, his ability to run, to move the pocket, keeps it alive. There was a lot of pressure on him initially, but then he got outside the pocket, set his feet, and threw the football where only his guy could catch it.
1st and 10, Broncos with the ball, trailing by 7. Handoff up the middle to Alisi, and he's brought down for a gain of 3 2nd and 7 now coming up for Palm Beach Central's offense. They are still short of the 50. Ball spotted at the 46. 3:20 to play in the fourth quarter. Clock continuing to roll on that run, but not before a timeout is called for an injured Atlantic Eagle. Timeout brought to you by Sports Certified by Vitacost. We'll take a 30-second break. Be right back. Don't miss this finish. If you like high school football, if you like football as a whole, you got to tune in to YouTube at ESPN Top 63 and catch this conclusion. 3:19 to go in the fourth quarter. Touchdown lead for Atlantic. They're on top 21-14, but Palm Beach Central has the football trying to tie it up. Be back on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Looking to elevate your brand? Whether a small business, a nonprofit, or a national event, Team IP has you covered. Our corporate and digital divisions offer custom apparel, promo products, and POD e-stores with no inventory, no warehousing, and no fulfillment hassle. Just thousands of brands and options at your fingertips. We're proud to be partners of ESPN West Palm, and we're ready to be on your team. Visit teamip.com, where teamwork makes the dream work.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Back here live on ESPN 106.3, live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. 2nd down and 7 for Palm Beach Central. They have the football on their own 46-yard line, trailing by 7. Routzen shotgun snap, heavy pressure, steps up in the pocket, spin moves, throws it. It's called the 50. HSS first down. A Houdiniac that time from Chance Routzen to evade the pressure and get that football away without eating it and taking a sack. Move the chains. HSS first down into plus territory goes the Broncos offense. They got the football at the 45. 1st and 10 with 3:04 and rolling to play in the fourth quarter.
Just understanding where you are on the field, knowing he wasn't past the line of scrimmage, like you mentioned, getting the football out of your hands. You can't do any more for this offense. Get it out to a guy in open space and let him get a first down.
And get a first down he did. Brought to you by HSS. Trips right, lone receiver left. Tailback to the right in the backfield of Chance Routzen. He's been in the shotgun all night long. He ain't changing now. He's setting up at the 15. The ball spotted at the 45 in plus territory. Routzen sets out his running back in motion. They throw to Alissi in that direction. Good block helps him out across the 45, across the line of scrimmage. And he'll be stopped for a short gain and ushered out of bounds. 2:29 to play in the fourth quarter with the clock still on the scoreboard here at the home of the Eagles. And now they will roll the clock. He did not get out of bounds. It's a gain of around 3. 2nd and 7 now coming up. Line to gain is the 35-yard line. You got to imagine if you are head coach Kevin Thompson of the Palm Beach Broncos, this is your last chance. You're feeling as though you've got 4-down football from here on out. Trips left, lone receiver right for quarterback Chance Routzen, the 2nd-ranked quarterback in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast per the ESPN Top 63 list. Routzen pumps, fires across the middle, got a man, it's caught, big gain, still on his feet, 20, 15, 10, end zone, touchdown, Palm Beach Central.
Yeah, Ken, I was thinking it all along. You give the same motion to the sideline and you shoot a guy up the middle of the field on a quick slant, because now when he goes in motion, if they got a man-to-man, guys are going with him. So you bring a guy across the field, nobody's there, everybody's vacated that spot, and that's a touchdown for Palm Beach Central. Great play call there, just waiting on Atlantic to shift, and when they did, he threw it in the middle of the field at Chance Routzen.
21-20 before the point after is attempted. 1:49 remains in the game. 1 minute and 49 seconds remain in this game here in the fourth quarter. Here's the point after for the tie, setting up at the 10. Snap, hold, kick up, and the kick is good. We are all tied up here in the fourth quarter in Delray Beach, the home of the Eagles. You wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Tell your friends, tell your family to tune in right here, right now to YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Turn this game on for an exhilarating finish, an exhilarating start to the 2025 high school football season on High School Game Day, presented by HSS and Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. teams trading slobber knockers left, right, haymaker here, overhand, left, there, figuratively. What a game, all tied up with 1:49 to play in this game.
If I'm Kevin Thompson, I'm going to put a lot of pressure on this young quarterback. I'm going to force him to make an errant throw. He's done that early in the game. He's made some mistakes, but I'm going to put pressure on him because he hasn't seen as much football as my quarterback. So I'm going to say, listen, I'm going to give you one look, come out of it, force you to throw the football into a space where you don't want to throw it, and we're going to take it the other way. Hopefully we can get a pick six and try to win this game.
1:49 on the clock. Atlantic will get the football back in a tie ball game. Now you weigh risk versus reward. You don't want to set up Palm Beach Central with good field position by being too risky. This kick goes deep, and it will not be returnable. You'll call that a fair catch, and Atlantic will get the football on their own 20-yard line. We've learned so much about these two teams in under a game played so far, with learning about how these quarterbacks ebbs and flows, the calm, cool collectiveness of senior quarterback Chance Routson, where seemingly nothing was going right outside of the first drive of the game for Palm Beach Central. Fumbles here, miscommunications there, just steady, trusted the process, and it's paying dividends here in the fourth quarter. But here comes Atlantic, and sophomore quarterback Pedro Martinez. Trips left, lone receiver right. Ball at their own 20, line to gain the 30. Martinez with a mesh, handoff, right side. Omari St. Ford gains 4, sets up 2nd and 6. Spot that football to the 24-yard line, and there is a clock stoppage. No, it rolls. Under 1:35 to play in the game now. And now Atlantic is hustling up to the line. Trips left, lone receiver right, 2nd down and 6. Martinez drops back to pass. Good protection. Got a man, fires down the far sideline. It's caught for a big gain. Brought down short of the 40-yard line, past midfield. An HSS first down, and the clock will stop as they set this football. 1:21 reads the clock. Hustling up goes Atlantic. They can coordinate themselves. They just need to score any points to take a lead. 21-21, 1:20. Now the clock continues to roll. Martinez, heavy pressure. He gets sacked all the way to midfield. A loss of 8 on 1st and 10. 2nd down and 18. And all the momentum that Atlantic just got with the big chunk play has been erased by the D-line of Palm Beach Central getting home for the sack.
Well, it's not the worst thing that could happen. I know you don't want to take a sack in there, but you got a timeout. So now you just settle him down. He made a great throw. He said, listen, Coach Bell, I know you expect me to make an error here, but I'm not. I'm a good quarterback. I'm going to make the throw down the field, which he did. Hit his guy in stride, almost a touchdown for his football team, but then he comes back and gets sacked. You don't want it. That's not the worst thing. Now you got to come back in. I like what Atlantic has done, calling the timeout, get him settled, find a play that's going to be comfortable, and try to get half of the yardage back here on 2nd down so you can go for it on 4th down if you have to.
1:12 to play in the fourth quarter of this one. 2nd down, and they officially spot that ball forward. Progress was halted at the 48-yard line. Still in plus territory, so the ball's at the 48, and the line to gain is the 33. So a long 2nd and 15 coming up. In the shotgun, Atlantic quarterback, the sophomore, Pedro Martinez, with 2 receivers left, receiver right, tight end right, takes the snap, drops back to pass, fires it across right side, incomplete. Pass a little bit low for his intended target, Darian Darby. Darby probably saying, my bad. Martinez probably saying the same exact thing. But one thing's for certain, it's an incomplete pass, and it's 3rd and 16.
Well, that's timing. Again, the ball was there, but it's a little bit behind him. All he had to do is step through the throw toward the receiver. He was fading back. If he steps toward that receiver, he's going to not only catch, he's probably going to walk in the end zone for a touchdown.
2 receivers left, lone receiver right, 3rd and 16. Rolling to his left, Martinez fires, caught, short of the line to gain, and it gets ripped down, inbounds. The clock will roll. 4th down coming up. Clock still rolling, under 50 seconds. If Palm Beach Central has timeouts, you would think they would want to use them here. But going for it on fourth down is Atlantic as Martinez rolls to his right. 4th and 8, fires it, deflected and swatted down, incomplete. Palm Beach Central takes over. 36 seconds to play in the fourth quarter, and the Broncos have a breath of life here in regulation. All tied up 21-21.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Kat, about keeping that time, but you don't want to give them a chance because they didn't have any timeout. So the pressure's on them to make the right call on fourth down. Palm Beach Central gets in the backfield, gets their hands up because he's not a tall quarterback, bats it away, and now they got a chance. All they got to do is get about 25 yards, and they're going to attempt a field goal. That's how you want to play it defensively.
Man, oh man. Good game last night with defending state champions. Great game tonight with two teams that are saying what could have been, had championship aspirations last year, losing to eventual state champions in the playoffs. And they are showing up and showing out in 2025's Kickoff Classic. Week 0 action between Palm Beach Central and Atlantic. 1st and 10, Palm Beach Central takes over at their own 40-yard line. Routzen with an empty set, trips left, 2 receivers right, claps his hands, takes the snap with 30 seconds to go in the game. Routzen steps up in the pocket, tucks it, he's going to run out of bounds and cut his losses, gain 4. Gains 4 yards, loses 5 seconds. 31 seconds remain in the fourth quarter. It'll be 2nd down and 6 to go.
But you see that experience, understanding game, situation. Not only am I going to keep the game moving, but I'm getting out of bounds, save any timeouts we have. I know the clock is not my friend right now. I just want to get as many yards as I can and get out of bounds.
2nd and 6, line to gain is midfield, but you got to get in field goal range if you want to end this one in regulation. Routzen rolling to his left, the right-handed quarterback pumps, fires to the sideline. It is nearly intercepted, but incomplete. That ball went into the arms of his intended target, popped in the air for a second, and Atlantic Eagle got a hand on it, but it falls to the ground incomplete.
Now that time you want to throw it over his head because he's not going to do anything even if he catches that football other than the defender pulling it out. So that was an error on his part. Or I had to throw it to his feet. You got to think situation if you're a quarterback.
3rd and 6. Ball at the 44, line to gain the 50. That means Palm Beach Central has yet to cross midfield on this last gasp effort in regulation. Tie ball game, 21-21 in the Kickoff Classic. Trips left, lone receiver right, a tailback to the left of quarterback Chance Routzen, ball on the right hash mark. Claps his hands, takes the snap. Looking down the field, fires across the middle, nearly intercepted, but it's incomplete. And a flag comes in very late. And, Coach, I don't know if you saw the signal from the near official who threw that flag. His back was turned toward us, but I couldn't quite tell what he did, if we have a sneak peek on what's to be called.
It looked like he grabbed near his face mask, like a face mask. I'm not really certain because, like you said, his back is turned. It looked like he grabbed like a face mask.
So it was 3rd and 6. Personal foul going to be called against the offense of Palm Beach Central.
Face mask.
26 seconds remain in the fourth quarter of this one. Still tied 21-21. And personal foul, I don't know if we just reissued the same signal and not just that it was 2 penalties. Coach, if you are head coach Jamel Murray, are you accepting or declining that penalty?
What's it down? 3rd down?
3rd down.
I'm going to take them back because what I'm going to do is if I put them back and they make a mistake, now even if they got a punt, I can probably get a return. So I'm going to always back them up, take that yardage. We want to try to get as close to the end zone as we can, and that's what they did on that play.
Thank you to everybody tuning in online, digitally, videoly, visually, on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, on Twitter at ESPN Top 63. That's where you can watch this epic conclusion to a Kickoff Classic between Palm Beach Central and Atlantic High School. It'd be 4th down, or they kind of had their cake and they ate it too because there's a loss at down and there's the penalty yardage. So it wasn't an either or because it was after the play. So the ball is now moved all the way back to Palm Beach Central's own 29-yard line. To give you reference on the advantage, Atlantic's now in. Their punt return man is at the 34-yard line, trying to set up an electric special teams groundbreaking play, home run ball. 26 seconds to play in the fourth quarter. And a sports certified by Vitacost timeout has been called, so both sides can sort things out and maybe try to get this game into overtime. If you're Palm Beach Central, Atlantic trying to do anything but that, trying to make magic happen here with less than 30 seconds to go in the game. We'll keep it right here on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. What are these conversations like in either huddle before the special team units jog back on out there on 4th and 25?
Well, if you're Palm Beach Central, you got to know that I'm going to make a catch and a kick. You don't want to do anything extra. Try to get it out of there. If you're on the side of Atlantic, you can either set up the return or you can bring pressure and hopefully he shanks it and then we get the ball in plus territory. So those are chess games that are going on. Either way, Atlantic should get the ball back here if they don't muff this punt, and they got a chance to try to win this thing in regulation.
Darion Darby will be back to return this punt from Palm Beach Central. Massive moment here in Delray Beach. This is the center of Palm Beach County football here on Week 0 Friday night. Snaps a little bit high, pressure given, but a great punt from the Broncos. Darby lets it bounce at the 25, and it takes a good roll for Atlantic and will be settling at the 30-yard line. But because he didn't catch it, some valuable time trickled off the clock. So we're now, the clock reads 15 seconds remaining in regulation. 21-21. We're all tied up between Atlantic and Palm Beach Central. 3 touchdowns apiece. Couple of extra points. 2-point conversion, good. We've had a lot of fun here this evening, here south of West Palm Beach.
So, Kat, the one play that comes in mind, you may not want to run it in Week 0 in order to show your opponent, but if you're in the regular season, you go down and you take a receiver at about 12 to 15 yards and let him catch the football, and then have a guy circling around behind him, hook and lateral, and you pitch the ball to him, and usually he's wide open. If not open, he's going to try to get down, try to preserve some time.
Ball on the left hash. 1st and 10 with 15 seconds to go. Martinez, it's a double pass. Trick play, rolling right, firing it deep. It's stripped, ball loose. Who's going to pick it up? It could be disaster for Atlantic. Clock stops at 8 seconds. Still awaiting possession. It will go to the Atlantic Eagles. It was a double pass play. Martinez fires it left, caught by Javari Bradley. Bradley was taking his time, crow hopping, and then got stripped. Ball was loose, but an Atlantic Eagle comes up with the football at the bottom of the pile, so disaster is evaded by the Eagle offense. 8 seconds to play in the fourth quarter, still tied 21-21. Now if you're head coach Jamel Murray, you're probably snapping the football and taking a knee. I would venture to guess.
Yeah, you want to get out of here. Again, I don't think they use overtime in the kickoff in Week 0, so, if not, we just go to a 21-21 tie, but good play call when it works. Disastrous if it doesn't work, so you got to be careful with that. But it's something I probably wouldn't have shown in this week. But this game is important to all of these guys trying to win this football game.
Here on ESPN 106.3, currently the clock reads 000, and Kevin Thompson is walking up. Palm Beach Central head coach has walked from the far sideline all the way to pretty much the right hash mark, discussing things with the head coach of Atlantic, Jamel Murray, probably talking about, are we doing this overtime? We tying it right here? I'm sure everyone on the sidelines are saying, let's put that football at the 10 and let's play some overtime. But it's not any linebacker's decision or any quarterback's decision. It's the officials and the head coach's decision on whether or not we will have more action. They did let the clock roll. That is the end of regulation. It's a matter of whether or not they will decide to play overtime here in the exhibition. That's the key word, folks. I know we hype up these games and we love these games, but it does not matter to the bottom line of your regular season record or even your district record, of course. And we will have a coin toss at midfield, and we will have overtime. We will have a decided winner of this one. Week 0 action between Palm Beach Central and Atlantic. Folks, we see a lot of you watching right now on YouTube. We see a lot of you watching on Twitter and on Facebook. Not enough. Tell your friends. Tell everybody in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Tell the family members of the guys that are on the field right now to tune in for one of the most electric finishes in high school sports, high school football overtime. Because it's going to get underway right here, right now on ESPN Top 63 YouTube. ESPN Top 63 YouTube. And if you haven't yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button because we're bringing you action all season long, live in color, in video, with high school football coverage across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. The coin toss has been decided, and we will decide who gets on offense, who gets on defense to begin this one. Coach, what did you see?
Palm Beach Central, Atlantic won the toss, and they deferred, so they're going to go defense first. That gives me a chance to look at what they're doing offensively. If they don't score, all I got to do now is kick a field goal. So that's why I go to defense first. I told you earlier, defense is always primed and ready a little bit more than offense.
If I recall correctly from our experience past couple of years, whoever's on offense starts with the football, first and goal from the 10, and then no matter what, the other side will get the football with the first and goal from the 10 on their side. They've got to either match or beat what the first team on offense does. Just kind of think about college football overtime back in the good old days before they made it really weird. And then they do eventually go to the two-point conversion contest. But we'll start at the 10-yard line. Palm Beach Central with the football. Chance Rounson will take the field, the second-ranked quarterback in the ESPN Top 63 list.
So let's say hypothetically Atlantic gets a turnover. Then all they have to do is go to offense and kick a field goal. They don't have to do anything else after that. If Palm Beach Central scores, however, now Atlantic gets their opportunity. They've got to do the same in terms of the touchdown or any score for that matter.
Overtime number 1 here live in Delray Beach at Atlantic High School. Routes in the shotgun, 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. Slot man from the left side gets brought in motion. Now there's 3 receivers on the right side. Quarterback Rounson takes a snap, looking right, firing, end zone incomplete. Second and goal from the 10.
Yeah, incomplete, but more importantly, he's limping a little bit. It's Chance Rounson, so player hit him on his knee. He's okay. He's a tough kid. And they tried to get a trip to that side. They're going to run a double slant and get a guy in behind the defenders. But Atlantic did a great job of staying home on that play.
We'll run it again. Rounson in the shotgun. He's got a tailback to his right, 3 receivers to the left side. Takes a snap, looking to the right side. Tucks it, runs it, going for the goal line. He's in the end zone, standing up. Touchdown, Palm Beach Central. They will attempt the point after, but one thing's for certain, Atlantic will need to find the end zone to prolong this game. 27-21, Palm Beach Central leads with a point after pending, and they will kick this one through. Atlantic will get the football back at the 10-yard line to try to match or beat what Palm Beach Central did on their overtime possession. So again, the point after about to be attempted after that racetrack touchdown, and there's a flag and blowing this play dead before it begins. The near official might be calling a penalty against the defense of the kick block team of Atlantic. So that should make it a little bit short.
Yeah, it will. The question is, will they go for 2?
It's a good point, Coach.
Yeah.
Short yardage situations, we really haven't seen Palm Beach Central in that spot a lot tonight. It feels like they've been back behind the sticks a bunch, home run ball here and there, not too many short. There was a 3-yard touchdown run by quarterback Rounson, similar to that 10-yard scamper. Here's the point after. It's kicked up. It gets through. Is it in the uprights? And you betcha it is. 28-21, the score at the end of the top half of overtime number 1. Here comes the bottom of the first in overtime in high school football as Atlantic will take over. Atlantic needs a touchdown, and then they have the decision. They can either go for the tie or go for the win, and that's the advantage you have. Now you know what you need.
Yeah,
and
no doubt.
If I were to guess, Atlantic already has the possible 2-point play picked out that they will run because you want to end that game on that play if, and only if, Atlantic can find the end zone in the bottom half of overtime number 1.
Well, that was a great play call by Palm Beach Central because you get trips to the left. They've seen that formation. You run the running back to the right side on the wheel route, and then Chance Rowson just takes his time, patient as a senior quarterback. He goes right up the middle of the defense because they vacated by playing man-to-man.
First and goal from the 10. Martinez takes the snap, looking right, fires, end zone, caught. He's short of it. It's incomplete. Ooh, it was in the hands and then out of the hands of Javari Bradley. It looked like he had it in the breadbasket, but it was a semi-underthrown ball. Yeah. There was help over the top, so if that ball was thrown a little bit deeper, it might have been picked off and the game would have been over. But either way, it's incomplete. Second and goal from the 10-yard line in overtime number 1. We're in the bottom half of overtime. Atlantic needs a touchdown to keep this game alive, and there is a cramping Atlantic Eagle down after that first and goal play. Stick around for the postgame show where Colin Russo will get updates from around Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast in Week 0 Kickoff Classic action. We'll also be giving you the Built Ford Tough matchup of the week, brought to you by South Florida Ford. We'll deliver you the MVP of the game, brought to you by Duffy Sports Grill. And we'll look ahead at our coverage, brought to you by the Boca Bowl, as well as the rest of the season for these two Palm Beach County teams. So it is second and goal from the 10-yard line. In the first half of this overtime number 1, Palm Beach Central scored a touchdown and successfully converted their extra points. The clock's off in overtime in high school. It's all about 4-down football. So your entire playbook is open, and Atlantic is trying to either match or beat the 7 points that Palm Beach Central put up on their possession in the top half of overtime. Pedro Martinez in the shotgun. He's got Omari St. Fort to his left, trips left, ball between the two hashes, and a lone receiver on the right side. Man put in motion from the left slot. He kicks back outside the left side. Fade to the end zone. Going up. It is caught for 6. There's a flag on the play. It looks like it'll probably be defensive pass interference. What a play made in the end zone by Javari Bradley. He was the intended target on their first and goal overtime play, and he is the touchdown catcher of their second and goal overtime play. Bradley for 6, brought to you by Racetrack.
Just putting the ball in space and competing. I mean, that's all it really was, because the defender was right there, but Bradley found a way to get back to the football, and that's what you have to do. You don't know if the officials are going to make that call for the pass interference, so you got to find a way to fight back through the football. That's how you get your name called where you play on Saturday.
So that ball is spotted. 2.5 yards, the 2-point conversion distance.
They're going for it.
They've got to be going for it here
Yes,
in Week 0 playoff action. Get your cell phone ready. Get your popcorn ready. We're going to have one play barring penalty, converted 2-point conversion, game over.
You're at home. You
no good conversion, game over. We'll see if the home fans go home happy with a game-winning all-or-nothing 2-point try. 28-27 the score before the 2-point conversion. Atlantic trails by 1 and likely going for 2.
Let me show you something. I'm Jamal Murray, right? My quarterback's not that tall, but if he were, I'd fake that inside, let my right side tight end just kind of sneak in the backfield, because they're coming. They're going to sell out. They just throw it over the top. You don't even look. Just throw it over the top.
Atlantic has had so much success running that quarterback sneak up the middle with all 11 bodies bunched up at the line. And they're all there now, but a bunch of skill guys on the left side, not a bunch of big bodies, not a jumbo set. A timeout's going to be called by Palm Beach Central. They saw what Atlantic jogged out in, and now they will game plan for that. If you are Atlantic head coach Jamel Murray, who is on offense, who is trying to convert this 2-point try, do you run back the same thing that you just had, or do you switch it up?
You make an adjustment, because you knew you wanted them to see that so they could burn a timeout. It's just kind of like eye candy. You're going to say, okay, look at what I'm doing. I'm really not doing that. Watch this. And so you make that adjustment. So now you go into your bunch set. You call it. You can even give them a hard count to try to make them jump offside. If you get you're not going to get much, but you get 1 yard, 1.5.
It makes that QB sneak more appetizing.
Right. So now you got that little Tim Tebow play where you just kind of throw it over the top. You guy sneaks into the back of the end zone, you win the game, and everybody loves you.
So Palm Beach Central converted their touchdown and extra point on the top half of overtime number 1. Atlantic, they've got the touchdown down, Pat. Bradley made the catch in the end zone for 6, rustling with a defender. And now here is the 2-point try for the win. Who's going to start off their 2025 campaign with an exhibition W in Week 0? Will it be Atlantic? Will it be Palm Beach Central? We'll find out right here, right now. Bunch set. We got 3 skill guys on the right side, 2 skill guys on the left side. Empty set. There is no running back alongside quarterback Martinez.
They're going to probably run motion to the wide side and then throw the football like a goal line.
Rolling to his right. Martinez looking to throw. End zone. Caught for 2. Atlantic wins Week 0 Kickoff Classic. Final score 29-28. Atlantic wins.
So that's called goal line pass number 1, right? What you do is you bring a guy in motion and he floods that zone. The other 2 guys are picking, and all he's going to do is sit down. He's going to hit the curl guy or he hit the guy going to the flat. I saw it coming as soon as they did the formation. Goal line pass number 1, don't forget it.
Correction, it was Mark Hannaford on the catch. His first game back with his original high school squad. Mark Hannaford makes the game-winning touchdown to bring on the 2-point try. And once again, it was Martinez with a delivery in for 2. Final score, 29-28. Atlantic sends the home fans happy with an exhibition W and gets our Friday night season off to a red-hot start here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We'll wrap things up next here live on ESPN 106.3, live from Atlantic High School. And then Colin Russo will bring you to 11 o'clock, speaking with teams from around the area, boots in the ground, ESPN West Palm representatives from around the area. But we'll give our MVP of the game, look ahead, and tough matchup of the week up next here on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN Top 63 on YouTube.
The quality of our choices affects the quality of our lives. So, when it comes to how you move, do you choose to see a doctor or go to the #1 orthopedic specialist in the world, backed by a team who custom tailor your treatment? Do you choose to live with limitations or live life to the fullest by going to the place that's #1 at getting people back to what they love? Choose better, move better. Locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Back here on ESPN 106.3's High School Game Day. Mark Hannaford with the catch in overtime #1 for 6. And that very same Mark Hannaford with the 2-point conversion for the win. Pedro Martinez enjoying his veteran presence with Mark Hannaford. Remember, Hannaford was a part of that West Boca State Championship team last year. That West Boca team that had Mark Hannaford catch 2 touchdowns against Osceola in the state championship game. And Mark Hannaford returns to Delray and sends his hometown fans happy with that overtime win. Again, final score 29-28. Atlantic beats Palm Beach Central here in a Week 0 instant classic.
That's what you want. You want to try to get into this game and come out healthy. Jamal Murray saying, listen, we got the dub, and that's all that really matters. We got out of here healthy. My young quarterback grew up during the game. He made some mistakes, but in the end, when it counted, he made the right throws. He put the ball in position so our guys could be successful.
Let's go to the MVP of the game, brought to you by Duffy's Sports Grill. Coach, it really was a roller coaster of a game that stalled offensively for a lot of the middle. And then in the fourth quarter, it all broke loose. The dam opened and the waters flooded on through. Would you say quarterback Pedro Martinez would be your MVP of the game?
There's no doubt in my military mind. He's that guy. I mean, when you think about it, when you make mistakes at the quarterback position, you got to have a short memory. If you don't, those things will compile over time and it'll get worse as the season goes on. But what they did on the Atlantic side, they said, listen, what we're going to do is we're going to put him in a situation, run a little tempo, get his mind off of that, go to the next play quickly. He didn't think about it, and then they slowed the game down. Even when he got sacked, they slowed it down a little bit. Now I'm putting him in a position where I'm get him out on the edge, make plays with his feet. He can see it now because the windows are opening, and he just made the right throw for his football team.
Atlanta gets the win 29-28 in overtime number 1. Let's look ahead, brought to you by the Boca Bowl, because we're all looking forward to the Boca Bowl coming to town on December 23rd with a 2 p.m. kickoff on ESPN. Let's take a look at the regular season schedule for the Victors first. Atlantic. They will hit the road for their first 3 games of the season, and Atlantic won't be back in this building until they take on Blanche Ely, a very strong team out of Pompano Beach, on September 12th. So they start their season, Atlantic does, on the road at Palm Beach Gardens, on the road in Georgia at Jonesboro, and on the road at Dr. Joaquin Garcia. That's how the beginning of the season lines up for Atlantic before they return home against Blanche Ely. And for Palm Beach Central, let the shake off this Week 0 exhibition loss because they've got Pahokee at home next week. Yeah, it is next week, August 22nd. And then they hit the road for a very fun one against West Boca. We saw West Boca take a kickoff classic loss to Chaminade Madonna last night. West Boca's got things to fix, and I guess Palm Beach Central's hoping they don't fix them before their matchup on August 28th. And then it'll be at home at Palm Beach Central High School against Spanish River before they hit the road to take on Santa Lucius. That was your HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, live on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day here at the home of the Eagles. And the Eagles faithful go home happy. A 29-28 win for Atlantic over Palm Beach Central. Colin Russo and Damian Perez will take it from here back at the City Place Studios in West Palm Beach with recap, reaction from games all across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. We'll speak with head coaches. We'll speak with guys who were on the sideline, gals who were on the sideline at each of those games. So stay tuned right here on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 for more High School Game Day.
Experience the power and prestige of the new 2025 Range Rover Sport P530 Dynamic SE. Now available for lease at just $15.29 a month for 36 months. With $89.95 due at signing, you'll be behind the wheel of true luxury and performance. But hurry, offers like this don't last forever. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and drive the future of sophistication. Land Rover, above and beyond.
It's Theo Dorsey, and I'm feeling hot, hot, hot. Temperatures are up, but your water shouldn't be full of mystery floaties. Culligan's got your back with water testing and reverse osmosis systems to keep things clean, cool, and crisp this summer. And get this, you can try it for just $10 a month. Stay cool, stay hydrated, and stop drinking who knows what. Visit Culligan.com today to schedule your free water test.
Hey, Culligan
A resort destination beyond compare, yet conveniently close to home. The Breakers Palm Beach offers everything you desire with the service you deserve in a breathtaking oceanfront setting. Immerse yourself in unparalleled seaside glamour and enjoy all the Breakers has to offer as you create lasting memories with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today. Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 106.3.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
It's heating up fast in Palm Beach County. Hey, it's Colin, and if your AC isn't ready for the Florida heat, now is the time to call John C. Cassidy Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Since 1960, John C. Cassidy has kept homes cool and comfortable. Don't wait for a breakdown. Upgrade your system today with great financing available. Be sure to ask about the Cassidy Care Program for year-round peace of mind. Cassidy is proud to support our local community, including the YMCA and the Palm Beach Gardens Youth Athletic Association. Stay cool. Stay prepared with Cassidy Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Visit CassidyAC.com.
At Hurricane Grill and Wings, every day feels like the weekend. Fresh, never frozen chicken wings tossed in over 30 bold flavors, paired with ice-cold beer and handcrafted cocktails, all in a laid-back, beachy atmosphere. And with every game on the big screens, it's the ultimate escape and your home for sports too. Great food, cold drinks, and all the games. That's Hurricane Grill and Wings. Escape the ordinary and find your spot at hurricanewings.com.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we had a classic kickoff classic to open up our high school football season. Good evening, everybody. Colin Russo with you. Join alongside me is Damian Perez. We're at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach, where we got you for the next hour. We're going to talk to a handful of coaches from around the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast area. And you just missed the coverage. You could go catch it back a little later on. Go watch our stream back on our socials at ESPN Top 63. 29-28 final score. Atlantic over Palm Beach Central in overtime. A classic game of back and forth, couple late game drives, big plays to close out the fourth quarter, and a lot of fun back and forth with Jimmy Bell and Christian Catt on the call. We got a couple coach interviews to get to in just a little bit. First, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS. Also presented by Moss Plus by Messi. Moss Plus by Messi is hydration plus more. Created by Leo Messi, Moss Plus by Messi delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar. There's no compromise on quality ingredients and an amazing taste, coming in 5 sensational flavors inspired by Messi's live, including Miami's Punch, Lemon Lime League. Oh my goodness. Berry Copa Crush, Orange Dior, and the newest flavor, Greatest Grape. Purchase Moss Plus by going to Messi Plus today at Walmart or online at mossbymessi.com. That was not pretty. Nonetheless, it's Colin Russo with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We're going to talk to Dan Burek in just a moment. A terrific game of back and forth. We got 2 coaches on deck, and maybe we'll hear from a little bit of Brian Rowitz, Theo Dorsey, and Cade Chumsden as we got you up until 11 p.m. Here we get Dan Burek and Mickey Grudy on deck. Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic, who had a good game in their kickoff classic just about 2 days ago. But if you missed any scores for tonight, we got you covered. Here's a couple. Martin County, 30. Seminole Ridge, 12. Benjamin, 27. Dwyer, 7. We'll get the blowouts out of the way. Cardinal Newman, 41. Boynton Beach, 6. Dr. Joaquin Garcia, 52. Okeechobee, 6. A big one there for Dr. Joaquin Garcia. St. Andrews beat Boca Raton 49-6. Of course, our HSS game of the week was 29-28 Atlantic over Palm Beach Central. If you missed that, Vero Beach and Miami Norland, I guess the final was at 30 apiece on that, so I guess no overtime over there. Royal Palm 35, South Fork 2, 35-2. Looks like a safety was the only opportunity at points in that one. Those are your high school scores from around the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast area. And if you missed any of yesterday's scores, we also got you covered. John Carroll Catholic, 41. Palm Beach Lakes had 12. That was on Wednesday. We'll talk to Coach Mickey Grudy in just a little bit and get his rundown on that. Glade Central took it over Forest Hill, 62-14 on that one. A lot of special teams over in that game. Boca Christian took it over Babcock, 42-2. Kings Academy and Dan Burek, who we'll talk to in just about 10 minutes, took it over Park Vista yesterday. That was 14-7. Final score there. Jupiter Christian up over Nova, 42-21. Chaminade Madonna over West Boca in our game of the to kick off the year, really. With two premier programs in South Florida. Chaminade Madonna took it 18-10, a sloppy game back and forth. Chaminade Madonna basically in the driver's seat the whole way there. Jupiter over Calvary Christian, that was 28-7 final score there. Those are your updates. Those are your scores. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day right here on ESPN 106.3, presented in part by our pals over at Kaiser University. The Kaiser University, they're all about championships on the field and in the classroom. They got 26 national championships, including the men's tennis team, capturing their first ever NAIA title. The men's lacrosse team also captured their third straight red banner. Kaiser also completed its fifth Sun Conference Commissioners Cup, going with the most successful athletic department in the actual conference. You can get the latest in the championships Kaiser Seahawks athletics program. That's at kuseahawks.com. You can improve your golf game there. They got swimming there. They got everything you need over at Kaiser University. So what we will do is we will get to Dan Burek of Kings Academy, who had a good win over Park Vista in their kickoff classic yesterday. Dan Burek talked to me just a moments ago. We'll get his rundown. We'll get his rundown in the offseason. Take a listen to Coach Dan Burek of Kings Academy right here on ESPN 106.3. Colin Russo with our Kaiser's Coach's Corner on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Welcoming in the head coach over at Kings Academy, who played yesterday on Thursday night over Park Vista, technically a week 0 affair. Kings Academy 14, Park Vista 7. Welcoming in head coach Dan Burek with us now. Coach Burek, what's going on? How we doing?
Life is good. Life is good. Praise Jesus.
Life is good, especially after a victory like yesterday. Coach, give me a sense. What was the team temperature going into the game? What were you expecting, and what happened throughout the game?
Yeah, we had a really great summer. We credit to our strength and conditioning coaches getting us prepared. Really young squad, but really came together over camp, and we knew we were going to have a really strong defense going into that game. Offense was a little, unforeseen with Joe and Jai leaving last year, but we were able to pull out a lot of good things.
And, Coach, with the offseason, was the expectation, the strength and conditioning is also the most important thing in that Florida heat, but were you trying to input as much offense, defense? Was there a level, or was it even? How did you sort of anticipate the offseason being in terms of implementing offensive versus defensive structure? Was it even? How'd that go?
Yeah, we really just kind of sat back and said, hey, we got a young group and we need to get better in all phases. We have a lot of returners coming on defense, so we really felt like offensively we needed to put a little more work in. But really and truly, we really worked in the weight room, really got after it. Averaged about almost 48 guys every day in the weight room over the summer. So it was just really good to see these groups, these young guys come together as a group.
And young guys, big team. Coach, how do you perceive that in terms of finding your leaders? That's an important part of the team at this point in the season, especially in the offseason, is making sure you figure out who those leaders are going to be. Who has that been taking lead, taking charge for you in Kings Academy thus far?
Yeah, we have a pretty small senior class, but Hudson Champion and Tice Porche really took hold, and Nate Heyman really got us going. But some young guys like Levi Champion, Braden Simpson, Caleb Scroggins, just some really good young guys that came in, Ben McPherson, that really have just stepped up. And, I can't really say, it's a senior driven team, or, we even have some freshmen leading. And that's really cool just to see these guys come together as a brotherhood.
And Levi Champion was somebody who had a big year last year, looking to kind of build on that. What were things you told him throughout the offseason into this season to help him develop and grow his game?
Yeah, Levi's an amazing athlete, and he's a great young man. The sky's the limit for him. He's got, a lot of big-time offers going right now in the collegiate game. And one thing we just really harped on him is just, perfecting his craft, getting better at the small things. He's a natural out there finding the ball. So we really crafted in on his small things, got him a little bit faster over the summer, put on a little bit of weight, and he's moving really awesome. And he had a great game last night.
And Coach, into your kickoff classic, the Park Vista game yesterday, tell me what were you looking to see from the team going into the game? What was going to be the most important keys, aspects that you were looking for as you guys took on Park Vista?
Yeah, being a young team, we really just wanted to see, like a lot of guys were untested. So we just really wanted to check and see, are we going to have that grit that's needed? Being a smaller school, you got to have guys that can play a lot of different positions and play both ways a lot of times. And so we just really wanted to put it on them and see, can we handle that load? Can we match up intensities with a, much larger school? And I was really impressed with just how gritty we were just after we got after it. No back down. It was just really awesome to see those guys fight for 4 quarters.
Defensive-minded game coach?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We, I am the defensive coordinator, and we take defensive very seriously. And I was going in. We're gonna probably put more pressure on our defense to hold us in with the young offense, but we got a lot of guys that really buy into that philosophy, and then making some big teams, or big plays on special teams as well. But our defense has been pretty solid, and we'll definitely probably lean on that.
Coach Dan Burek of Kings Academy joining us now in ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, you mentioned getting the guys tested, and that was an important aspect of really what the Kickoff Classic is. Were you able to manufacture adversity? I'm always fascinated by this. Coaches in the offseason, it's hard. You don't necessarily want to overwork it. The Florida heat is brutal, but it's hard also to kind of simulate game environment. It's hard to simulate adversity. It's hard to simulate guys coming together, the grit, like you mentioned. Were you doing any of that in the offseason, or is it really until the pads come on when in a game environment, you don't really know with these guys? How does that go?
We really tested them over the summer. We really pushed them to the limits in the weight room and our speed and agility, just really getting after it. Like I said, we have 2 of the most, the greatest strength coaches that I think in the state of Florida that really just pushed our guys mentally and physically. As a coaching staff, we came together and we really tested their limits on what they were able to handle situational, put them in, awkward positions and make them get uncomfortable, right? That was our motto. And going through the summer and camp is just, how do we get through that adversity? And they handled that really well this summer. I've never seen a bunch of guys that were ready to line up and do an extra sprint, cheering each other on, pushing each other. But they just have grown and bonded so well together, putting the Lord's name first in everything they do. And I think that carried over to last night. I think you saw a bunch of guys that are willing to just step up and play for each other, back each other up. And, again, just really working towards that brotherhood. And, we were able to meet, head on in some adversity last night. Like I said, young offense. And, but these guys really banded together.
And some of the adversity you felt yesterday was the offense just sort of getting their feet wet. It's hard to build a cohesion with not a lot of game reps coming into the season, especially offensively. Tell me about how the offense responded to that throughout the game.
Yeah, offense did a really good job of just putting us in the good position, winning the field battle vertically. But I mean, we had some really young guys step up. Ben McPherson, he scored our solo touchdown. He also got a pick 6.
Wow.
I got an 80-yard reception, and then DJ Beneby ran it in for us on the goal line. But really and truly, it was just, a couple missed opportunities here and there that some young guys, hey, we'll get that cleaned up. That's what this game's all about, is just getting some stuff cleaned up before week 1. But I think, there's a lot of guys there that are going to surprise some people and just keeping the ball on tempo and moving.
And you're getting a feel for a lot of these players. Like you said, a lot of young players coming in, filling shoes, and you don't really know, maybe this is not how they operate. This is not the best position for them, or you never know what you need to change around, especially at this point. But throughout the season with these young players, are you going to get creative with moving things around, whether, lineups? Are you going to try to lock it in as soon as possible? How are you viewing that? Or because they're young and a lot of guys who can play in a lot of different positions, are you kind of willing to just try everything and see what's working, see what sticks?
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of go into the, week by week, looking at who's going to be the best guy to fit at what we're doing best that week. And it's been really great because we got a bunch of guys that can play in multiple places. We got guys that can be wide receivers or running backs. We got guys that can be tight ends and receivers. So it's really nice to be that versatile. I think that's going to give us an advantage going into the year. But again, just guys being selfless, putting the team before their own needs has been awesome to see. And, something that I think, especially in today's culture, instant gratification culture, you're seeing guys that are putting the team's needs in front of their own. And I can't be more proud of our young men for doing that.
And when you challenge your guys not only to fill these shoes, but to be versatile, be team first, put the guys ahead of themselves. What do you tell them throughout the offseason in terms of challenging them to step up to the plate? You got big shoes to fill, like you said, and you got a lot of production that you're looking to sort of recover here, and you're trying to see of who's going to be that person to take that spot, to take that opportunity, to take this next step, to build upon what they already have. How do you challenge the guys in the offseason? What is your sort of perspective on it? Do you sort of go individually? Do you go team-wide? Do you set your goals, or do you go week by week? How does it go?
We have one team goal, and all summer we went into the book of Matthew, and Matthew tells us, when we hear Jesus tell us to pick up our cross daily and carry that daily. And we really stressed on these guys that if they're able to pick up their cross and do exactly what Jesus Christ did for us, we can be fearless and we can be unstoppable. And that's what I'm seeing in these young men. Praise be to God, because these guys, like I said, they are giving it all for the Lord.
And, Coach, talk to me a little bit about how your coaching staff has really helped you throughout this process, especially with the team. You said you're the defensive coordinator. Offensively, of course, there's a sense of delegation that goes into that as a head coach. Tell me about delegating, what it means to trust your staff in this situation. I think that's a very underrated trait of a head coach, is how well they delegate, and more importantly, how much of an adjustment it is for a lot of coaches, because not a lot of coaches are used to that. Tell me a little bit about delegating with the staff, understanding strengths, understanding when this is sort of Coach Burak's moment to take charge, or this is when this is Coach So-and-so's moment to take charge. How have you handled that?
Yeah, we have a really simple policy in the coaches' room. I'm not a dictator coach, and we really come together as a coaching staff where everybody's input is valued. Everybody's working extra hard. They're putting in the hours on film. They're putting in the hours with the players, building relationships. And so our only thing that I'll ever, call Coach B moment, if you will, is if you tell me, hey, we want to get something in, give me the why. And I got a lot of coaches that have a lot of why, and I can trust it with just the knowledge that they put in. And I have all the faith in these coaches. Some of them have been with me for a really long time. Others, just kind of came in this year by the grace of God to help us out. But we got a really great coaching staff that I think is going to put us in really good positions. And I have all the trust in my coaches. They do a really phenomenal job of preparing us weekend.
And Coach, building off that to the team, what do you think the strengths of this year's team are going to be? Obviously, you don't know everything. You haven't gotten a whole feel yet. But as we go week by week, what can you say today are going to be the strengths of this year's Kings Academy team?
Yeah, like I said, I know we have a lot of returners coming back on defense, and I'm really excited to see. I mean, against the Park Vista, we were able to create 6 turnovers. We scored off of one of them. Braden Simpson, I believe, had 2 forced fumbles and a recovered. Ben McPherson had 3 interceptions and a pick 6. Levi Champion, I believe he had 16 total tackles, 2 sacks, and about 4 TFLs. And then there was another handful of guys that were able to really capitalize out there on the defense. So just having a strong unit there. Obviously, you just can't win games with just a great defense. But I know we're gonna hang our hat on just playing old school football, and making sure that a young offense, when given the opportunities, will be able to strike. And I'm really excited about seeing that, because again, it's more of a blue collar work ethic kind of team, and I think we got the guys built for that.
And Coach, to flip that a little bit in terms of the questions you have that you're hoping that the team is going to answer in the next few weeks here, what is that? Is that really offensively and seeing how they adjust here, or what are the questions you still have with this team?
Yeah, it's just kind of seeing, what the pieces are going to fall. You're just looking, we did a really good job of getting some guys in to get them a good evaluation. And, being a tight knit game, there were some other guys that wanted to get in, but, just didn't have the right moments to see those guys excel. But again, it's just kind of seeing where do the pieces fall and lining up, especially a young roster, predominantly sophomores and juniors. Who's going to step up in those spots. And like I said, we got some hungry guys that I think are going to shock some people. And a few guys that maybe we don't know the name, most people don't know their names. I think you're going to start seeing those guys come to the top.
That's got to be the most rewarding part of being a coach, is when you sort of have a diamond in the rough here. You're waiting for this kid to take it, waiting for him to take that opportunity, and he's going to grow into something special. And you could see it, but maybe not the whole team or even the people following the team have seen it. That's got to be a really rewarding part of being a coach.
Yeah, you'd be crazy if you coach for money and all that. It's not about that. It's about developing young men. And I was really fortunate to hear an old buddy of mine. He called me up and said, "How's coaching going?" And I said, man, I just love seeing these young men grow. I love seeing, that they're going to be great husbands, amazing fathers, just genuinely just great God-fearing men. And, what we're doing now is going to prepare them for later on in life. And, I want to win on Friday nights, and we want to have a winning record, and we want to do great things and see guys go off to play in college. But the impacts that we as coaches have every single day on these players is something that's so impactful, and just teaching them how to be great men. So when you see this going on in these young guys, you're hoping, hey, in 10 years, man, what's that kid going to be doing in his life? And hopefully he's successful. And I think that's what this is really all about.
Coach Dan Burek of Kings Academy with us now. Coach Burek, a couple more things here. Do you like having the Thursday game of the Kickoff Classic give you guys a little bit more time to kind of get your bodies right and be ready for the season kicking away here next week? And number one, that's my first part of the question, so we'll start there.
Yeah, so, you got camp, and it kind of stinks beating each other up for as long as camp can be. So playing on a Thursday actually is, I think that's more favorable for us. And give us a nice little weekend to kind of prep and kind of get ready to go, give it a little more film time and study time with the boys, just going into the weekend and doing our film prep and getting prepared for a week one, and then you have a whole week to kind of prep for a Friday night game. So definitely that extra day I think is great.
That extra day, and then you're prepping for at St. Andrews, which is going to be next Friday night. Coach, tell me a little bit about the preparation into that, how you plan on getting the guys prepared for that test next week. They're playing tonight, I believe. So what's the schedule going to be this week? When are you guys getting back in there?
Yeah, so we'll have our film cut-ups. We had our film day today, and then we'll have our film cut-ups tomorrow morning. Really get after it, coaches' meetings, and then put together the best game plan, share that with the boys tomorrow night, and kind of finalize some stuff on Sunday. Like I said, this group of young guys is awesome. I got all of our DBs saying, hey, Coach, can we come watch film with you for an extra hour on Saturday, which just said as long as my son can be there and you guys don't mind him running around being a little crazy guy. But, they're awesome. They just really want to get in and grind in on that film. And that'll be our preparation, just going in, just really looking at them. We know St. Andrews is, Jimmy runs a really good program over there. We know they're going to be a hard-nosed team. And, it's been a good game a couple past years. So it's always a good week one, fire it up and get going.
Coach, we're looking forward to seeing that. Congratulations on a good start for you and your guys. Enjoy the weekend. Looking forward to talking later again in the year, all right?
Hey, awesome. Thank you, guys, and God bless.
You got it. That's Coach Dan Burek of Kings Academy closing out our Kaiser's Coaches Corner. We're taking a time out here. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, ESPN 106.3.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing. I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
It's the summer clearance event at Greenway Kia of West Palm Beach, and they need to sell 250 new Kias by month's end. Get up to $11,000 off MSRP. New Tellurides from $38,998, and lease the 2025 Kia K4 for just $199 a month with $34.99 due at signing. Plus, get 0% financing and up to $6,000 over KBB value for your trade. Open daily at 7:30 a.m. with no hidden fees and no surprises. Visit GreenwayKiaWestPalmBeach.com today.
We want to see ya in a Greenway Kia.
Right now is the best time to upgrade because once these deals are gone, they're gone for good. Don't wait around and let someone else drive away in the Kia you've been dreaming about. Your new ride is waiting for you at Greenway Kia of West Palm Beach.
With approval to KFA, stock number SG005991. MSRP $45,235. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax tag and $9.99 admin fee. Discount includes all Kia factory rebates to dealer. Negative equity refinanced. Offers don't combine. Expires 9/15/25.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing. I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
It's Theo Dorsey, and I'm feeling hot, hot, hot. Temperatures are up, but your water shouldn't be full of mystery floaties. Culligan's got your back with water testing and reverse osmosis systems to keep things clean, cool, and crisp this summer. And get this, you can try it for just $10 a month. Stay cool, stay hydrated, and stop drinking who knows what. Visit Culligan.com today to schedule your free water test.
Hey, Culligan man!
It's the summer clearance event at Greenway Kia of West Palm Beach, and they need to sell 250 new Kias by month's end. Get up to $11,000 off MSRP. New Tellurides from $38,998, and lease the 2025 Kia K4 for just $199 a month with $34.99 due at signing. Plus, get 0% financing and up to $6,000 over KBB value for your trade. Open daily at 7:30 a.m. with no hidden fees and no surprises. Visit GreenwayKiaWestPalmBeach.com today.
We want to see ya in a Greenway Kia.
Right now is the best time to upgrade because once these deals are gone, they're gone for good. Don't wait around and let someone else drive away in the Kia you've been dreaming about. Your new ride is waiting for you at Greenway Kia of West Palm Beach.
With approval to KFA, stock number SG005991. MSRP $45,235. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax tag and $999 admin fee. Discount includes all Kia factory rebates to dealer. Negative equity refinanced. Offers don't combine. Expires 9/15/25.
Okay, pause. Literally stop your morning and pay attention because breakfast at McDonald's is popping off with deals. Right now, get a sausage McMuffin with egg for only $3. Or, brace yourself, grab a full breakfast combo in the app for just $5.49. That's hash browns, a drink, the whole delicious situation. So slide through the drive-thru, fuel up for the day, and get with it. McDonald's breakfast. It's fast, it's tasty, it's happening. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal. Back to school got you tight on cash? McDonald's under $4 McValue menu comes through. Pick from your favorites like a rich caramel frappe or chocolatey mocha frappe. All small frappes are just $3.50. Or grab the iconic snack wrap for just $2.99. That's right, the snack wraps you love are back. Can we take a moment to celebrate the McDonald's under $4 McValue menu? There's something for every appetite, every vibe, and every kind of day. Mickey D's comes through. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. From Vero Beach down to Boca Raton and out to the muck, we've got you covered all over Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast on ESPN 106.3. HSS Florida presents ESPN West Palm's High School Game Day. We're coming to your city. The biggest games, the most compelling stories, the area's best high school sports coverage. Supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day is also presented by Kaiser University,
South Florida Ford,
Sports Certified by VitaCost,
Moss Plus by Messi,
Duffy's Sports Grill,
Culligan,
Racetrack,
Safebound Moving and Storage,
and the Boca Raton Bowl.
And we're coming to your city.
Colin Russo at the City Place Studios, downtown West Palm Beach. Got a packed program of high school football coverage in the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast area. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS Florida. A kickoff classic for the ages, 29-28. Atlantic takes it over Palm Beach Central in overtime. We had Christian Kett and Jimmy Bell take us through the game. You can catch all the coverage, catch the full live stream back on our socials at ESPN Top 63. Some scores from around the high school area in a moment. First, the annual Boca Raton Bowl ABC Supply Company's Great Chefs Tailgate Showcase heats up on Wednesday, September 10th from 6 to 8:30 p.m. Join ESPN 106.3's Theo Dorsey at Boca Raton Innovation Campus down in Boca Raton as dozens of local chefs, breweries, and cocktail masters serve their favorite tailgate classics. Tickets are on sale now. Includes all food samplings, entertainment, beer, wine, cocktails, and soft drinks. Visit spiritofgivingnetwork.org/events to purchase those tickets today. That's the ABC Supply Great Chefs Tailgate. Some scores from around the area. Once again, our HSS Game of the Week, 29-28, Atlantic over Palm Beach Central. Spanish River took it over Palm Beach Gardens, 35-20. 35-20, Spanish River up over Palm Beach Gardens. That is a final score. Royal Palm took it over South Fork, 35-2. in that one. I guess Vero Beach and Miami Norland called it quits at 30. Maybe a tough travel day ahead. They didn't want to waste any more time. 30-30 was the final we got over there. In addition, we have more games to cover. And the Martin County game, 30-12 was the final score over Seminole Ridge in their kickoff classic game. That's 30 for Martin County, 12 for Seminole Ridge. Getting into blowout territory here. Faster games, more time ticking off the clock with the running clock. 27-7 was Benjamin over Dwyer. Benjamin had 27, Dwyer 7. That was the final score over there. Cardinal Newman, surprise, 41. Boynton Beach, 6. 41-6 for Cardinal Newman was the final score over there. Dr. Joaquin Garcia, 52. Okeechobee, 6. A hot start for Dr. Joaquin Garcia after their coming out party essentially last year. Boca Raton fell to St. Andrews. 49-6 was the final score. That was 49-6. St. Andrews over Boca. Those are some final scores from around the Palm Beach County area on Friday. If you're looking for the games on Thursday, Chaminade Madonna famously over West Boca. 18-10 was the final score there. We were there. You can catch that full broadcast again on our socials at ESPN Top 63. Jupiter and Jason Cradman over Calvary Christian took it yesterday, 28-7. If you go back to Wednesday, John Carroll took it over Palm Beach Lakes. 41-12 was the final score there. We'll talk to Coach Mickey Grudy in just a couple minutes. Glade Central took it over Forest Hill, 62-14. Boca Christian over Babcock, 42-2. And Kings Academy over Park Vista, 14-7. We just spoke with Coach Dan Burak over there. So if you missed any of the interviews, you missed any of Dan Burak, want to listen to Kevin Thompson from before the game, you want to listen to any of the coach interviews we have, check them out at ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented in part by our pals over at Vitacost. High school athletes, your performance starts with what you put in. Vitacost Sports Certified Marketplace, they got 400 plus clean products from electrolytes to protein. Save 20% now with code ESPN20. That's ESPN20. If you're playing varsity, you're training for the next level, they fuel the high school athletes in the area with all those free certified products, free of banned substances. Once again, 20% off with code ESPN20. From 2 days to game night, Vitacost helps athletes power through. Check out the marketplace today. 20% off with code ESPN20. I know I get my stuff at Vitacost, and I get my electrolytes, my creatine, my protein. I get my fish oil. I get everything I need courtesy of Vitacost, because it is true. It's not just how talented, how athletic, or just how much you stretch in the morning. It's how well you fuel your body. Make sure you go check out Vitacost.com and check out the Sports Certified Marketplace to go get your supplements today. Use code ESPN20 for 20% off. We're going to take a listen to Coach Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic Football. 41-12. They took it over Palm Beach Lakes in their kickoff classic on Wednesday. Coach Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic right here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS Florida, live from the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Colin Russo with you, closing out and continuing on with our Kaiser's Coaches Corner, welcoming in the head coach of John Carroll, who had a good win yesterday. They were lucky. They had a Wednesday game for John Carroll. Coach Mickey Grudy joins us now. Coach, tell us a little bit about the game. How'd the team look? What was the temperature check coming in? How was the offseason? Give us a rundown. What's going on?
Yeah, it was great. It's probably the first varsity game I've coached on a Wednesday night, to be honest, so that was a little unique in itself. But it was, your typical kickoff classic, I felt like. When you play your same opponent yourselves over and over again for 2 to 3 weeks leading up to these, it's always tough. The defense isn't full go. You're trying to keep guys healthy, keep them off the quarterback and whatnot. So it was nice to be able to go ahead and get the guys to go full speed in all three phases. And I thought, we came out a little rusty on offense, made some adjustments as the game went on. Lakes did a couple different things that, gave us some issues. They're a well-coached team, and I was happy our guys were able to go ahead and make some changes throughout the game, and then we kind of got that offense going. I think we ended up putting 6 scores in the end zone, which always helps you out, especially in the first kickoff classic game.
Yeah, Coach Mickey Grudy of John Carroll. 41-12 was the final score over Palm Beach Lakes. Coach, what was the sort of expectation going into the game? What did you want to learn? I mean, obviously it was a kickoff classic. You want to get the guys warm, live game action, like you said, but what was the most important thing you wanted to learn from your guys heading into it?
I think we had a couple question marks on the defensive side of the ball. With Kimberly Lubin taking over as our D coordinator this year, we lost our entire linebacking room from last year.
Wow.
We lost 4 guys to graduation. We had 2 transfers come in. We had 2 returning guys, and they were kind of battling it out. So we were able to rotate those guys through, rotate some guys in the defensive line as well, just hopefully answering up some question marks we had going into the end of our own fall camp, leading us into Newman next week, who will be a nice test. Obviously, Coach Jack and those guys will be ready to go. I think they've been pretty successful tonight. Last I saw, they were up big on Boynton. So just to kind of get some questions answered, leading into Newman next week on Thursday night, which will obviously be a real test to see where we're at.
Yeah, and Coach, Carter Newman had big win tonight over Boynton. You'll have them next week. But building off of last year, tell me about the offseason a little bit before we get into the game itself on Wednesday against Palm Beach Lakes. What was the expectation? What was the message throughout the offseason? You had a great year last year. What were you sort of expecting from these guys heading into the offseason, and what did you see that you were pleased with?
One thing I've learned, in having some success at John Carroll in certain years, we made a Final Four a couple years back. And, one thing, complacency, it's kind of festers a little bit when you have so much success, and some things I've learned as a head coach is you want to continue to try to make guys uncomfortable in the sense that, hey, we went, 10-0 in the regular season last year, and that was great. You guys deserved it. You worked your tails off, but leading into our off-season workouts, which we started up in the second week of January, our message to them was, hey, that was all great. You guys earned it. You deserved it, but we're flipping the page here. Now it's back to square one. We started spring football and we were across the board, and we've got some pretty good players in certain spots, but we made it clear that nobody had a starting spot, no returner, no running back or anything like that. We started guys off from scratch because we wanted to see guys compete. We wanted to see guys be uncomfortable, just because of that complacency factor, that happens sometimes with success. So I was really happy with our guys, how they competed amongst one another. We did a lot of stuff in the summertime as well, trying to compete as much as possible, amongst ourselves, along with the usual 7-on-7 O-line, D-line camps. But really just trying to make our guys, uncomfortable in the sense to where we didn't let complacency set in. Just because we went 10-0 last year and the schedule is going to be a little bit similar than it was, last year. Things change, teams change. We really just wanted to do a good job of making sure our guys were ready to go.
Yeah, complacency, I guess, is a risky, slippery slope. Like you said, you're more. I was surprised by this. I guess it's the right perception because all of a sudden, all it takes is 1 or 2 games, and then all of a sudden you're on a losing streak and this and that and the other. So going into that, you were kind of hammering in the fact that, hey, don't be complacent. And that's number one. Number 2 is nobody here is promised anything. And I guess when you try to manufacture that type of grittiness, adversity, guys can expect walking into the season that we're going to be great. We were very good last year. We're going to be very good again. And so going into through the offseason, did you find success this time around in kind of manufacturing that adversity, trying to recapture not only the magic, but also a little bit of that grittiness that made you guys very good last year?
Yeah, no doubt. And I think, my assistant head coach, Joe Molina, he's kind of in charge in our weight room and our off-season program. And, him and I discussed it leading into the off-season and whatnot. And, that's kind of why we did what we did, certain things in the off-season, trying to do some different things in the weight room as well to, get us where we need to be physically and mentally. But he did a really good job getting these guys motivated and staying hungry, like you said, the complacency side of it. Okay, we did 10-0 last year. We could probably just roll into it and do it again. We can't have that mindset in any way. And I think Coach Joe did a great job this offseason getting our guys ready for that.
And building off of that, especially in the Florida Heat, you don't necessarily want to overdo it either. I think there's a level in which teams can overdo it in the offseason. You want to push them as far as they can go, but you want to make sure the guys are healthy, raring to go, kind of itching to get on the field once the season starts. How do you sort of do that give and take relationship, especially in these conditions, the Florida Heat, either top of the morning or out there last at night? How did you sort of manage that, and how did you make sure that these guys are not only itching to get out there, but also you guys are going to be healthy?
Yeah, we're a little unique, obviously being a smaller school. We're technically a 1A football school, but we play up in 4A. But we have a lot of athletes that play other sports. We have a lot of guys that do lacrosse, baseball, track and field, and stuff like that. So actually, our off season, especially to beat the heat, we start at 5:45 in the morning.
Wow.
Even throughout the school year. So we'll get guys in the weight room Monday through Thursday, starting in January. We'll go 5:45 and get them into class. Class starts at about 7:45, so they're done. And I was a little nervous doing it that early at first, but our guys actually love it. They love getting up early. They love being awake for class, and then they're able to go ahead and do their second sport or whatever it is, in the afternoon. So there's no conflicts or guys missing weights and missing training. So we kind of transitioned to that 2 years ago, had some success with it, and we do the same thing in the summer. We get guys in again early, 5:45, 6 a.m. We have them out by 8:30. I'm a big component too. It's summertime. I want kids to be kids, so that if they have a summer job or they want to hang out with their friends or whatever it may be, come in, they get their lift in, they do what they need to do, and then they're out by 8:45 at 9 o'clock. And it also beats the heat because, as we all know, living down here, this heat ain't no joke.
Yeah, and I guess that's interesting. The one thing about getting up early, I think it's all about momentum. Once you start it, it really sucks. But once you kind of get into a rhythm and a routine, it starts to become that, I have to. It's a creature of habit moment, I feel like.
You're 100% right. And, I think, I've even heard some of our teachers say, when we do those off-season workouts compared to when guys are just rolling in, for regular school in the morning, they're much more, they're up, they're attentive. We've seen a kind of an increase in production, from our guys doing those early morning lifts.
Wow, Coach, so you're a big fan amongst all the teachers, a big fan of how the football team does their lifts early in the morning, huh?
That's the goal. I mean, what those teachers do in the classroom walls, it's going to take these kids a lot further than anything me or my staff's doing. So I got to help them out the best we can.
And, Coach, to get into the Palm Beach Lakes game on Wednesday, which was a couple days ago, 41-12 final score in the kickoff classic. What were some of the strengths you saw that you think are going to be big components of this year's team that you're looking forward to building upon?
I really got to commend our offensive line. They just do a phenomenal job. Coach Joe Molina's in charge of them. They really do an awesome job. We've got, 2 tackles that are highly recruited guys, and Sean Tatum and Charlie Pisani. And then, we got a couple guys in the middle. We have Nico Fasano, who's a senior, and then Cam Bowen, a little undersized, but they are tough, they are physical, and they move people around, and then we're kind of rotating a couple guys to the other guard spot right now. We have Manny Perez, and we have Tommy Smith, who are kind of rotating that position, but it's just a unit that they I always joke with our offensive line because they set up their own water at practice. They set up their own stuff in the shade. Even playing football my entire life, I know offensive line guys, they stick together kind of what they do. And this group, I think it really shows when they play on Friday nights, just because the whole unit plays at one. Doesn't matter if we're rotating a guy in a certain spot. All the guys can play all 5 positions. So it's a really big strength of our team. A lot of leaders in that group as well. And to no one's surprise, we had some success running the football the other night.
And I guess the one thing that's underrated, especially people say at the NFL level and maybe even college a little bit, but, everybody loves talking about the quarterback-receiver tandem and that type of chemistry, but I think the real chemistry of the team relies in that offensive line, whether they're playing in different positions, but there's a real chemistry that goes into the success of a football team amongst the 5 up front and making sure that they're on the same page and they understand what's good and bad about the person next to them, right?
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. I always talk about quarterback play and how the quarterback has to know what all other 10 guys are doing, be able to read my mind, what I want him to do with the football. But the offensive line kind of has to do that amongst themselves. You have certain checks and calls and whatnot, but sometimes those checks can't happen if we're trying to tempo and move the ball quick. They've got to be able to be so familiar with one another and what they're doing and how they do it and their prep. That group just does such a great job. All of our games last year, I don't think we had any games where I don't think we struggled to run the ball. And I think it showed, and we have the whole group coming back. So, that's going to be a big part of what we're doing this year.
Coach, you mentioned you had leaders up front as well. Tell me a little bit about how you approached leadership into the offseason, into the start of this season. Do you have guys who you sort of select and say, hey, I anticipate you to be a big-time leader? Do you sort of leave it open season? Who's going to take the reins as those next leaders? Or do you have an idea of this guy has big leadership qualities? You just kind of have to put it together and light the fire under him. How did you kind of go at it this season thus far?
With leaders, I always like to see, I'm not a big fan of leaders who are yelling a lot or, hoorah guys, and I think actions speak louder than words. We have two highly recruited tackles, like I said, Sean and Charlie. They're two leaders on this team. One, obviously, everyone's going to notice them just based off of their size, but, I think it shows a lot when you're, probably our two highest recruited guys right now, they didn't miss one off-season workout. They're there grinding, and a lot of times, especially in society now, you see sometimes, we talked about complacency earlier a lot. Sometimes you see guys get highly recruited, and their heads get a little bit big and stuff like that. But I think it goes miles when, you have your team, you have your two highest recruited players, and they're not missing any workouts. They're there every day. They're working as hard as they can. And I think guys feed off their energy, and I can kind of say the same thing about our quarterback, Jackson Summerall. He came in as a transfer to us, and he was itching to get the guys together on his own time to start throwing the football. And, I think that speaks volumes to where I don't have to, as the coach, say, hey, maybe you should get the guys together, or maybe you should do this. After our blue-white scrimmage, we had an inter-squad scrimmage in the first week of the kickoff, or the first week of camp. He had the entire team over for a barbecue, and that's not me asking, that's not me doing anything, that's just him doing it. So I think we've got some great leaders, guys that do stuff on their own, which I think speaks volumes because, myself, my staff, we can talk and we can tell our guys to go ahead and do certain things. But any great team I've been a part of, it's been led by players and not by coaches. And I think if you have great leaders doing what they're supposed to be doing, everyone else will kind of follow suit.
Coach Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic High School football joining us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, into that game the other day, are there any questions you have about this team that you're still looking to be answered that's going to take a couple weeks for it to really catch its footing there? Tell me a little bit about some of the questions you had about the team that have been answered or you still have heading into the regular season.
I think there's some things we just kind of need to, buckle down on, just simple things, route running in particular. We had some issues with our receivers a little bit, blocking on screens, kind of making sure we're running routes at certain depths, where I'm coaching up the quarterbacks to say, hey, he's going to run a 10-yard in here. And then, we're running the 10-yard in and guys are sitting it down instead of kind of continuing the route. So just some things, offensively we need to clean up. Defensively in the secondary, I think we had a little bit confusion with some of our coverages. So and that was kind of the blessing of playing on Wednesday this week. We were able to use yesterday and today as recovery days and correction days, which, especially with a short week next week with Cardinal Newman coming to our place on Thursday, we're not going to get that extra day. So, don't be shocked if you see John Carroll playing kickoff classics more on Wednesday in the future.
Yeah, I think more teams are going to start taking that and start maybe we're going to see it on Mondays here pretty soon.
Yeah, some Monday Night Football. But, it's funny because, it's something I learned, I saw an interview or something with the Florida Panthers when it was in between their Stanley Cup games. They didn't practice. They just solely focused on recovery. And, that's something we've invested a lot into our training room. We have our full-time trainer on staff, in the recovery thing. So, I'm really glad we played Wednesday. We were able to kind of rest and, start prep for Newman on Thursday because we're going to need as much prep as we can get for those guys.
Yeah, Cardinal Newman coming into town next Thursday. Coach, I mean, you had the couple days off, and then what does this week look like in terms of what days of practice? When are you guys getting back out there on the field? And what are you looking forward to in terms of going against Newman next week?
Those guys are highly ranked as they should. Coach Jack does a really good job. They've got a lot of players in good spots, so it's going to be good for test for us. I think we're up to the challenge. I'm excited for our guys to have the opportunity. We talked about it the other day, talking about the Lakes game. We had some miscues, and in games like the one we're going to see on Thursday night, we can't have those certain, mental errors that we had against Lakes. Because if you give Cardinal Newman too many opportunities or too many freebies where we're making penalties or turnovers or whatever it may be, that's going to be a tough game to go ahead and win. So that was stuff we went ahead and took care of the rest of this week, having the extra 2 days, and we'll get our guys, back in on Monday. We'll meet as coaches on Sunday and get the game plan in order and be ready to go by Thursday.
Coach, looking forward to seeing it. Looking forward to seeing the rest of your guys as you guys kick off the regular season next week. Congratulations on a successful kickoff classic, a successful offseason. Looking forward to talking again soon, all right? Take care.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
You got it. That's Coach Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic Football, who won against Palm Beach Lakes on Wednesday in their kickoff classic, 41-12. Colin Russo with our Kaiser's Coaches Corner on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida.
It's the summer clearance event at Greenway Kia of West Palm Beach, and they need to sell 250 new Kias by month's end. Get up to $11,000 off MSRP. New Tellurides from $38,998, and lease the 2025 Kia K4 for just $199 a month with $34.99 due at signing. Plus, get 0% financing and up to $6,000 over KBB value for your trade. Open daily at 7:30 a.m. with no hidden fees and no surprises. Visit GreenwayKiaWestPalmBeach.com today.
We want to see ya in a Greenway Kia.
Right now is the best time to upgrade because once these deals are gone, they're gone for good. Don't wait around and let someone else drive away in the Kia you've been dreaming about. Your new ride is waiting for you at Greenway Kia of West Palm Beach.
With approval to KFA, stock number SG005991. MSRP $45,235. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax tag and $999 admin fee. Discount includes all Kia factory rebates to dealer. Negative equity refinanced. Offers don't combine. Expires 9/15/25.
It's heating up fast in Palm Beach County. Hey, it's Colin, and if your AC isn't ready for the Florida heat, now is the time to call John C. Cassidy Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Since 1960, John C. Cassidy has kept homes cool and comfortable. Don't wait for a breakdown. Upgrade your system today with great financing available. Be sure to ask about the Cassidy Care Program for year-round peace of mind. Cassidy is proud to support our local community, including the YMCA and the Palm Beach Gardens Youth Athletic Association. Stay cool. Stay prepared with Cassidy Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Visit CassidyAC.com.
From Vero Beach down to Boca Raton and out to the muck, we've got you covered all over Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast on ESPN 106.3. HSS Florida presents ESPN West Palm's High School Game Day. We're coming to your city. The biggest games, the most compelling stories, the area's best high school sports coverage. Supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day is also presented by Kaiser University.
South Florida Ford.
Sports certified by VitaCost.
Moss Plus by Messi.
Duffy's Sports Grill.
Culligan.
Racetrack.
Safebound Moving and Storage.
And the Boca Raton Bowl.
And we're coming to your city.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day rolling on here live at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach, saying basically good night. It's been a packed day of high school sports. Once again, our game of the week, Atlantic 29, Palm Beach Central 28. 29-28 was our final score of Atlantic and Palm Beach Central. Colin Russo with Damian Perez at the City Place Studios. Presented by HSS Florida, also presented by Duffy's Sports Grill. Duffy's Sports Grill is a proud supporter of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. They once again voted the best sports grill with their award-winning burgers and fries. Plus weekday lunch deals, including the Duffy's Double Play, starting at just $7.99. Also, make sure you sign up for free to get your Duffy's MVP card and start earning those rewards today. With over 80 TVs in each location, you will never miss a minute of the game. With the biggest bouts, Duffy's has all of them. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, of course. We have a packed slate of games. St. Andrews 49, Boca Raton 6 was the final score there. Dr. Joaquin Garcia 52, Okeechobee 6, Cardinal Newman 41. Boynton Beach, 6. Those were your early slates, the ones that had the running clock. Benjamin, 27. Dwyer, 7. Martin County, 30. Seminole Ridge, 12. That was a score there. And, of course, our final score of our HSS Game of the Week, 29-28 Atlantic over Palm Beach Central. And on top of that, we have Royal Palm, 35. South Fork, 2. Spanish River, 35. And Palm Beach Gardens, 20. That kind of closes out your final scores here is Colin Russo with Damian Perez. Appreciate Damian Perez keeping us up over there. Appreciate Christian Catt and Jimmy Bell for doing a terrific job on the play-by-play. You can catch us on our socials at ESPN Top 63 and ESPN West Palm. Colin Russo saying so long. Catch our weekend programming. Saturday Tailgate with Mike Rizzo tomorrow at 9. Saturday Huddle with myself and Kate Chumson on Sunday at 10. It's been Colin Russo here with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day saying good night. We'll see you next week with another packed slate of games. It's been Colin Russo. We'll see you next time. It's been right here. ESPN 106.3, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, Law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Anajar and Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station. We now return to our regularly scheduled programming already in progress on ESPN 1063.